The story starts with a yellow-haired shoddy running through a dungeon, solo raiding against the red dragon. At first, the dragon blasts a wall of fire at her like it is Natsu Dragneel having a bad day, but she manages to dodge it with surprising skill. She streams it live and gets a lot of praise from her viewers. Then she gets overconfident, rushes ahead like the main character in a shonen filler episode, and ends up smacked around by the dragon before getting tossed aside. Her comment section instantly turns into a comedy club at her expense. Turns out this fearless warrior is just an avatar that our boy Mizuno Itsuki created in the VR game MetaSense. The game lets you make an avatar and explore a whole virtual world. The latest update dropped with a fresh map and tougher villains, and Itsuki loves it because he can full dive and forget about real life, which is basically his favorite skill. After the match ends, he crawls out of the capsule like a tired scion climbing out of a healing pod, revealing he's not some cute anime waifu, but a 33-year-old ex-pro gamer and streamer who gets winded just from sitting too long. It is not even catfishing, though. The voice behind this cute, clumsy avatar is his colleague Tachibana Yuka, a 26-year-old streamer with no content ideas of her own. He moves the character, she does the voice, and together they created Yonomori Sato, a fan favorite only because viewers enjoy watching her fumble. Yuka complains that he is bleeding views every day, but Itsuki sits there sipping water like a man who has never cared less about his own job. She yells that the view count is tanking, but he waves it off saying he is just the guy in the back moving the avatar and nothing good will come from telling him this. In his mind, the viewers are only there for her anyway. She breaks down, whining that if this keeps going, she will be stuck streaming games forever, and if she had more fans, the company president might finally let her do something else. The president barges in like he owns the air they are breathing, chest out like he just cleared the final boss in Dark Souls without taking a hit. After overhearing them, he points out that their petty argument is somehow more entertaining than their actual content. He says they have made zero progress and should be focusing on new ideas instead of wasting time. Yuka tries to throw Itsuki under the bus by suggesting she could just do singing streams without him, but the president shuts her down instantly, asking if she really thinks people would follow her for that. The look on her face says even she knows the answer is no. When the president turns to roast Itsuki next, he whips out a newspaper about a new dungeon and pitches the idea of streaming a run against the latest boss, claiming it will keep viewers hooked. The president snatches the paper, saying he knows Itsuki can pull off the strategy, but clearly has no idea what the audience actually wants. Itsuki admits they only watch to see Sato play well, get cocky, screw up, and then get laughed at. He knows it sounds ridiculous, but in his mind, it is still worth doing. However, the president's mood turns sour fast, and he snaps that if Itsuki wants to run a stream like that, he can do it on his own sad little channel, just like the old days when he was flamed more than chicken bones. That hits him harder than a Titan punch, and his mind flashes back to when he was roasted into oblivion online, making him give in right away. The president tosses him a half-hearted compliment, saying that as long as he is under his wing, he will not get burned like that again, before moving on like he did not just smack him down. Sato ends up paired with Galia, who smiles for the camera and introduces her to the viewers like she is doing charity work. As the agency's star, Galia gets the kind of production treatment that makes Sato's setup look like a bargain bin find, drones and all. Itsuki sees right away that this is the same dungeon he pitched earlier, only now he is just along for the ride. Yuka points out a suspicious floor color, warning her senpai about a pitfall trap and telling her to skirt the edge. As they move deeper, Sato keeps cutting down mobs left and right, from bats to ghosts, just to keep the viewers from yawning. Itsuki spices it up by walking straight into traps and even getting himself paralyzed on purpose to set up those golden moments where the audience can laugh at Sato. Galia, meanwhile, plays like she is filming an over-edited YouTube montage, clearing enemies without a single scratch, the kind of gameplay that screams she is farming sponsor clips. Going further, they finally meet the boss of the dungeon, who growls that they have left nothing for him to lose anymore. As he rises, dark energy bursts from his body like an over-the-top shonen villain, making his final stand. Sato mutters she is not a fan of vampire bosses, but Galia, brimming with confidence, tells her to watch and learn. She charges her staff and leaps into the air, clearly thinking she is about to have her Goku versus Frieza moment. Itsuki also decides to join in, but the president slides into his messages, telling him to wait for the right moment to grab the vampire's attention and die for the content. This time, Itsuki finally snaps. Seeing the chat call Galia a hardcore player while her gameplay is basically dollar store quality and his actual skills keep getting overshadowed makes his blood boil. He rushes in behind her, snatches her weapon in one swift motion, and mutes the mic so Yuka cannot start screaming at him. When he spots a comment saying Sato's account might have been hijacked, he drops the truth bomb that it has always been his gameplay, and the voice belonged to someone else. Without missing a beat, he moves behind the vampire lord with the stolen weapon and deletes the boss without taking a single hit. The clip blows up online, and by the end of the day, the internet is swarming with posts claiming Yonemori Sato is actually a girl while the hate for Itsuki skyrockets. Oddly enough, unemployment feels refreshing, and he even considers going back to solo streaming as he leaves the building. That thought dies fast when a big guy grabs him by the shirt, accusing him of hijacking the stream. More people gather, filming him and shouting that he is a scammer who failed as a solo streamer and is now pulling another stunt. Itsuki is not even surprised. His information has been public since the last scandal, and it only takes a quick search to find him. They toss him into the street, and before he can react, a car barrels through and runs him over, ending it on the spot. The next moment, he opens his eyes and wonders if he is in a hospital or the afterlife, but instead it is just his old home staring back at him. He springs up and checks his phone, only to realize he has gone back 10 years, and his streaming account is still untouched, long before the flames of internet hate roasted him alive. That alone fires him up, but he knows better than to be stupid this time. Using the same account would just hand his address to the mob again, so he decides to start fresh with a new one. Armed with future knowledge like he just pulled a ReZero respawn, he plans to milk every trend, outplay every wannabe pro, and climb right to the top of MetaSense like it is his own grand line. Itsuki takes a deep breath, reorganizing his thoughts, and remembers that there is still a month left before the official launch of MetaSense. All streaming avatars will be compatible with the game from day one, meaning anyone with a VTuber model can jump straight in. He knows this will cause a spike in the number of VTubers, basically a cheap knockoff version of YouTube streamers, and with that surge, the number of regular players will also grow. Some people will want to meet their favorite VTubers in-game, and others will turn into the creepy stalker types you see obsessing over K-pop idols. He recalls that despite having a massive player base, the game's early progress was painfully slow. Information was scarce, with only a few scraps floating around on SNS. Worse, irritating companies would snatch up individual strategies without permission and dump them onto their wiki pages. Then, a second wave of lazy copycats would take those same strats, make a few meaningless changes, and post them on their own wikis while claiming they were original. Itsuki smirks, an evil grin spreading across his face. He holds knowledge of the future, something no one else has, and that makes him completely unmatched. This is his chance to rise, just like in those isekai or regression manga where a total nobody turns into a top-tier player. Now the only question is how he will use this advantage to shape and glorify his own future. He creates a character and uses his remaining savings to purchase streaming drones, then goes live online for the first time, hoping this will be the start of his success. He names himself Tsukimaru, and for some reason, he is stripped like Gray from Fairy Tail. So let's hope a Juvia might one day fall in love with him. Almost instantly, viewers begin commenting under his stream, many of them trolling him for tripping right as he appears. He clarifies that he is not a troll, but he thought it would be funny if he showed up naked. That clarification only fuels the trolling even more, and the chat unanimously agrees he looks like the dollar store version of Naked Snake, and they won't let him live it down. Within minutes, 12 people are already watching, which is a solid number for an anonymous newbie. He explains to the viewers why he is naked and begins showing his stats. He has minimized and maximized his attributes for an evasion build, putting every single free stat point into AGI. This kind of build would be completely useless if he equipped armor or weapons. For hardcore players, the naked playthrough is nothing new, and as the wise man says, as long as you don't get hit, anything goes. Still, he warns that this approach cannot be sustained until the end of the game, and anyone attempting it will need a rebuild coupon to switch to a proper speed leveling build later. The MetaSense system gives players 1 stat point every time they level up, which sounds great for building the perfect character. The problem is, if someone allocates their points like they've got their brain stored in their kneecap, they'll end up with a build so bad it could rival Sakura for uselessness. To stop players from becoming walking disasters, the system hands out a free rebuilding coupon, letting them relocate all their stats once. Use it wisely, because if you burn through it and still want to change later, you'll need a rare item that costs more than your dignity after getting one-shotted in a tutorial zone. His little lecture gets the viewers hooked and the chat starts buzzing. He then announces he's going shopping. Usually newbies are broke and scraping together enough coins to buy NPC leftovers that even the garbage man wouldn't take. But for some reason, he's sitting on 3,000, so he's not slumming it today. He's not after shiny gear either, just some consumables from a street booth. He bends down to check out the goods, and the moment the old shopkeeper turns around, his 4 eyes almost leap out of his skull at the sight of a naked player crouched in front of his stall. The old man demands to know why he's streaking in broad daylight and asks if he just respawned after being killed. Tsukimaru, without missing a beat, says he's naked for official business, as if that explains anything. While browsing through the old man's stall, Tsukimaru notices something strange, as there are no poison amulets for sale, which shocks him since even trash-tier items usually make an appearance somewhere. When he asks, the old man hesitates before admitting he has them, but never puts them out because no one with a functioning brain would waste money on them. Tsukimaru's eyes light up instantly, and without hesitation, he decides to buy all of them for 3,000, basically luxury prices for dumpster finds. Tsukimaru is determined to get the amulets because they are one of the first items that can be made with alchemy, and the materials are so cheap that players can mass-produce them while leveling their alchemy skills. But the problem is the poison amulet itself is so useless that early-game monsters can be beaten without it, and most enemies laugh off poison anyway, making it a classic example of an oversupplied, zero-demand item. Knowing the item's reputation, the old man ends up dumping a huge pile of amulets on him as casually as if he were handing out leaves from a tree. Tsukimaru beams in excitement, thanking him for his generosity, while anyone watching can tell the shopkeeper is just pitying this brainless customer for spending money on digital garbage instead of covering himself up. Even the viewers catch on, and one of them asks in chat what he plans to do with so many useless amulets. He then heads toward the troll's forest and tells his audience that trolls usually spawn here, with the recommended level being above 10. Grinning, he announces that he is only level 1, which instantly stirs up the chat. As he strolls forward, he calls himself lucky for finding the area empty so he can farm without interruption. He explains that trolls are considered strong enemies in the early game because of their high physical damage and massive HP, and even high-level players can die if they face one head-on. He walks through the forest completely naked, yet not a single mosquito or bug dares to bite him, even though the place looks like a budget version of the Amazon. While moving ahead, he hears voices nearby and instantly thinks that if someone else is here, his efficiency will drop. He decides to check who it is before making a move. A little further in, he spots an ugly man with hair that looks like it was transplanted straight from the head of a half-plucked chicken. The man is threatening a kawaii, but clearly terrified girl, telling her to throw all her items if she does not want to die. Tsukimaru, instead of rushing to help, is weirdly impressed by the guy's chicken head look because there is no way that came preloaded in the game, which means this lunatic probably made it himself. The man pulls out his axe and warns the girl not to log out, saying her character will stay here, and when she hesitates, he gets even more aggressive. He licks his axe like some low-budget slasher villain and declares he has no patience to stay calm. Instead of getting intimidated, Tsukimaru's eyes light up like a kid in an arcade, impressed that the guy actually performed the licking animation manually. Still, he knows this guy is clearly the enemy, so he briefly thinks about intervening, then just turns around and decides to go level up instead, which sends the viewers into laughter. The girl, now desperate, yells for his help, which catches the attention of Chickenhead. The guy turns, ready to intimidate, but the second he sees Tsukimaru standing there completely naked, he bursts into laughter and mocks him for having no equipment. Tsukimaru fake laughs along and starts walking away, and the guy lets him, saying there is no joy in beating a noob who is broke and half naked. But then Chickenhead changes his tone, speaking in mocking baby talk to insult him further. The chat blows up, telling Tsukimaru not to care because the guy is just looking down on him and would get destroyed in a fair fight. Tsukimaru stops in his tracks after seeing those comments. He turns around slowly and asks if they seriously think humiliating him like this is normal. He says he was about to let the guy walk away, but now he has changed his mind because trash talk about him is where he draws the line. He points straight at the camera and tells his viewers to subscribe and like the stream if he wins this fight against the ugly, self-important chickenhead. He declares that this will be the start of his new series, taking down newbies who think they are scary, and the challenge hits Chickenhead's pride so hard that it wipes the smirk off his face. When Tsukimaru is talking with his viewers, Chicken Boy suddenly charges at him, swinging his axe and striking with full force. The viewers are not even surprised because they expected something this predictable, and the ugly boy instantly mocks him for getting knocked out in one hit and for thinking he could stream like this. But then Tsukimaru appears right behind him as if he just teleported, making Chicken Boy freeze for a second and look around like he just teleported like Minato. Tsukimaru knew exactly what was coming. A heavy strike is the most basic fighter skill with low MP cost, decent damage per second, and some defense penetration. But it is also the move that lazy beginners spam without a second thought. He tells the viewers that most players just hold the same button until they reach level 10, which says a lot about their skill level. If he had taken that hit head-on, he would already be back at the respawn point. Tsukimaru smirks and tells Chicken Boy it is his turn now, tossing a poison amulet straight at him. The HP drop is so tiny it is almost insulting, like Usopp trying to fight Goku. Chicken Boy bursts out laughing and mocks Tsukimaru for thinking that pathetic throw would scare him, bragging that he will take him down 100 times before the poison even kicks in. Tsukimaru keeps taunting him by asking if he always fights like someone stuck in the tutorial, which only makes Chicken Boy angrier. He swings again, but Tsukimaru easily pulls back and dodges. He turns to the viewers and says he is about to teach them how to make fighters completely useless. When Chicken Boy tries a sneaky heavy strike from behind, Tsukimaru instantly uses backstep, dodging again and tossing another poison amulet with a grin. He lectures the viewers to use backstep the moment they see the startup motion of heavy strike, since it lines up perfectly to counter it. Backstep, he explains, is a thief skill that lets you dash backward to escape, and it works perfectly against heavy strike because of its short reach. On top of that, both skills share the same cooldown, meaning the trade is always in his favor. Chicken Boy keeps spamming the exact same heavy strike, and Tsukimaru keeps dodging while tossing amulets, casually telling the viewers that heavy strike works fine against mobs in player versus environment fights but is useless in player versus player. After a while, Chicken Boy starts looking frustrated, wondering why none of his attacks are landing, while Tsukimaru keeps tagging him every single time and telling him this feels more like a Rock Lee training exercise than a real fight. He even adds that Chicken Boy's accuracy is so bad, stormtroopers would be ashamed of him. Tsukimaru explains that this is the effect of the poison amulet, which is a targeted attack with a 100% hit rate, apparently to balance the time. It takes so long to poison someone to death that it feels like waiting for your brother to come out of the bathroom. So to keep it from being completely useless, they made it undodgeable. He looks at the Chicken Boy's HP and decides to take his leave, but the ugly goon, now wheezing like an old PS2 fan, stops him while barely able to breathe. Tsukimaru tells him to calm down and think. If he somehow takes him down against all odds, will he even make it back alive with that HP? If he wins, he is bound to drop dead somewhere along the way, losing everything in the process. Tsukimaru adds that if he dies, he will also get slapped with the death penalty and drop all the loot, making the whole fight as pointless as trying to speedrun a loading screen. Suddenly, Tsukimaru remembers something and smirks, reminding him that he will also lose his accumulated EXP, which he deserves. The creepy guy freezes and stares at him like he just found his long-lost crush. Tsukimaru gets creeped out and warns him not to look at him like that, since he is just a beginner with nothing but poison amulets. However, if someone can heal him, he might actually make it back alive. The girl he was threatening earlier is the healer, and Tsukimaru hints that she needs to be spared if the ugly guy wants to survive. The viewers watch as the tables completely turn, and the Chicken Boy folds faster than a dollar store lawn chair, kneeling before the girl and begging for her to heal him. The ugly man quickly changes his tone, keeping the same pitiful act, and apologizes to the girl for trying to hit her. He even begs her to heal him out of the kindness of her heart, but Tsukimaru is not buying it and pokes at him, saying he dragged her through hell and now expects free help, like nothing happened. He asks if the guy even knows what sincerity means. When the chicken boy slips back into his childish threats, Tsukimaru pushes harder until the man agrees to pay compensation for the trouble he caused. The guy finally goes full submission mode, which makes Tsukimaru raise an eyebrow in mild approval. The girl, however, looks as nervous as a student giving a viva in front of a panel of grumpy judges. She opens her menu and starts fumbling through it, clearly not having shortcuts set up for her spells. Tsukimaru stares, wondering if she is speedrunning a tutorial on how to be slow. After what feels like an eternity, she finally selects the healing spell. Light radiates from her staff, and she aims it at the chicken boy. Just as he is about to receive the spell, he takes back every nice word he said and laughs, mocking them for trusting his promises and boasting that he will strike back as soon as he is healed. But instead of getting healed, he gets blasted with holy light, a beam so sudden it is like the light mage equivalent of a nutshot, cutting straight across his chest and dropping him instantly. Tsukimaru gives her a big thumbs up, impressed by the perfectly timed betrayal, even getting chills from how cold it was. He fully believes she just pulled off the most savage move of the day, until she ruins it by admitting it was an accident and she confused her spells. Tsukimaru stares at her in disbelief, because everything about it looked deliberate enough to get her hired as a raid boss. The dead bad guy vanishes, leaving a tombstone in his place, which instantly makes the girl panic. Tsukimaru tells her to relax and reminds her of the chicken boy's last words, where he threw insults at them, then asks how she could possibly believe any verbal promises from him unless she is secretly Luffy, ready to trust every stranger with a smile. He explains that the guy never intended to keep his word in the first place, pointing out that they were victims of threats and attempted murder, so retaliation was perfectly valid. She hesitates, clearly torn, not fully convinced why finishing him off was necessary. Tsukimaru then clarifies that the ugly guy only died in-game, losing a few items and some experience, which is practically the discount bin version of punishment for trying to play or kill them. The chat floods with comments calling his reasoning a lie, but Tsukimaru is more surprised that she genuinely wanted to help the guy, wondering if she is incredibly kind or just painfully naive. Just then, the chicken boy's loot appears above the tomb, and the girl gasps, asking if they are really about to rob a grave. Tsukimaru shakes his head and tells her it is not grave robbing when the game literally rewards you with the items of defeated enemies, calling it the winner's right. He then questions if she even plays the game at all, since she could not choose the right spell and had not even set up basic shortcuts that even a child would organize before starting. She admits she cannot remember the controls and awkwardly thanks him for helping her, apologizing for the trouble she caused. That is when Tsukimaru remembers he had set this up as an event for helping her. The viewers immediately comment that it looked like he was having way too much fun beating up the guy rather than helping her, and Tsukimaru responds by waving at the camera, proudly declaring that winning the event and enjoying himself are just natural side effects. Tsukimaru browses through the loot and instantly sees there is nothing worth taking, just trash items that perfectly match the ugly chicken boy's lame spiky head. He then asks the girl why the guy was bothering her in the first place, and she explains that he kept harassing her because he wanted a key she had. When she shows it to him, his eyes light up like he just spotted a shiny Charizard card, because it is the key to the dungeon called the Mansion of Serenity, recommended for level 11, with only about 128 hours left before it becomes useless. He immediately asks how she even got her hands on it, and she casually replies that she found it by accident while solo leveling. That alone makes Tsukimaru's jaw tighten because she is a healer going solo, which is already asking for trouble, and now she happens to snag a god-tier item out of pure luck, something even Jin Woo would sweat over. When she asks if the key is really that good, Tsukimaru explains that for a short time, she would have exclusive rights to the entire dungeon. If she managed to get a rare item or discovered a unique strategy, she could post it on wiki sites and rake in clicks. If she was a streamer, she could run the dungeon on a members-only stream and instantly explode her membership numbers. Since it is an S-rank dungeon, the view count could rival Mr. Beast's streams, and she might end up sitting on Elon Musk levels of money. Instead of sharing his excitement, she just gives the same blank face you would give someone rambling about One Piece when you have never watched an episode. Tsukimaru stares at her in disbelief, wondering how she can hold such a rare key and not know its worth. He offers to trade the key for as much payment as she wants. The chat instantly calls him a scammer who probably cannot even buy bread. But then, he whips out a fat sack of cash he looted from the freshly deleted chicken boy. Still, he admits it is not enough for something this valuable. She tries to speak, but he cuts her off and adds that he can also give her the items he gets from clearing the dungeon, because even if she keeps the key as a beginner, she will not be able to monopolize the place and will just waste it. In his head, he is certain she could not clear it even with full monopoly rights, since newcomers rarely survive an S-rank run. Confident she will accept, he waits for her answer. Instead, she surprises him by saying she will hand over the key if he agrees to clear the dungeon with her. Tsukimaru freezes, staring at her like she just asked him to do a blindfolded raid with a Wi-Fi connection from 2005. She assumes from his silence that he does not want the deal. He obviously has no interest in dragging her into a high-stakes run, so he warns her that despite the low recommended level, the dungeon's difficulty is way higher, and it demands precise control and solid strategy. Since she is still green at the game, he insists that clearing it will not do her any good. When she refuses to back down, he bluntly says he would not enjoy clearing the dungeon with someone this bad at playing. The insult lands hard, like an arrow straight to her chest. Showing her vulnerable side, she admits she really is terrible at the game, and her old team ditched her because of it. Hearing that, the chat starts reacting with pity, with messages pointing out how rough it is to get abandoned like that. Tsukimaru tells her to watch and study walkthrough videos, but she says she has already tried them all and still failed miserably. He suggests she should practice more before even thinking about a dungeon run, and that over time she will get better. Then, like a true dirtbag, he reaches for the key as if snatching candy from a toddler, but she yanks it back and asks him to teach her how to actually play well so she can conquer the dungeon herself. He pulls back too, genuinely wondering why he would do that for her. She points out that he wants the key as well. He glances at his chat and notices most of them are siding with her, which instantly puts him in a bad spot. Then his eyes catch the viewer count, and it jumps so high it almost looks like a bug. He figures someone must have clipped his fight with the chicken boy, turning it into free publicity. Normally, he would throw a party for going viral, but right now, he is in a tight corner. If he refuses her and tries to trade by force or play or kill her, he will get roasted harder than Yamcha after the Cybermen fight. So, he does a 180, flips his expression from smug to supportive, and agrees to help her level up. He tells her she needs to get ready for the grind, and she beams with an overly cute expression that screams, beginner energy. He then turns to his viewers in front of the tomb and wraps up the stream, saying he hopes they enjoyed the chaos even if it went a little off script, and reminds them to like and subscribe.
Please like and subscribe!
She tilts her head in confusion, wondering why this idiot is talking to a grave, while the chat floods in with positive comments and promises to watch him again. But Tsukimaru seems extremely lethargic even though he has not even started her training, simply because he had planned to stream his own grind. Still, when he thinks about it, a streaming video focused on helping a beginner is not the worst content. Since he ultimately got the right to challenge the dungeon, he is still holding the winning card. He snaps back into his rude tone and tells her he can help her speed level, but she is going to be the butt of the joke in his stream, so will she be fine with that? She panics and says she is also streaming, so he does not need to worry about that. Now he understands why she clung so hard to those keys. Anyway, he explains that speed leveling is important, but they need the right approach if she wants to make her stream blow up. Even if they get amazing content like a Monopoly dungeon walkthrough, the number of views will still depend on how it is presented. She wants to know how to package and edit it, and for that, she insists on meeting in person. They agree on a place and time for the meeting. When the day arrives, he walks to the location while thinking about how recklessly he agreed to meet her. He knows that people who act sweet in games are often toxic disasters in real life, so he is wary of how she will turn out. The moment he arrives, his jaw drops so wide a fly could rent an apartment in there. Standing in front of him is none other than ruthless, sharp-tongued Yuka from his past life, cutely introducing herself like she is auditioning for Best Girl when he remembers she once had the personality of a raid boss. Seeing his shocked expression, she gets flustered and asks what is wrong with him. He tells her she is being way too naive for someone who has done harmful things to him before. Traumatizing memories flash before his eyes. His personal channel got banned, and he was forced to become a player for a bargain bin game company. Back then, he even made a detailed spreadsheet to help her with voice acting, but she complained it was hard to understand and told him to redo it. Even after that, he had to play with restrictions to fit her nonsense, learning to move like a girl because apparently his natural movements were not cute enough. After all that effort, the manager, who was basically the final boss of gender discrimination, would praise her when views went up and blame him when they went down. To make things worse, another attention-hungry girl swooped in and stole the content he created. Truly, his past was less of a career and more of a roast compilation waiting to happen. However, cute Yuka tilts her head and asks if they have met before, snapping him back to the present. He realizes it all happened in another timeline, but he is convinced she will eventually become the arrogant villainess he remembers. He bends slightly to thank her for coming and quickly concludes the meeting, saying he will send her the results later. Turning on his heel like he is escaping a horror game chase scene, he hopes she continues her activities somewhere far away from him. She suddenly grabs his arm to stop him, but he pulls back like her touch might lower his future career stats. Unexpectedly, she lets go, which catches him off guard. He notices she is not giving him that usual condescending glare, but instead looks genuinely apologetic. He tells her he is heading home and asks if she is fine with that. She admits she feels he is offended by her and says she has no right to stop him. He cannot help but be surprised, wondering why she is acting so modest when she does not even know what this is about. The way she is behaving now, she looks less like a villainess and more like a rookie trying not to get ratioed on Twitter.
Huh?
She fumbles and asks if she were to try and stop him. What would she even say? He tells her there are plenty of tricks she could use to force him into playing with her. She could say she will not let him join her in the dungeon unless he cooperates. She could remind him that he agreed to play with her on stream, and that breaking his word will tank his views. Or she could threaten to post this whole interaction online so he can get ratioed into oblivion. She panics and says she would never go that far for something like this. Tsukimaru almost doubts his own hearing because the girl he remembers would have weaponized all three of those without blinking. He tells her she used to be a pitiful monster with zero modesty or empathy, but she insists this is their first meeting. That finally clicks in his head, and he apologizes, saying she just looks a lot like someone who seriously disturbed him before. In his mind, past Yuka was basically the final boss of gaslighting, while current Yuka feels like she is stuck on the tutorial stage. They head into the restaurant to continue the meeting, yet his mind keeps circling back to how different her current self is from the future menace he remembers. Still, he suspects she is the same type who cares more about views than actually learning the game. He starts explaining that he will lead the dungeon run and she can just chime in occasionally for commentary. She interrupts, saying she wants to actually be good enough to help him in the raid. If it is not possible, she at least wants to try. He freezes for a second, trying to process the fact that her character arc is apparently moving faster than Sakura's ever did. He tells her it is possible but will take serious effort, and they should both play to their strengths to keep the audience engaged. She nods, saying she understands the value of viewership but still wants to improve her skills. When she asks if this is a bad idea, Tsukimaru makes a face like someone just told him his crush died mid-date. He wonders when she started caring about others' opinions instead of forcing her own, and debates whether to be concerned or impressed, nearly breaking his brain over it. For someone who once acted like a villainous boss fight, she is now giving off sidekick energy. She takes what Tsukimaru just said and bluntly tells him to train her and conquer the dungeon with her. He catches on immediately, knowing she means if he does not agree, she is not letting him join the raid. She seems like a nice girl, so he decides to hire her on a trial basis. They return to the Trolls Forest to prepare for the leveling stream. She asks how they are going to level up, and he explains they will be fighting slightly stronger monsters. The process is a bit tricky, but doable if she tries hard. She nods with determination, saying she is unusually excited because she is closer to her dream now. She has watched the cool streams of Galia and the reliable Ray-chan, which inspired her to start streaming. But when she tried alone, it did not work out. Since Tsukimaru did not say it was impossible, only that it took effort, she has decided to give it everything. He quickly realizes she is the type who cannot self-learn and needs someone to walk her through it. Basically, she is the human equivalent of a group project member who only shows up when slides are done. She is ready to go and tells him to start streaming, only for him to reveal he is already live. He figured she was about to say something inspiring like Captain Irwin rallying his troops, so he turned on the camera early to catch it as an opening phrase. Viewers pour in, laughing at the messy start, and one says it is just what they expect from the heretic who went live without telling her. He gets annoyed at the comment, but the stream is still off to a good start. If anything, the chat roasting him is just free engagement. Still, Yuka stays in the back of his mind, and he wonders what made her change in the future. She had the talent to debut as a VTuber, but ended up stuck with him when he was being flamed. She became a voice actor, unable to stream what she wanted, and even after giving up so much, their views tanked. The gutter-licking manager roasted them both. If none of that had happened, maybe she would not have become so cold. He realizes she was also a victim of that garbage company. Basically, her career path was a speedrun of how to get clowned by the industry. Shaking off the thoughts, he says the viewers seem to be enjoying things, and she looks more relaxed too. She asks if he started in such a goofy way for her sake, but he denies it, saying he thought it would make a good clip. She pouts that he is so mean, and the chat instantly takes her side. Still, she says there is nothing to be afraid of. That statement immediately backfires when the troll boss, towering like a colossal titan, stomps into view. Her confidence instantly leaves her like her soul is escaping her body, but Tsukimaru stays calm, ready to show the world who the real protagonist is. The finals-style training session kicks off with Tsukimaru trying to patiently explain what a troll is, but Yuka instantly turns into a jump scare victim, clutching his shoulders like Berthold just kicked open a wall. She shakes him, demanding to know what he plans to do, while he coolly says they're going to hunt the troll and level up. Yuka insists it's impossible, but Tsukimaru drops the reality check that unless she can take it down, she's better off giving up the dungeon. She finally stops vibrating like a washing machine, takes a deep breath, and declares she won't give up. She bravely steps up to the troll like a shonen protagonist with zero training, only to get yeeted by one casual swing. Viewers immediately type that this mission looks impossible, but Tsukimaru, embarrassed like a dad whose kid just screamed in a grocery store, insists it's doable. He even gives pro-gamer advice. Always store your valuables with someone else because dying like Yuka is almost guaranteed. She respawns in tears, crying that it's literally impossible. Tsukimaru, holding his frustration better than Endeavor in family counseling, asks her the most important rule when facing a strong opponent. Yuka chirps out bravery, and Tsukimaru generously gives her 10 points, though everyone watching knows he actually meant -50. He explains what she did earlier wasn't bravery, it was pure, brainless recklessness. The chat spams that she plays like the average, tutorial-skipping female gamer, and Tsukimaru sighs before deciding to show her how it's really done. He boots up the troll leveling guide like a YouTube tutorial nobody asked for. Back in the troll's forest, he explains that at level 1, they can't scratch its HP bar. The secret is poison amulets, since the troll's body might tank weapons, but its brain apparently has 0 antivirus installed. Still, one smack from it is instant respawn. When the troll swings, Tsukimaru jumps around like he's dodging spoilers for One Piece and flexes that the animations are slower and more predictable than Blue Lock's pacing. All you need is dodging plus poison spam. He keeps it up until the troll drops. Yuka sulks that it's only easy for pros, and the viewers clown her by agreeing that her gameplay screams casual. Tsukimaru turns back to sensei mode, asking if she knows the most important thing now. She guesses dodging, but admits she can't move like him. Wrong again. He explains it's all about recognizing patterns. He steps forward and shows the class. Troll's first move, downward smash, looks epic, but the hitbox is smaller than EA's promises, so easy dodge. Second, the side swing, which actually threatens space. He quizzes the chat on whether to dodge back or sideways. The peanut gallery argues, but he reveals the Giga Brain answer is to dodge forward, flexing that stepping into your opponent is alpha gameplay, basically messy, humiliating defenders. The troll, clearly mauling from being disrespected, roars and goes into the triple downward smash. Tsukimaru stays calm, explaining that the first swing is easy, but most scrubs eat the second because animation lock claps them. Instead of panic rolls, he sidesteps coolly, exposing the fixed left-right front order. He points out that panicking is basically self-sabotage, and introverts who fold under tiny inconveniences would never last here. After its roar, the troll is stamina drained, meaning it's back to poison spam until it keels over. When it falls, Tsukimaru smugly announces it was always that easy. The chat admits his breakdown actually makes sense. He reminds Yuka that it's not about reflexes, but about reading patterns like a real gamer. She nods, though he knows panic will turn her back into a potato at some point. Finally, he sets the rule. If she can't beat it, she doesn't deserve a raid slot. Instead of whining, she steps up and goes again. To everyone's shock, she actually follows instructions, tossing poison and dodging cleanly. For a moment, it looks like she's finally leveling up from tutorial NPC to real player. But mid-fight, the troll suddenly throws out a move they've never seen. Tsukimaru freezes for a second, then notices the smug expression on the troll's face. This isn't just a normal monster, it's the Troll King. Shock flips into hype as Tsukimaru grins, realizing he just stumbled into fresh, boss-level content for his stream. There are two ways to level up efficiently, the ones intended by the developers and the ones that are not. Grinding in the Troll Forest falls into the second category, which is basically cheating with extra steps. Since exploits like this can wreck the game's balance, the devs clearly want to squash it fast. But instead of taking the boring route and lowering the troll's experience points, they decided to spice things up by dropping in pure chaos. Enter the Troll King. Tsukimaru smirks when he sees the giant monster, saying it was not supposed to spawn yet, but apparently he is lucky today. His chat immediately calls Cap, wondering what he means, and that is when he realizes he just outed himself. If word got out that he knew future events, it would cause drama. Worse, no one would believe him, and they would accuse him of having insider info. Yuka calls out his in-game name, Tsukimaru, and asks how they are supposed to deal with this thing, which is basically the game's version of a raid boss with anger issues. From now on, we will call him by his real name, since Tsukimaru sounds way too heroic for someone sprinting like a track star at the first sign of danger. He yells for Yuka to follow, because clearly his strategy is live to fight another day instead of die like a hero. The moment they sprint forward, the Troll King launches a massive charge attack, almost like a ninja wielding both earth and fire. They narrowly dodge it and end up behind the monster, while the chat section explodes with confusion. After what feels like decades in his mind, Tsukimaru suddenly realizes he is still just a naked, unequipped character with no real chance of defeating the king head-on. He bolts again and yells for Yuta to follow, telling her this is not the moment to cosplay as a brave warrior. Yuta notices the troll is not moving, which she sees as a perfect chance to attack. She hurls poison amulets at it, following his earlier advice to always watch the enemy's movements. Unfortunately, her plan backfires because the Troll King is completely immune to poison. Instead of harming it, the poison makes it easier for the monster to track them. Frustrated, Yuta demands to know their next move, and Tsukimaru tells her the only option is to keep aiming for the scar near its eye, which is its one weak point. He leaps high with a single step and strikes the scar with his bare hands, which is about as effective as slapping a wall. Without missing a beat, he calls for Yuka to hit the spot with her Holy Light spell. She charges her magic and unleashes it on the scar, finally dealing significant damage. That success comes at a cost. As the Troll King immediately shifts its attention toward her, the troll swirls its weapon like it is about to serve up the finishing move in some flashy anime. Tsukimaru warns Yuka that it is an undodgeable attack and she needs to block it. Instead of panicking, she studies the movement and realizes it is actually the second attack pattern. She dodges forward perfectly, proving that girls in games can do more than heal and look cute. The chat barely has time to celebrate before the troll shows off ridiculous reflexes, chaining into a follow-up strike that sends her straight to the respawn screen. The comments start grilling Tsukimaru, asking how they are supposed to dodge something like that. He just shrugs and says it is impossible without backstep, basically confirming that she never stood a chance. Normally, the vanguard is there to take hits, so the rear guard stays safe. But Tsukimaru is standing there with bare hands, as threatening as a bug challenging an elephant. Even he admits he is useless here, and that the only thing working against the king were Yuka's attacks. With her gone, they would respawn in town, and at this pace, they might finally defeat the king sometime next year. He briefly considers dying for the content and coming back with an actual plan, but then remembers he is holding the dungeon key. If he drops it, someone else could grab it, and their whole run would go to waste. Meanwhile, chat is already bored watching him jog around doing nothing, and he knows he needs to pull something big before they start closing the stream to watch cooking videos. Just then, Yuka appears with her usual charming smile and casually apologizes for being late, as if she did not just leave him to solo a boss with bare hands. Without warning, she tosses him a basic household knife, saying he can use it to chop monsters into pieces and make soup instead of standing around like useless trash. He catches it and asks if she actually went shopping for this thing, and that is why she took so long. She nods without shame, explaining that the so-called undodgeable attacks make it too hard to win alone, so they need to fight together. He opens his status screen and dumps every point he earned from hunting trolls into AGI, unlocking 2 new skills. While he is still tinkering with stats, Yuka notices the troll has already closed the distance, and they are about to be turned into roadkill. Tsukimaru instantly reacts, using backstep to pull himself away while dragging Yuka along, which unexpectedly unlocks a new skill called Counter. This skill boosts the power of his next strike after a successful dodge. He also activates Vital Point Targeting, which increases damage when hitting an enemy's weak spot. Tsukimaru tells Yuka to stay back and watch while he handles things. With his newly improved agility, he dashes forward, leaps up to the troll's eye, and drives the knife right into the scar. Landing clean, he grins and declares that it is finally time for their counterattack. After Tsukimaru's strike, Yuka fires her holy light at the scar, instantly pulling the king's attention to herself like she just dropped a new Instagram post. But Tsukimaru, being the narcissist he is, immediately jumps in for a follow-up attack so he can share the spotlight. Together, they keep hammering the monster, dealing enough damage that the king finally bites the dust. Tsukimaru proudly announces that if the front lines and back line work together, bosses like this are easy to beat. Yuka eagerly jots down his lecture like a model student. Meanwhile, the viewers can clearly see she is just an innocent newbie falling for his wisdom act, because 5 minutes ago he was panicking like a man who forgot his wedding anniversary. If she had not shown up with that kitchen knife, they would have been fossils by now. The comments start trolling him hard, so he quickly tries to shut them down by saying this area only spawns trolls, and if he had known the king would appear, he would have come prepared. Chat does not buy it for a second, saying he would have shown up unprepared anyway, and they actually like how he makes up for his lack of planning with pure skill. Yuka giggles at the way viewers are clowning him, which only makes him realize they are having fun at his expense. He feels like the Joker here, except his stream goal was supposed to be teaching noobs with style. In his head, he imagines her letting out an evil anime laugh, probably planning to roast him later. Feeling petty, he suggests they keep grinding and take on 2 trolls at the same time to boost efficiency. She hesitates, so he tells her to stop whining and basically says they are never leveling up if she keeps this up. He does not care if she cries or laughs, they are grinding until they pass. The chat instantly picks up on the fact that he is clearly just taking out his bruised ego on her. Tsukimaru shuts off the stream and praises Yuka for her hard work, saying things went smoothly even with that little accident, as if she did not get smacked into the respawn screen earlier. She lies on the ground, sighing that she is exhausted, but he immediately adds more weight to her shoulders by saying they still have a lot to do after the stream. Then, in a rare act of mercy, he says he will not make it harder for her just for today. He explains there are 2 things on the to-do list. First, they need to split the loot. Since they farmed for a while, they have quite a few items from the trolls and the Troll King. Yuka is surprised because she thought trolls never dropped anything. He agrees they usually do not, but the king can drop materials that can be crafted into pretty solid gear. Then he announces they even got a rare item. Like a kid hearing there is cake in the kitchen, Yuka lights up until she sees what it is. Her smile instantly flattens when he reveals it is just the Trolls Club. He tries to hype it up, explaining that while trolls have slow attack animations, the club itself is an A-ranked weapon with massive damage and AoE potential. He says it suits her, then quickly takes it back after seeing her face like she just got friend-zoned in front of the entire class. Dropping the joke, he admits they have no real use for troll gear, so they might as well sell it in town for gold. She nods, then asks what the second task is. He tells her they need to make a highlight clip. The stream archive will be too long, so they need to cut together the actual strategy parts into a separate video. He says they should make it catchy, like those Gojo's cute moments for 10 straight minutes compilations, so they can push it out to a bigger audience. She looks at him like she knows full well most of the so-called highlights will just be her carrying him. Yuka quickly volunteers to handle this part, which makes Tsukimaru pause and ask if she can actually do it. She begs him not to look down on her. Even though she is a noob at games, she has spent plenty of time watching streams at home, and even makes fan highlight clips of her favorite streamers. The same way every weeb on the internet makes AMVs of their favorite characters. She says it with so much pride that she almost looks cute enough to pinch, but Tsukimaru cannot help wondering if that is really something worth bragging about. She catches him staring, which creeps her out, and asks if he has something to say. He bluntly tells her it is not something she should be proud of. With that settled, he decides he will handle selling the items while she focuses on editing the video and uploading it to their channel once it is done. He heads to the beginner town called Town Square and starts thinking about how selling the items to NPCs would be a huge loss. Selling to players is more work, but it is still the better option. The problem is that he has no connections, being a hardcore introvert, so he sets up his stall and waits. To make the sale irresistible, he writes a description so loud and flashy that even Tengen Uzui would probably tell him to tone it down. A player strolls by and reads the announcement, muttering to themselves that it must be a scam. After all, there is no way someone would just sell rumored items out in the open like that. Tsukimaru, being short-tempered, immediately loses his composure and starts barking at them for even daring to call it a scam. Then it hits him that he has the customer service skills of a wet cat and his only real talents are taunting and snapping at people. Trying to save face, he backpedals and admits the title might sound suspicious, but swears the items are 100% genuine, straight from the troll, and cannot be found anywhere else. The player looks through the stall and is shocked to see they are actually real. They ask how he even got his hands on them, and Tsukimaru says it is a long story. If they want the details, they just need to watch his stream archive, and soon they will be releasing a highlight video.
Trust me.
The player admits they have never even heard about leveling up in the forest. Tsukimaru smirks and says he came up with the method himself, and with it, anyone can hit level 10 in just 2 hours. The player shows interest and agrees to check out the video later, though their eyes give off the kind of shady vibe that screams future problem. Tsukimaru tries to upsell, asking if they want to buy the materials while they are here. To his surprise, the player agrees to buy everything at once, saying it is their way of tipping him for a beginner-friendly leveling guide. Tsukimaru's face lights up with greedy satisfaction, the kind you would see on a shady doctor making a deal with a desperate patient. He is already looking forward to the next time they meet. The player turns around to thank him, and only then does we realize the mysterious customer is actually another girl with a curvy figure that could have easily been clickbait for his thumbnail. Tsukimaru wakes up the next morning and sees his phone blowing up with spam messages from Yuka. First, she informs him that she uploaded her video. Then she sends a link to another person's stream. Curious, he opens it and is stunned to see that the player is none other than the rich shopper who cleared out his stall. She is now leveling up with the trolls using the exact same method he revealed on his own stream. Later, in a video call with Yuka, he learns that the mysterious customer is Ray, a famous streamer on the same level as PewDiePie. Not knowing her is basically gaming blasphemy. Even Yuka freezes for a moment, shocked that Tsukimaru has no clue who Ray is. Tsukimaru tries to defend himself, saying he only watches pro gamers. When Yuka asks why, he explains that whenever he gives advice to casual streamers who make mistakes or waste time, other viewers immediately jump on him, telling him no one asked for his opinion. Yuka, keeping her composure, politely asks him to stop leaving those kinds of comments from now on. He says it is frustrating, which only makes her more frustrated, and she suddenly snaps at him like a wife scolding her clueless husband for coming home late without calling. Faced with her death glare, he immediately agrees, not out of guilt, but purely out of self-preservation. Yuka keeps going on about Rei, telling Tsukimaru there is no reason to doubt her skills. According to her, Rei is a hardcore player who has won streamer competitions and is so good she gets invited to commentate official pro matches. She is genuinely surprised that Tsukimaru has never heard of her, but Yuka does not stop there. She keeps talking like she is auditioning for the role of Ray's PR manager, rapping praise after praise like Kendrick Lamar just dropped a diss track at anyone who doubts Ray. Tsukimaru listens long enough to realize Ray really does sound like an amazing streamer. But what impresses him more is Yuka's Olympic-level dedication to fangirling. She finally admits Ray is her favorite streamer, which explains why she sounds like an obsessed stan who could probably list Ray's breakfast menu for the last month. Tsukimaru starts thinking that outside of official conversations, they have never really talked to each other. If they had spent half this energy getting to know one another, their teamwork might have been more than argue, panic, survive. Yuka then says she is thrilled that Ray mentioned their official video on her stream, and it has already pulled in way more views than she expected. She wonders out loud if they should just ask Ray for a collab, saying there is a good chance she might accept. Tsukimaru kills that dream instantly, asking her to imagine how it would look if two randoms asked a celebrity for screen time. The realization smacks her so hard she admits she would think they were redacted. Tsukimaru agrees, adding that they need to grow their audience first, before even thinking about approaching someone that high up the ladder. Yuka starts sulking and asks how they are supposed to get famous then. Tsukimaru reminds her that they still have their trump card, the dungeon clearing stream, which could give them a huge boost in fame all at once. On top of that, they are already in the spotlight thanks to Ray. That is why they need to strike while the iron is hot. Yuka instantly perks up, turning into sunshine mode again, and declares that when they become famous, they will collab with Ray. Tsukimaru tries to ground her by saying it will depend on Ray's circumstances, but she clearly stops listening after hearing collab with Ray. They kick off their next stream with the goal of raiding the dungeon known as the Mansion of Serenity. Tsukimaru notices they have 10 times more viewers than before, most of them clearly coming from Ray's stream. Tsukimaru reassures her that she can buy whatever items, armor, or weapons she needs. She just stares at him, unable to believe advice from a guy standing there completely naked from head to toe. The viewers are no help either. They start laughing at his bare body shining like a discount tube light in a hardware store. Tsukimaru tries to defend himself, saying they cannot compromise on the weapon, and they also need to stock up on emergency consumables. He explains that considering a player's skills, armor should be the next priority, and with that system in mind, this choice is inevitable. The viewers seem to follow his reasoning, but one comment calls it logical harassment, which immediately sets him off. He demands to know why the harassment part never changes, no matter how much logic he adds. Yuka just sighs, having already lost hope, and got used to seeing him like this. They step into the dungeon with their mismatched, tacky weapons and spot something floating in the air. Tsukimaru identifies them as trash mobs called will-o-wisps and notices a comment saying they cannot take physical damage. He decides to make a point by charging forward and slicing them apart. He admits ghost-type monsters usually shrug off physical attacks, but says there is an obvious way around it. To give them a hint, he tells the viewers there is something different about him today. The chat stares at his screen model like detectives, eventually noting that while he is still naked as always, his body seems to be glowing. Tsukimaru quickly clarifies that it is not some mysterious light conveniently censoring his more delicate features. Once his buff wears off, he pulls back and tells Yuka to show off her new skill for everyone. She clearly does not want to after the direction of this conversation, but she has no choice. She activates her Holy Breath skill on him, and suddenly he is looking like a budget Super Saiyan with energy radiating all around. The viewers ask if this is some kind of intimidation tactic against ghosts, and he explains it is actually a buff that increases both damage and defense against certain types of enemies by 1.5 times. It lasts a long time without eating much MP, making it perfect for this dungeon so they can deal more damage while taking less. Someone asks what his defense stat is now, and he proudly says he has 2 base defense, which brings his total to a whopping 3 points. Then he adds that he is dodging every hit anyway, which makes the buffs more of a fashion choice. The viewers are entertained by his logic, and a few even realize he might actually be a hardcore gamer hiding inside the glowing troll-like figure on their screens. Tsukimaru proudly says they are lucky he made Yuka take the minor skill that let them counter the enemies so easily. When the viewers push him for details, he starts explaining like he is delivering a TED Talk on dungeon naming conventions. If the dungeon key says Forte, it means the enemies will be soldier types. If it says Cave, then they will probably be goblins or orcs. In the same way, Serenity tipped him off that this place would be full of ghosts and undead, the kind that drift around like a lost brook in a foggy one-piece scene. And the word mansion means magician or vampire types that love hitting you from blind spots. Using those clues, he figured out the enemy types ahead of time. The viewers admit they have never seen anything like that on any game wiki, so naturally Tsukimaru takes the opportunity to roast Wikipedia into the dirt. He calls it a trash can for lazy players, saying all the info there is just copy-pasted by people who could not hardcore progress their way out of a tutorial zone. The comment section is divided between laughing and shaking their heads, but they cannot deny they like his brutally direct style, even if it cuts his likability points in half. Of course, the only reason he knows all this is because it is information from the future, but he cannot say that. Instead, he tells them to try using that lump in their skulls before it ages into a fossil like King Fritz of the Eldian Empire. Yuka just stands there, looking like she is silently praying for him to get cancelled so she can play in peace. They keep moving forward until they step into a large room. Yuka wonders aloud if they have entered a laboratory, but Tsukimaru immediately assumes it is the boss room. Sure enough, an opponent appears right on cue. The boss says they have arrived at the perfect time because he wants to test the results of his research and needs them alive to gather all the necessary data. Tsukimaru fires back with a savage line, saying the boss's time ran out the moment they walked in. The viewers are torn between thinking he might actually pull this off or watching him become floor decoration in the next 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Yuka decides the best way to help is not by fighting, but by crouching down and cheering for him like he is some armorless gladiator in a pit fight. Tsukimaru, being the troll he is, says the boss's experiment is about to be destroyed by none other than Yuka herself, the same Yuka currently on the sidelines acting like a sports fan. When he points at her, her expression changes instantly, and it is like her soul just exited her body.
No! God, please, no!
The boss confidently claims it is impossible to ruin his plan, and Yuka, clearly too afraid to pick a fight, actually agrees with him like she is trying to get on his good side before the battle even starts. He spreads muddy fluid across the floor and summons an army of mob skeletons so weak that even Brooke could reassemble them with a glass of milk and a straw. As these clattering piles of bones crawl toward them, Yuka casts holy light on Tsukimaru, clearly thinking she is setting him up for a hero moment. Instead, he dodges it completely and says there is a reason she has to be the one handling this. While she is still wondering what absurd logic he is going to pull out, a skeleton shuffles over and takes a swing. She jerks back with her hands raised like she is about to surrender, but instead of attacking again, the skeleton just stands there staring at her like it is mesmerized. That pause ends when Tsukimaru steps in and kicks it into dust, turning it into enough calcium powder to fortify a week's worth of cereal. He says he could destroy these mobs without breaking a sweat, but she complains he did not bother saving her earlier. He focuses on his point and explains that with his knife, he can only take out one skeleton at a time, no matter how strong he is, which means the fight would never end. If he went all out, they could clear the room, but then it would not qualify as a proper guide video for their viewers. The audience accepts his reasoning, probably enjoying how he is using content creation as a shield for doing less work. Yuka says she does not have any powerful attack spells, but he reminds her she still has that thing he gave her last time. If they use it now, there is no reason they cannot win. Without hesitation, he leaves the skeleton mobs to her like a boss, dropping the hardest part of a group project on the only person who did not volunteer. She freezes, clearly terrified, so he gives her a quick revision session, asking what she should do when facing a new enemy. She lists the basics, which are to watch the enemy's movements, think of a way to counter, and move with composure. Even then, she is unsure about her skills. He tries to boost her confidence by saying that when he showed up with only a knife, he never expected her to manage, but she did. She pulls herself together and agrees to follow his instructions. Activating holy breath on herself, she steps up with new determination. When a skeleton approaches, she sidesteps it easily, and quickly realizes that when she stays calm and observes, their movement patterns are even simpler than trolls. The viewers start to get impressed, figuring she has picked up these reflexes after dealing with so many trolls that she could probably dodge them in her sleep. The The skeleton boss smirks and summons a bigger wave, wondering how long she can keep it up. As they surround her, she declares it is her turn and swings the troll's club, a weapon so big it looks like it could have its own postal code. She smashes them into calcium dust, shocking the viewers who did not expect the troll to drop a weapon like that in the first place. The boss admits her attack is impressive but says she still has openings. A skeleton manages to land a strike near her neck, but she barely flinches thanks to Holy Breath's defense buff and immediately crushes it in retaliation. From there, she goes full Tanjiro mode, tearing through the skeleton mob like she is reenacting a shonen finale, and for a moment she can feel just how strong she has become. The boss, however, is still sitting in his bubble of overconfidence, claiming he has other cards besides undead. He slams his staff onto the floor to summon another army, but nothing happens. That is when Tsukimaru appears behind him, having been quietly working off-screen while the boss was too focused on the front. The mage's back is wide open, and Tsukimaru is already placing a magic sealing amulet on him, the kind of item that makes it impossible to summon an undead army. Tsukimaru leaps forward, aiming to finish the boss with his knife using vital point targeting, but the boss still has a trump card ready. He bends down and starts pounding the ground, shattering it and sending massive chunks of rock flying. Tsukimaru avoids the main impact with a quick backstep, but the smaller rubble pelts him hard enough to leave him in bad shape. Even the viewers are shocked, since this is the first time they have seen him take such heavy damage instead of dancing around it. Tsukimaru notices that his vital point targeting connected but dealt 0 damage. He quickly figures out the boss's real strategy. The idea is to overwhelm opponents with endless skeleton mobs, so they focus their entire build on countering them, only to get wrecked in the actual fight against the boss himself. The boss throws off his cloak and reveals a body built like he has been training under Isaac Netero from Hunter x Hunter. Smirking, he asks if Tsukimaru is going to call him a coward. Tsukimaru says no and admits he actually enjoys this kind of intense fight, which sounds impressive until you remember he just spent most of it letting Yuka do the heavy lifting. He opens his status screen for the viewers, and they are stunned to see his stats are painfully low, and he has not learned any skills. The fact that he made it this far with that setup makes them question whether he is a genius or just an absolute menace. Tsukimaru tells them he was deliberately holding back to test the boss before investing his skill points, fully expecting the enemy to pull some kind of trick. Now that he has seen enough, he starts unlocking a stack of skills all at once, finally getting ready to go all out. The boss, clearly amused by Tsukimaru's smug attitude, goes for another strike and taunts him, asking what he can even do when he is already on the verge of death. Tsukimaru slips past the attack with his mini-sized hitbox and jumps forward to stab at the boss's shoulder, proudly declaring that this is exactly when he shines. He explains that his skill, Will of the Dying, activates automatically at negligible HP and lets him deal damage in clutch situations, comparing it to Hu Tao's fighting style in Genshin Impact. The boss bursts into laughter when he sees the big reveal skill barely scratch him. At this rate, Tsukimaru would need at least 100 of those hits to win. Tsukimaru actually thinks that sounds doable, but admits the viewers might get bored watching him slowly chip away like a free-to-play player with underleveled gear. Luckily, he still has more cards up his sleeve. The boss attacks again, and Tsukimaru dodges with quick step before unloading multiple skills, including armor break to lower defense and a backstab for maximum payoff. The result is a critical hit so small it could be mistaken for a mosquito bite on a dinosaur. Someone in the comments asks why he is not just pumping strength, and he launches into a lecture about how against enemies with high defense, it is better to go for crits since the overall damage per second is higher. The explanation sounds smart until you notice his higher DPS is still doing pocket change damage. Frustrated, the boss throws another attack, hoping luck will carry him, but Tsukimaru dodges again and lands another crit. Making his best villain face, he wonders aloud how much critical damage the boss will take. And at this point, even the viewers are starting to question who the actual boss. The boss swings his arm only to get smacked around by Tsukimaru again. This time he pulls out a grimoire, and Tsukimaru notices it glowing in a way that screams incoming trouble. He braces himself, expecting some dangerous magic, even though the sealing spell is still active. Instead, the boss just hurls the grimoire at him like a frustrated librarian. Tsukimaru bursts out laughing at what he thinks is the dumbest move of the fight. He goes on the offensive, cutting the boss down until his HP bar is nothing more than a pathetic sliver, like the last crumb of a chocolate bar left in the wrapper. Up until now, Tsukimaru thought this guy was just an annoying old man playing with bones, but apparently he is also the type of muscle-bound genius who treats priceless magical artifacts as disposable throwing weapons. One more clean crit and he will be as dead as his skeleton army. That is when the boss smirks and says time is up. The magic ceiling fades, and suddenly the undead army comes crawling back. Tsukimaru realizes the long attack animations were never just bad timing, but part of a plan to sync with his skeletons for a coordinated beatdown. Now a wall of bones is closing in from all directions, and his quick step is still cooling down. One hit, and he will be gone. He thinks about risking one more crit on the boss, but with only a 30% chance, it is a dangerous gamble. The boss starts mocking him for losing when he was only one step away from victory and tells him to blame it on his inability to finish the job. Tsukimaru grins and says everything is going according to plan. He insists his stats are already optimal and that every single frame-perfect dodge was not for style points, but to boost his critical rate to the max. He claims this will lead him to victory together with his lady Yuka, who is getting ready to show her another gameplay. Yuka smashes through the skeletons like she is sweeping crumbs off a table, then casts holy breath on Tsukimaru to make him nearly invincible. He immediately puffs up and declares that every single move up to this point was part of his master plan. Just like Aizen-sama pretending he had scripted every second of Bleach. He says it was obvious the magic ceiling spell would wear off, which is why he trained his girlfriend to handle the mob cleanup before the timer expired. The way he says it makes it sound like he is more proud of the girlfriend part than the strategy. The boss, now irritated, refuses to go down quietly. Flexing his Hulk-like muscles, he charges in for another hit, but Tsukimaru uses his full skill set to shatter the boss's defenses and land the finishing blow. The dungeon is finally cleared. Tsukimaru raises his hand for a high five with Yuka, completely forgetting she just did half the work, and they receive the drop. A fragment of a map leading to the final land where the truth of the world is hidden. The path will open only to those who collect every piece, making it sound exactly like a road poneglyph from One Piece that leads to Laughtale. Tsukimaru has never seen this kind of drop before, probably because he never had the chance to raid dungeons before his death. What shocks him more is that the item has a special effect, making it invisible to the audience. It is not the usual censoring that blackens text to avoid spoilers. It is as if the game itself is hiding its existence. Thinking back, he recalls hearing a rumor about top players monopolizing certain information about a hidden item. At the time, it sounded like random conspiracy fuel without proof. He even dug through every information site but found nothing. Now he understands why. If the item was designed to be invisible to streams, screenshots, and external cameras, it makes sense no one has posted about it. He concludes it is a confidential drop meant to be monopolized, which only fuels his ego as he realizes he is now sitting on the kind of secret the top players have been hoarding. Just then, cheerful Yuka bounces over and asks what is wrong with him. Tsukimaru freezes, knowing that if she reacts the wrong way, the map will be exposed to the stream. Since he cannot exactly tell her not to react without making it suspicious, he decides to pull a magician's misdirection and shift her attention. He tells her they just got a rare drop called the Bracelet of Obsession of the Mad Researcher. The name alone makes him sound cooler just by holding it. According to him, it was created by an insane sorcerer like the infamous Dr. Vegapunk, who experimented with manipulating life itself and eventually found a way to alter his own. The bracelet activates a physical enhancement skill that triples physical attack, evasion, and critical hit rate for 90 seconds, but disables armor entirely. Tsukimaru is genuinely impressed, calling it another overpowered item he never expected to see. Yuka, however, points out the glaring issue. With armor disabled, the wearer is completely defenseless during those 90 seconds, making it risky to use. Tsukimaru grins and says it is perfect for him since he has been defenseless from the start. The confidence in his voice makes it sound less like strategy and more like he is trying to win the Most Naked Gamer award. Yuka gets jealous at his luck with rare items. He reminds her she also got the Trolls Club, but she clearly does not think that offsets his win. As he browses through the rest of the loot, mostly materials, armor pieces, and money, he casually wonders if he should equip some armor too. That comment makes Yuka's jaw drop because she never thought she would live to see him even consider wearing clothes. She blurts out if he is some kind of hentai, spelling only the first 2 letters before the viewers gleefully finish the word for her. The chat now treats him like Frankie from One Piece, and he yells at everyone to stop saying it. He insists he is naked purely for efficiency, not for enjoyment. The delivery is so defensive it only makes him sound more suspicious, and Yuka just smirks like she knows the truth. He puts on the armor, which is so oversized it looks like it was built for Whitebeard himself. Instead of coming off as intimidating, he ends up looking like a Temu version of Iron Man that got left out in the rain. The chat is already laughing at him, and someone asks him to show the mad scientist's bracelet skill. He decides to make it the highlight of the video, calling it Skill Reveal. Since it is a once-a-day skill and he is logging off soon, he activates it without hesitation. The moment physical enhancement kicks in, his armor blasts apart into pieces. That is when it hits him that armor disabling means literally blowing it to scrap, not just turning it off. They log out and celebrate clearing the dungeon. Their video is already viral, flooding their social media feeds without them even searching for it. People are losing it over the clip of Tsukimaru finishing the dungeon completely naked. Yuka spots someone else trying the same dungeon, so they watch the stream together. Tsukimaru's mood sours when he sees them use the ceiling talisman but fail to attack the boss afterward. He tells Yuka to hand over her laptop so he can give them some expert advice. She gives him a glare that could level cities, and he instantly sits back down like a husband who knows better than to test his wife's patience. Tsukimaru figures that if a few other streams pop up connected to their content, their video will keep snowballing in views, which means a big W for them. Meanwhile, Yuka discovers a pile of memes and AMVs roasting her latest drill stunt. He immediately whips out his own AMV where his armor exploded into scrap metal, saying hers is nothing compared to his humiliation, and tells her to just pay the fame tax like an adult. Then, with all the grace of a door-to-door salesman, he reminds her that he kept his word by helping her clear the dungeon on stream, and now their video is blowing up. Technically, this is where they were supposed to go their separate ways. Yuka looks like she is ready to say something, but he bulldozes right over her and says he plans to end things, until he sees his inbox stuffed with collab offers. The catch? Every offer is for both of them as a package deal. If they split now, they kiss all those sweet opportunities goodbye. He asks if she is fine sticking together a bit longer, and obviously she says yes, because who turns down free clout? Then, in a twist, he rejects every agency invitation. She questions his sanity, and he explains that agencies send offers to anyone who goes viral, but most have nothing valuable to offer. She gets a little excited at the idea, but ends up agreeing with his reasoning. Even so, he adds that it is smart to keep the better agencies as a backup plan. For now, he replies to all of them with a polite refusal, saying they will focus on streaming until they have a steady schedule and a stronger lineup of content before opening the door to negotiations. Yuka comes running with another agency offer and beams as she tells him that Galia is signed with them. Without a second thought, Tsukimaru shuts it down and roasts the agency into the ground, rattling off a freestyle list of every shady thing they pulled on him in the past. He even adds that signing with them means being chained for 3 years without the freedom to join another company. Yuka blinks and asks where he learned all this, and he casually says he saw it online. She refuses to believe Galia's agency could be that bad, and that is when it hits him that this is exactly how she got roped into a terrible deal before, dazzled by flashy promises and blind to the fine print. He explains to her that if they just jump into an agency without thinking, they will lose control over who they get to collaborate with. Instead, they should check every collaboration offer before deciding on anything. That gets her curious, so she asks what kind of offers they have right now. With a smug grin, he pulls up his screen and drops the news that there is an invitation from her ultimate favorite, Ray. The second she hears the name, Yuka practically turns into a pogo stick, bouncing around with pure excitement and looking like a giddy kid at a theme park.
Imagination!
She is already ready to accept before he can even finish talking. Tsukimaru admits he planned to accept too, especially because one of Ray's messages hinted she wants to discuss the mysterious item that conveniently did not show up on their stream. They head to the Rayline Guild in Trade City Ermental, and the moment they walk in, the entire place stops and stares at them like they are Justin Bieber and Haley walking into a Starbucks. People are already whispering about whether they are here to join. They make their way to the guildmaster's room, and Yuka's jaw drops when she sees it looks exactly like Rei's setup from her streams. That means the guildmaster is none other than her idol, Rei. Yuka also notices the whole base has this massive, awe-inspiring vibe when summoning members and wonders if they could ever have something like this. Tsukimaru quickly crushes her dream by explaining that you can buy a guild with real money, but a prime estate like this costs so much it might as well be selling your soul. He says he is too broke for that, comparing it to struggling to buy gun skins in Valorant. She simply nods and says, "Life really is tough." Rei finally enters, greeting them warmly and thanking them for coming all the way. Tsukimaru politely waves it off, saying they are actually the ones who should be grateful. Meanwhile, Yuka cannot even look at her straight without turning into a malfunctioning fangirl. Tsukimaru nudges her to introduce herself, but instead of being normal, she blurts out her real name and goes off in a freestyle rap about how obsessed she is with Rei. Tsukimaru just mutters that this is the worst first impression she could possibly make. Rei laughs, shakes her hand, and thanks her for the support. Yuka then stares at her hand like it is now a holy relic and vows never to wash it, forgetting that game avatars do not even wash their hands in the first place. Rei turns to Tsukimaru, calling his name, and says she is glad he came too. Tsukimaru is a little stunned she even remembers him, since in his mind he is just some background Navy soldier standing next to Garp. Rei says it is only natural, since she was the one who invited him here, and she has a knack for spotting which newbies will go far, maybe even surpass her one day. Tsukimaru jokes that he hopes her intuition is dead on this time. They shake hands to kick off their collaboration, and she assures him she will not be dead weight during the stream. Before they get too deep into planning, he asks how many pieces of the map she has collected. She looks surprised that he does not even question whether she has them in the first place. Tsukimaru explains he already tried digging for info online but found nothing useful, so he figured this item only drops for players who clear S-ranked dungeons. That means the only people who know about them are the ones who actually have them. Rei shows him a single piece of the map, proudly stating she has one. When he asks what these pieces are, she just says, "maps." He gives her a look like, "Thanks, Captain Obvious," because he has two fully functional eyes and can tell that much himself. She goes on to explain that you only get limited info from the pieces themselves, and most guilds that have them are keeping the rest under wraps. That is why she wanted to talk to the two of them in the first place. Tsukimaru points out that they are just random players who happen to find the map and do not really have any secret knowledge. Normally, high-ranking dungeons are nearly impossible to locate without a guild. That is when she drops the offer for them to join her guild. Yuka is ready to scream yes before the sentence even finishes, but Tsukimaru quickly shuts her up before she agrees to anything without thinking. Rei explains that there is only so much they can figure out on their own, but she can help outside of the game with things like streaming, editing, or even promoting them to a wider audience. Before Tsukimaru can say a word, the door bursts open, and in walks a guy with fox ears and an attitude problem. He immediately barks that they do not need outside help and can handle the map research themselves. Tsukimaru tilts his head and, without missing a beat, asks Rei if this is her famous streamer pet. That comment hits harder than any crit, and the guy instantly draws his weapon like he is auditioning for a samurai drama. Tsukimaru, instead of panicking, glides backward like he is doing a perfect moonwalk, easily dodging the attack while wondering why this random NPC with main character syndrome is trying to murder him over a nickname. Rei and the guy both freeze, surprised that he avoided it so effortlessly. That only makes the guy angrier, and he goes full rage boss mode, swinging at Tsukimaru while yelling that he is nothing but a trash-talking noob who only knows how to dodge. Meanwhile, Yuka is practically fangirling herself into a coma because this guy, Uma, just happens to be one of her favorite streamers. After a few more dodges, Tsukimaru flips the script and places his knife right at Uma's throat, ending the fight like he just landed a finisher in a cutscene. Uma looks ready to throw hands again, but Rei steps between them like a teacher stopping two kids from getting suspended. She introduces him as Kwogami Uma, one of the main forces in the game and the streaming world. Tsukimaru, still stung by the insults, says she clearly has not taught her boy any manners. Uma almost loses it all over again, but Rei shuts him down with one glare that could probably delete his save file. She tells him he is being rude to guests and explains that their map hunt hit a dead end after finding the piece in the forest of mycelium and webs, which is why they are seeking collaborators. Tsukimaru recognizes the name from his farming days and realizes they were the ones who found that dungeon. That makes him wonder if other pieces of the map are still hidden in places he knows from back then. Tsukimaru shifts his tone like he is about to sympathize, telling Uma that he understands the frustration of watching someone useless try to act mighty. Uma narrows his eyes, wondering what he is getting at. Tsukimaru quickly makes it clear that he is not talking about himself. No, the useless one here is Uma, who has no clue where the map pieces are. If it were him, he would have found them in 3 days without breaking a sweat. Uma bursts out laughing like it is the funniest thing he has heard all week, then fires back with a challenge. They will raid the dungeon under one condition. If Tsukimaru wins, Uma will do dogeza before him, but if Tsukimaru loses, he will have to do dogeza in front of his own viewers. Cut to the nearby wilderness, where Uma is already doing dogeza, proving that sometimes dogs bark for no reason. Tsukimaru had managed to find this quest earlier than Uma, leaving him in the dust. The mission is an A-ranked request titled, "Please Bring Back My Belongings," issued by the Merchants Guild after thieves robbed them during transport. Returning the stolen goods earns gold, but rescuing the transport team as well comes with a bonus reward, a key to the Colosseum of the antagonistic fighters. Uma keeps a polite face, but Tsukimaru continues roasting him with sharp taunts. Inwardly, Tsukimaru knows he found this quest in only 2 days thanks to a tip from someone in his past life. However, he has yet to claim the key, which is a quest reward. And when Uma learns it, he realizes he bowed for nothing, and his muscle head practically starts steaming. Tsukimaru just nods in agreement and says the ending feels unsatisfying, so he is adding one more condition. They now have to save all 5 merchants to complete the additional quest. This is not just about winning anymore. It is about making sure Uma's loss burns twice as hard. Rei starts her live stream for the quest challenge against their rumored guests and begins introducing the participants. First up is the assault captain of Rayline Guild, Uma, standing tall and confident as always. The viewers, clearly trusting his strength, comment that his opponent should focus on putting up a good show instead of aiming to win. Next, Rei introduces our boy as the mastermind behind the Troll's Forest leveling method and the first player to clear the mansion of Serenity. She jokes about anticipating the moment he decides to strip midstream again, as if it is now part of his brand. However, the viewers seem clueless about who he even is, flooding the chat with requests that he not cause trouble for Rei and Uma. For commentary, Rei will host the event alongside Yuka, who has always struggled to back Tsukimaru without stumbling. When it is her turn to introduce herself, she panics halfway through and literally bites her tongue, freezing in embarrassment. Rei gently tells her to relax and just have fun today. Yuka, in her own adorable way, promises to give her all to relax, which ends up looking like she is working overtime just to seem calm. The viewers, who have never seen her before, quickly find her cute and charming despite her obvious nerves. Rei continues hosting and explains the rules, showing the quest details and its characteristics. The focus will be on the Additional Reward Challenge, where the rare twist is to see who can save more NPCs. Yuka raises her hand with a question, asking if a rescue mission is different from simply eliminating enemies. Rei explains that the criteria never stated they must defeat enemies or even engage in combat at all, meaning it might actually be smarter to avoid fights and focus on completing the objective. Yuka immediately points out that this could give Tsukimaru an unfair advantage since he is a thief. Tsukimaru stares at her in disbelief and asks whose side she is on. Without even hesitating, she replies, "Uma-sama," practically betraying him on livestream. He decides to spin it in his favor, saying that if it feels unfair, he will let Uma have a 5-minute head start. Uma, with his twitching puppy ears, wonders if Tsukimaru is looking down on him or scheming something. Tsukimaru casually admits that, yes, he is scheming, and if Uma does not like it, they can start at the same time instead. Uma, already red in the face, takes the bait and vows to not only beat him, but crush him so badly that even the respawn point will file a complaint. If Tsukimaru loses, he is not allowed to complain afterward. Tsukimaru shrugs, saying he suggested it himself, so there is no way he would hide behind a pathetic excuse like that. The viewers are not used to his cocky, scornful attitude and start getting annoyed at him for talking like this to such a big-name streamer. Yuka jumps in again, warning everyone that Tsukimaru might be planning something evil. This girl is clearly choosing her crush over her teammate like she is auditioning for Backstabbers Anonymous. Uma insists that no cheap trick will take him down, and with that, Rei officially kicks off the event. Uma goes first and slips into the enemy base with all the caution of an ambush corps ninja. Moving in silence, he manages to spot one merchant tied up with ropes. The problem is, the guy is completely surrounded, so Uma will have to fight his way through to get him out. Tsukimaru watches from his own screen like he is grading a school project, thinking the real test here is how Uma decides the order of his attacks. That alone will tell him exactly how capable this celebrity really is. Uma takes a deep breath, then bursts forward, weaving through enemies until he takes down one man. Yuka, confused, wonders why he is ignoring the enemies with weapons. Rei explains that the NPC Uma targeted first is the relay soldier, the one who can trigger combat mode for all dungeon mobs by blowing his trumpet. Taking him out means Uma can keep stealth mode active and avoid bringing the whole place down on his head. The remaining enemies notice him anyway and charge, but as expected of someone popular for his skills, he wipes them out in style before freeing the first merchant. He throws out a cocky line aimed squarely at undermining Tsukimaru, like he is sending a memo titled, "You're next." Rei notices the chat going wild as Tsukimaru, being compared to another Luffy, decides to ignore stealth completely and rushes into the dungeon like a man who skipped the tutorial. The NPC guards spot him instantly, and the relay soldier happily blows the trumpet to raise the alarm. Cornered against a wall, Tsukimaru activates Physical Enhancement, blasting apart his clothes and sending the surrounding enemies flying. Without missing a beat, he dashes off in another direction. The viewers, puzzled, notice there seem to be fewer enemies than expected and start wondering what kind of nonsense he just pulled. Yuka notices a comment accusing Tsukimaru of pulling some shady move and asks if he really did something troublesome. Rei explains that once the enemies go into combat mode, they always target the closest player to the bandits. Since most of the enemies are still inside the base, they naturally lock onto Uma. In no time, poor Uma is buried under a pile of useless NPCs, swinging like his life depends on it while looking like he is trying to speedrun how to waste stamina. The viewers quickly put 2 and 2 together and realize this is why Tsukimaru insisted on starting 5 minutes later. The chat explodes, calling him cheap, petty, and a clown for playing dirty. Tsukimaru just grins and fires back that he is not harassing anyone, claiming it is simply efficiency and just an easy way to clear the quest. The comment section starts insulting him for having such attitude and snooping down to this level. While Uma is stuck mowing down endless mobs in one corner, Tsukimaru casually strolls from room to room, freeing merchants like he is running a charity event. In the end, his so-called dirty plan works flawlessly, and he secures the win without breaking a sweat. The chat is half furious, half impressed, and entirely unable to shut up about it. Uma is fuming so hard it looks like smoke might come out of his ears, but Tsukimaru is as calm as ever. He reminds everyone that he mentioned from the start that he was scheming, yet Uma still walked right into it, playing checkers while the other side was playing chess. Yuka steps in to smooth things over, apologizing on Tsukimaru's behalf and telling everyone he is not completely awful, just someone whose moral settings are permanently broken. Tsukimaru reaches the front gate and figures this has to be where the stolen goods are stored. Since he already has the win in the bag, he decides to finish the quest fast. If anyone tries to cancel his victory because the quest is incomplete, he is ready to hand them a reason to regret it. Before he can make a move, a battered Uma drags himself into view, still refusing to accept the outcome. Tsukimaru smirks, saying that is unfortunate because he would much prefer Uma to admit defeat without crying about it. He keeps throwing jabs at him while working to open the gate. Out of nowhere, a flash of light tears toward them like it came from Yuga Aoyama himself. Tsukimaru tilts his head just enough to let it pass, while Uma deflects and redirects it with his weapon. From the shadows steps a man wrapped head to toe in bandages, moving with the same intimidating presence as Aizawa, but with even less warmth. Tsukimaru sizes him up instantly, assuming this is the dungeon boss. Since the quest requires retrieving the stolen goods, having a guard stationed here makes perfect sense. The argument can wait. First, they have to deal with this guy. In games, there are generally 2 types of player styles that define someone as a good player. The first type would be to choose the safest route in every situation, while the second type would be to maximize the return despite taking a set amount of risks. Like any other proud player who thinks of himself as someone who has never been defeated, Uma also considers himself strong and skilled. According to him, he belongs to the first type of players, keeping in view the results he has brought till now and the fact that he has never lost a match. Keeping his proud, self-obsessed, and slightly delusional self aside, we come back to Tsukimaru and Uma in the match. After seeing the boss, Tsukimaru decides they can discuss Uma's inflated ego later and instead focus on defeating this guy first to clear the quest. Uma gets agitated at whatever Tsukimaru is blurting out because anyone can tell from the boss's latest attack that he is an undefeatable boss. He is the fallen warrior of level 40 who became a bandit after losing his honor and pride, and all he has left is the bow. Even the viewers seem to agree with Uma's opinion that this is not the type of boss they can defeat easily. He asks Tsukimaru what a gamer would think in situations like this, and Tsukimaru simply replies, "We cannot defeat it anyway." This, according to Tsukimaru, is exactly what the developers expect the players to think, and he absolutely hates that idea, so he is determined to defeat it. But Uma, being Uma, has a different opinion. He says the correct answer is to find a way to clear it without fighting the boss. Tsukimaru was not expecting him to come up with such a boring answer. Tsukimaru, channeling the determination of Naruto in Sage Mode, declares that if Uma is not going to fight, then he should hide in some corner and watch Tsukimaru show him whether it is impossible or not. With that, Tsukimaru jumps into the hall while Uma is still frozen in confusion, probably trying to load his brain like a lagging game. He wonders how a frontline character like him with a high HP class took that much damage from one shot of the boss, yet Tsukimaru is running around practically naked with zero defense and still breathing. In the hall, the boss fires an arrow at Tsukimaru, which he dodges with his bare and agile body before slipping behind a box. The boss immediately follows up with an attack faster than missiles and blasts the box apart. The viewers expect that Tsukimaru has taken a direct hit, but to everyone's shock, he has dodged this attack as well, leaving both the audience and Uma questioning if he is secretly using hacks. The hype and amazement among the viewers grow even more when Tsukimaru dodges all of the boss's attacks with ease. Watching him just dodge and not make a single offensive move, Rei makes a comment in the tone of someone who thinks they are a genius and has figured out the problem. She worries that he is focusing only on dodging and not attacking because, with the distance of a knife from the enemy, he cannot reach him. Her assumption drains the viewer's excitement, making them think it is impossible for Tsukimaru to defeat the boss and that Uma was right all along. Uma's thoughts are not much different from theirs, since if Tsukimaru's MP runs out, he will not be able to cast his quick-step technique and will be defeated. Tsukimaru, already tired and annoyed, responds to a viewer's comment that mocks him, saying it will take some time, but defeating the boss is not hard. The viewer comments again, questioning how long it will take, which irritates Tsukimaru even more. He replies through gritted teeth that it will only take a single strike if he can get behind the boss without moving a step. The statement makes absolutely no sense. Tsukimaru steadies himself and realizes this situation is exactly as Rei described. He has 2 hours in which he can defeat the boss easily, but this is a collaborative stream and the viewers are growing impatient. Among the disappointing comments, there are still a few spectators holding on to hope. Seeing those rare supportive comments, Uma is astonished, since in his streams, the chat usually expects him to quit early and play it safe. He clenches his fist and recalls all of Tsukimaru's earlier words. Watching Tsukimaru stand alone, he suddenly gets hyped up and charges into the hall, shouting that he will not let Tsukimaru fight alone. He uses his piercing aura and demands they all focus on him, puffing his chest out like he is the main hero of the story when he has barely done anything yet. The boss attacks him with an arrow, which Uma dodges by using his skill parry, earning some appreciation from the viewers. Seeing this, Tsukimaru mocks him, saying he suddenly got into a mood, to which Uma irritably replies that his body moved on its own. The answer earns a grin from Tsukimaru, who probably thinks even Uma's reflexes have commitment issues. Uma takes a deep breath and tells Tsukimaru that it has been a long time since he decided to fight like this, then asks if Tsukimaru really thinks he can pull off the strategy he mentioned earlier. Tsukimaru stands beside him and proudly pats his shoulder, saying he can do it. Both of them standing together look like a powerful duo, just like Naruto and Sasuke, though in this case, Sasuke is pre-time Sasuke. Tsukimaru stretches and tells the viewers that the wait is over. He seriously announces that it is their chance now, but his seriousness evaporates when he suddenly blurts out to Uma to bait another 5 shots for him. This request irritates Uma, and seeing his annoyance, Tsukimaru teases him that it is hard for him and that it is not their chance now. Uma responds with a snarl, saying he can take another 10 or 20 shots if needed. After their usual bickering, Uma steps in front of him using his technique and tells Tsukimaru to go because he is about to do something. Before leaving, Tsukimaru comments that he will not let Uma's sacrifice go in vain, speaking as if Uma had heroically thrown himself in front of a speeding train.
The sacrifice!
This makes Uma shout behind him in frustration. Tsukimaru runs behind the boxes and the boss turns his gaze towards him. Uma, radiating a fierce, piercing aura, declares that Tsukimaru is his opponent. A heated fight begins, with the boss shooting an arrow that Uma dodges before counterattacking. Suddenly, an arrow hits Uma, disappointing the viewers who think it is over. Uma realizes he forgot about the timing and loses his guard. Just when the boss is about to shoot his final arrow, our hero, Tsukimaru, makes a dramatic entry. He is hanging from a chandelier, which makes the boss aim his arrow at him. As the boss fires, Tsukimaru jumps from the chandelier, dodges the arrow, and punches the boss's head. The viewers think it is his final blow, but the boss still stands. Tsukimaru smirks, revealing that his true target has always been the chandelier above the boss. The arrow fired by the boss shatters it, sending it crashing down on him. Without missing a beat, Tsukimaru runs chaotically from near the boss toward Uma, surprising the viewers and earning their praise for pulling it off. Uma shouts at Tsukimaru, saying that if he was going to do something so reckless, he should have told him beforehand. Tsukimaru, catching his breath, clicks his tongue, and mutters that Uma actually survived. Uma, irritated, says he should be relieved he survived, but Tsukimaru ignores him and explains that he did not have time to explain because the position adjustment was severe. Besides, he did not want to interrupt Uma's concentration. His concern is met with skepticism, as everyone, including Yuka and Rei, says it is a lie. Tsukimaru extends his hand toward Uma while reminding him that he said the boss was unbeatable, his tone carrying the smugness of someone who just proved a point. To everyone's surprise, this time Uma does not snap back. Instead, he admits he was wrong and shakes hands with Tsukimaru. He tells Tsukimaru that he admits his defeat, to which Tsukimaru casually replies that whether he admits it or not, it is still his win since he defeated the boss. Their peace lasts for all of 2 seconds before Uma shouts that Tsukimaru is proud of his cowardly way of winning. Tsukimaru calmly responds that he did not break the rules, delivering the kind of answer that makes you want to roll your eyes and yet admit he is technically right. Rei remarks that the two get along very well, and Yuka agrees, saying it is like seeing a completely new side of Uma since he instantly reacts to every provocation from Tsukimaru. The viewers also seem to think they make a good pair, although good pair in this case means entertaining chaos. The reward for conquering the dungeon is a key to unlock an S-ranked dungeon. After a while, everyone gathers in a nearby wilderness where Yuka and Rei discuss their upcoming S-ranked dungeon raid. Tsukimaru stands nearby when he receives a direct message. He checks it to find an unknown sender asking if he wants to become an influencer. Reading the message, Tsukimaru's demeanor changes as his eyes narrow. He asks Rei if he can hold onto the key until the next stream. She asks why, and he replies that it is nothing big, only that he has a long-standing grudge to settle. As he says this, his aura sharpens into something intimidating, making it clear that this is not some petty in-game rivalry, but a serious grudge against someone. Tsukimaru is scrolling through his social media, where he and Uma are trending. Seeing so many people talking about Uma makes him realize that Uma is genuinely famous, which is almost irritating considering how much he has to hear about it now. As he is lost in thought, an ugly trio appears, led by a blue-haired guy who stands in front of the other two. The leader smiles while complimenting Tsukimaru on gaining 100,000 followers in just 1 month. His smile, however, carries the kind of false warmth that feels more like an alarm for incoming trouble. Tsukimaru had expected this guy to bring more lackeys, but there are only 3 of them, which is hardly enough to make him nervous. The leader's in-game name is Guest, and Tsukimaru knows that name was chosen with about as much thought as picking socks in the dark. His equipment looks flashy at first glance, but the pieces do not work well together. In short, he is the same unimpressive president as before. Disgusting memories of his ugly former president flash through Tsukimaru's mind, irritating him even more. Still, he simply responds to the greeting and asks about the others he brought. Guest explains that the two with him are from his agency and that he brought them because it is easier to make decisions when there is a point of reference. Tsukimaru pretends to understand his reasoning, though it is obvious from their sour expressions that these two are not here to make friends. Guest remarks that he was surprised to find out they are meeting inside the game, and Tsukimaru apologizes, saying that if he had a base, they could have met in an isolated location. Guest assures him there is no need to apologize, because meeting in the game means they will not be interrupted. Tsukimaru tells him that he can check the contract via browser right now, and since Guest has specified in-game items as part of the contract, this method will be more efficient. Guest agrees and asks if he has brought the specified items, so Tsukimaru shows him the key and the map. Then, without warning, Tsukimaru's demeanor shifts, and he angrily asks Guest what he means by specified items when the contract clearly states slave. Realizing their scheme has been exposed, Guest panics and hurriedly claims that Tsukimaru is misunderstanding. Tsukimaru, who is now visibly enraged, pulls up the contract and points out the details. The contents of the stream must follow the agency's directions. 90% of the payment will go to the office, and the rights will be transferred to Tsukimaru's account. He asks Guest to explain all of this while wearing a grimace that could cut glass.
You disgust me.
Guest had assumed that most gamers never bother reading the contracts, but unfortunately for him, Tsukimaru is not most gamers. Our hero is not about to make the same mistake twice. So he sticks out his tongue and says that anyone with half a brain would not sign such a contract. The memory of his past resurfaces back then. He had been so devastated that he thought a contract like this was his only salvation. Guest hesitates for a moment, then asks why Tsukimaru even agreed to meet him if he was not going to sign. Just as Tsukimaru begins to answer, Guest orders his two partners to attack. Tsukimaru barely dodges the first strike, counterattacks with his dagger, and injures one of them. Once he is done, he turns toward Guest, a grin spreading across his face. He tells him that the reason he accepted this scam contract from the agency was simple. He wanted to farm them for content. With that, the stream goes live, and the viewers quickly begin filling the chat with comments about their skills and the unfolding fight. Guest had not expected this turn of events, and the stream chat's flood of disappointed comments only made Tsukimaru smile and smirk. Frustrated, Guest barked at his partners to go and kill him. As they stepped forward, viewers kept expressing their disappointment, saying it was ridiculous to go to such lengths over a key. Tsukimaru, ever the nonchalant hero, silently agreed with them. The contract also mentioned the map, but in the end both were just in-game items, hardly worth this much fuss. He had expected Guest and his partners to panic and try to cover their tracks after being exposed, but instead, they doubled down. That made him wonder if the map he carried was truly valuable enough to drive them this far. In the end, he did not care. Their aggression was simply convenient for his own plans. Tsukimaru darted away, prompting the two ugly partners to give chase, but he was already steering the fight where he wanted it to go. He sprinted toward the ruins of the Western Church and slipped inside. The church's door was strange, covered with countless eyes that looked like an army of tadpoles. As it watched him enter, a voice counted 1, though the reason for this remained unknown. Inside, Tsukimaru opened the streaming window, glancing outside to see the ugly trio searching for him. One of them informed Guest that Tsukimaru had entered the church, and all three followed, mocking him as if his escape was hopeless. The strange door counted them as they passed, seemingly tracking how many people entered. Guest spurred his men on by offering them 1 million if they caught Tsukimaru and took the map. The two partners exchanged a smirk before following Guest, who rambled about how their target was trapped and all they had to do was take his items. As they walked deeper inside, a voice echoed through the church, Tsukimaru, mocking them for underestimating him. The trio stopped, spinning around just as Tsukimaru appeared behind them, wielding a uniquely shaped knife with a creepy eye on it. With a swift strike, he took down one of the men before stepping in front of them with a calm, confident aura. His voice was cool and sharp as he warned, "You're the ones who should be running now." The chapter begins from Tsukimaru's point of view. Tsukimaru heads toward the church, knowing it is the pivot point and the reason he chose such a remote place for his battle with Guest. After he steps inside, a notification about a compulsory test appears, drawing mocking comments from the viewers. Tsukimaru realizes that the ugly and arrogant trio have followed him into the church, but this does not worry him. Instead, he feels excited, knowing the real event is about to begin. He reaches a room where a knife sits on a table. It emits a dark aura, and its eye remains closed. As he steps closer and picks it up, the eye opens, surprising the viewers with how quickly he found it. Reading the comments, Tsukimaru sighs and remarks that the quest's description clearly stated the requirement for survival is possession of this knife. The viewers express their confidence in him, saying defeating this group should not be too difficult for someone who has already beaten Uma. Tsukimaru agrees with their assessment. One of the comments suggests that he should create a few sub-characters and challenge the quest that way. Tsukimaru refuses, explaining that such an action would only play into the developer's trap. The viewers note that it is surprising to see him responding to them directly. As Tsukimaru is reading the comments, he hears the ugly trio talking outside the room. He grabs the knife and steps out, immediately striking one of the men. With the blade in his hand, he appears unstoppable, and the viewers praise his swift attack. Soon, they notice that Tsukimaru's HP has dropped, leading them to believe the fatty among the trio landed a blow while saving his partner. However, Tsukimaru corrects them, explaining that the decrease in HP is due to the knife itself. It has twice the attack power of an S-ranked weapon, but comes with a severe drawback. The weapon, known as the Soul-Reaping Blade, is one of the strongest knife-class weapons, yet it is almost never used because of its debuff. However, the ugly trio does not back off and steps forward again to defeat him, thinking that as long as they land a single hit, they can win. With proud grins, as if they are about to conquer the world, the three of them launch their attacks on Tsukimaru. Our male lead smirks at their courage, and while effortlessly dodging their strikes, mockingly tells them that they are misunderstanding a few things. First, none of their attacks will land. This is proven true as Tsukimaru avoids every strike and swiftly moves behind the fatty. He swings his knife, but the fatty unexpectedly catches the blade in his hand using a skill. Tsukimaru did not anticipate this, yet he remains calm because he always has another trick ready. He mocks the fatty for thinking he could endure even one attack after seeing the state of his teammate. He tells them that their second misunderstanding is believing he cannot kill. In reality, he can finish them all with a single blow. With that, he strikes down the fatty. His HP drops even further, confusing the viewers who wonder how he can still fight. Tsukimaru explains that thanks to both his weapon and skill stacking, he becomes stronger the less HP he has. This is due to his skill, Will of Dying. He assures the viewers that even if his HP is reduced to 1, he can still dodge every single attack, so there is no drawback. Guest displays his arrogant attitude once again and orders his teammate to kill Tsukimaru as if he were his servant. The teammate hesitates, but Guest shouts and warns him that if he refuses, there will be no compensation. This time, the teammate does not stay silent. He harshly asks if Guest expects him to work for free even at the risk of losing his character data. Guest shows no concern and arrogantly replies that he does not care and that it will be the teammate's fault if he loses. The teammate, having reached his limit, finally snaps and shouts that he has worked too hard to level up and will no longer obey Guest. Tsukimaru, who is standing nearby, grows bored watching them argue and sighs. He tells them that if they are not going to fight, they should leave through the exit. The viewers become confused about the existence of an exit, and some recall that the quest description stated that if someone leaves, the quest will be revoked. Hearing this, the injured teammate starts running toward the exit, leaving behind a stunned Guest who shouts after him. A viewer asks Tsukimaru what will happen to the knife if the quest ends this way, and Tsukimaru replies that he will lose it since the quest itself would be revoked. Another viewer asks if he is fine with that, while someone else comments that he is probably scheming something. Tsukimaru wearily asks why they insist on painting him in a bad light. At that moment, a sly grin spreads across his face as he remarks that their infighting has grown dull, and that he will now show them how devious this quest can be. Meanwhile, Guest chases after his injured teammate, shouting that this is a breach of contract and that he cannot allow him to leave. The injured teammate, who clearly no longer considers himself part of the team, snaps back that he is leaving the agency and will not do this anymore. He pauses to catch his breath in front of the exit gate, and Guest stops just behind him. With a smirk, Guest warns him that this is his last chance, because a breach of contract or a unilateral termination will result in a fine of over 10 million yen. He speaks as if expecting his teammate to take the warning seriously, but his confidence shatters when the injured teammate turns toward him and raises his sword to strike. Before the blow can land, a new creature appears, startling them both. It is a massive spider called the Executioner of the Shadows, but it is unlike any ordinary spider. Its terrifying nature becomes clear when it decapitates the injured teammate and kills him in a gruesome manner, leaving behind what looks like a human puddle of ketchup. Watching the man die so easily, Guest mutters that he was just all talk. His words stop abruptly when he notices the brutal spider heading toward him. Fear takes over, and he runs away in panic, pleading for his life. Even as he flees, he keeps rambling that he needs to retrieve the map and the key for his superiors from the trash, which is how he refers to Tsukimaru. While running, Guest passes through metal bars that are just wide enough for him to squeeze through, but too narrow for the spider. He stumbles and falls to the ground. Looking up, he finds Tsukimaru sitting nearby, asking if he has been calling him trash since he heard his cowardly cry where he referred to him as such. Tsukimaru shows no concern for the brutal spider, staying calm due to his personality. At first, he plans to simply watch Guest die, but after hearing him mention his mysterious superiors, he becomes curious to learn more about them. Spotting Tsukimaru, Guest suddenly gets a lousy idea and quickly gets to his feet, buttering him up by saying that they must have had a misunderstanding and should give each other another chance. His desperation is pathetic, and the viewers are not moved in the slightest, as they are all aware of his cowardice. Since the clever and calculating Tsukimaru wants him to reveal information about his superiors, he offers to listen to his side of the story, surprising all of the viewers because he is not someone who usually listens to others. Seeing this unexpected agreement, Guest smiles and points to the spider, which is still struggling to squeeze through the bars, suggesting that they form a truce and defeat it together. However, Tsukimaru has no need for his help, calmly stating that he can defeat both him and the spider without difficulty. Guest keeps trying to bargain, offering him 3 million yen, but Tsukimaru replies that he does not trust empty promises. Guest, eager to save himself, quickly agrees to put it all in writing. Guest gives him the contract with seals on, which makes Tsukimaru happy. For our MC, contract and money is more important than beating a spider. With a smug face, he comments that he is really very afraid of his superiors and asks if he contacted him because of their orders, adding with a smirk that it must be exhausting working for people who probably would not even notice if he got eaten. Guest hesitates to reply, so Tsukimaru realizes that he will not speak about them so easily. He wonders how to get him to spill the tea, throwing in that his lips must be sealed tighter than this contract. And after contemplating for a minute, he reaches the point that if he is not ready to tell him about the superiors, then there is no reason for him to protect him and just kill him. He asks Guest that his order is just to kill the spider, to which the Guest nods happily. But all his happiness goes down the drain when Tsukimaru tells him that Guest should save himself. Meanwhile, he will kill the spider. He adds almost lazily that it is not his fault the contract does not come with a "don't let me die" clause. Guest's jaw drops, and the viewers also find his statement amusing. The Guest calls out to him and is about to tell him to add his protection in the contract when the spider suddenly pierces his stomach with its leg, killing him. Tsukimaru finds this funny, watching as the Guest falls on him with blood oozing out of his body. He catches the Guest and smiles, saying to him to rest assured because he is here to kill the spider, just like he requested. The viewers get confused that all the others have died, yet the quest is still not complete, to which Tsukimaru casually explains that the reason is simple: the spider is still alive. He adds with a smirk that they should not expect him to babysit a team that cannot survive the tutorial. He further tells them that the specs of the spider are on a completely different level, requiring an attacker with extremely high attack damage and a healer capable of dealing with both paralysis and poison to even have a chance of defeating it. The viewers find this quest nothing short of a nightmare, but they are not surprised that Tsukimaru is taking it on alone, especially since he has already chosen to wield a knife that no one else has dared to use until now. He mocks that the biggest reason no one uses this knife is not because of its difficulty, but because it loudly tells the world you have betrayed your friends, something most players are too soft to admit. Tsukimaru recalls that due to the heavy negative feedback, this quest was later redesigned to be more PG-friendly in the next update, with the reward weapon replaced by a super rare item that became unobtainable after the initial season. Then, with a devilish grin, he suddenly addresses the viewers, revealing that the soul-reaping blade is incredibly powerful, but the only way to obtain it is by sacrificing teammates. He laughs lightly, pointing out that for him, teammates are just extra loot bags with legs, so a negative factor like that is meaningless. The viewers understand him perfectly, since he is already infamous for being malicious, and something as small as a bad reputation hardly bothers him. With that, our hero takes a confident step forward, ready to face the brutal spider all by himself, almost daring it to try and be worth his time. The spider attacks Tsukimaru with its web, which he dodges so easily that he laughs at its speed, saying that even Grandma Wi-Fi loads faster than this. He tells the viewers he will play around with it for now. The viewers spam in chat that this spider is nothing for him, but Tsukimaru claps back, saying that defeating a spider is actually harder for him. Of course, the timing is cursed, because he says this while yawning and casually dodging attacks like he is bored in class. The viewers roast him back, saying his words and actions do not match, so Tsukimaru decides to educate them. He charges in with his knife, swings with all his might, and completely misses. Yet he explains that this is the weakness of the soul-reaping blade, its short range. How embarrassing. While he is chatting nonsense, the spider unloads a mountain of sticky web. Tsukimaru almost gets caught, but he flips away at the last second, saying that bosses usually animation lock after using an ultimate, so this is actually free real estate. He powers up with physical enhancement, rushing forward so fast his clothes rip apart. The chat does not even blink, because at this point, Tsukimaru having no clothes is practically canon, almost like how Goku casually loses his shirt every other fight in Dragon Ball. He gets ready to finish it, but steps on sticky threads and the spider sneaks behind him. He says with a straight face that he is dead now, shocking everyone since he never admits defeat. But then he smirks and roasts the chat, saying he got stuck on purpose, calling them NPCs for thinking he would die like that. He grabs the spider's legs before it can sting him, while explaining like a tutorial YouTuber that the boss relies on its exoskeleton, poison, and speed, but always closes in when prey is caught. He uses that moment to activate his special attack, slicing the spider cleanly into two. If it was real life, chat would spam GG easy and spider uninstall this game. Standing proudly, Tsukimaru names this episode, "That famous agency sent him a scam contract, so he decided to seek out the truth." He asks the viewers if it was fun, acting like a clickbait streamer. The viewers are so hyped they forget the fight even started because of trash people in the background. Tsukimaru suddenly switches tone like a wise old grandpa, warning them to avoid scam agencies like the one that tried to fool him. Finally, he tells them to come back for the next stream and subscribe, saying it with the overconfidence of a small YouTuber who thinks he already hit 1 million subs. Tsukimaru is relieved that he finally defeated his president and also received the strongest class weapon. Just as he is vibing, he gets notified about the best reward he can receive, which he had completely forgotten because he was too busy fangirling over the soul-reaping knife. His quest reward turns out to be a piece of a map, making Tsukimaru curious since he thought they would already have one because they knew about it, but he did not expect to get it like this. While he is still overthinking, he gets another notification saying he now has 2 pieces of the map, which activates a new effect. Seeing this, Tsukimaru suddenly realizes something and a grimace crosses his face like he just opened a group chat full of unpaid bills. Thanks to his collab stream with Rayuline, their subscriber numbers skyrocketed, and with the boosted view counts, they bagged a huge profit. Because of that, they were able to buy a guild house, which was tiny compared to others, but Tsukimaru cherished it like his first Minecraft dirt hut. When he returns home and opens the gate, an enraged Yuka appears out of nowhere. Tsukimaru explains that he had some problems with that president and thought of messing with him a little, but Yuka screams that he should have told her. They bicker like a married couple arguing over Wi-Fi passwords. Tsukimaru calms her down, promising to give her updates next time, and Yuka finally relaxes. He asks if she thinks it was a refreshing episode, and Yuka starts rambling like a fangirl reviewing her favorite K-drama, which makes Tsukimaru realize he accidentally flipped a strange switch inside her. He interrupts, saying he has something to show her. Tsukimaru then reveals the list of the map piece owners. Yuka is shocked and nervously asks if he hacked the system, because how else would he get that information? Yuka gets disappointed after picturing him as some shady hacker gremlin, but Tsukimaru explains he got a piece as a reward from his previous quest, which is how he can see the list. He then says he cannot really tell who is who just from names, so he asks Yuka if she knows any streamers there. Yuka looks over the names and becomes bewildered, not believing that Tsukimaru does not recognize any of them. He casually mentions he knows Rei, who has one piece of the map. Yuka is surprised and asks if he also knows Mofu, but of course our nonchalant MC doesn't. He only knows about a toy named Mofu, which makes Yuka facepalm so hard she could register an earthquake. She explains that Mofu is actually a cracked gamer-type mascot VTuber, but Tsukimaru only registers the words skilled player. Ignoring his cluelessness, Yuka tells him that everyone on the list is famous. Hina-chan, Roland-chan, Rei-chan, all names that Tsukimaru only vaguely knows. Yuka is explaining everything like a true Sasang fan, giving a TED Talk on her alt group. Yuka has told him about some people, but Tsukimaru asks her about the person named Alan Neumann, who has 3 pieces of the map. Yuka thinks for a moment, and then admits she doesn't know much about him since he doesn't even appear when she searches for him, which already makes him suspicious. Tsukimaru realizes that even if Alan is a quiet player, clearing 3 S-rank dungeons is the kind of achievement that should have clout. He thinks it is a waste and slumps down on a chair like a guy who just lost ranked in Valorant. Insert sad Keanu meme. Then he asks Yuka if there's any way to contact these people. Yuka suggests they can try reaching Rei, but also mentions it might be impossible if they are under an agency. Hearing this, Tsukimaru starts wondering if he should join the Rayline agency, though it's basically a small streamer clubhouse compared to the giants. Yuka suddenly gets an idea and tells Tsukimaru that since all of this is happening within the Metapest, they could just ask Rei to promote them during the event. Tsukimaru, being the certified king of obliviousness, doesn't even know what the Metapest is. Yuka looks at him like he just asked what Wi-Fi means, then scolds him and explains that it is an upcoming streamer event where everyone on the list will participate. Tsukimaru finally gets it and asks Yuka if participating in this competition could help them make connections. Listening to him, Yuka feels disappointed, telling him the selection process already ended and that their current clout level isn't high enough to even touch the gates. Tsukimaru gazes out the window dramatically and asks if there's a backup plan, which makes Yuka remind him that this isn't some local food stall festival. Suddenly, Tsukimaru gets the latest news update and shows Yuka that Dream Discover is being overwhelmed by complaints. Yuka, unimpressed, asks why they are being targeted. Tsukimaru calmly replies that it is because their president is a walking trouble magnet, saying it so innocently you'd never guess he is the one who folded that president like laundry. Yuka sighs and mutters that she hopes Galia-sama might appear at the Metapest. Hearing this, Tsukimaru asks about Galia-sama, since his name is also on the list. Before Yuka can explain, the door swings open, and both of them look back. When they see who it is, Galia-sama himself, Yuka's eyes light up like a fan spotting her bias at a fan meet. Galia points straight at Tsukimaru and blames him, yelling it like someone storming into their ex's wedding. Seeing one of the list members right in front of him sparks a new idea in Tsukimaru, his eyes shining like stars, while Yuka makes a strange face because she already knows his new plan is about to be another round of chaos. Metapest is the first large-scale, inclusive event centered around the meta sense, featuring limited items and avatars. It serves as a communication hub for player trading and party recruitment for the festival's limited quests. The main attraction is the event stream on the main stage, which is a grand showcase of popular streamers, and a talk show aimed at casual viewers. The highlight of the program is the competition among top-ranking players, which includes preliminary and final rounds. In the preliminary round, 5 teams are divided into 3 blocks, with 2 teams from each block advancing to the finals. These are the main events of Metapest. Meanwhile, in the block's waiting room, Uma asks Rei if that trash, Tsukimaru, has contacted her. She shakes her head and updates him on his last message, which was basically, "Don't worry, I got this, secret strat, lol." Uma facepalms so hard you'd think he is trying to respawn himself, muttering about what Tsukimaru is even cooking. Mofu suddenly appears like the cool senpai everyone low-key stands and calls them over. They greet him, Rei casually, Uma with full-on respect as if he's meeting royalty. Mofu tells Uma not to be so formal, but Uma just can't chill. Man is stuck in NPC night mode. Mofu says he really enjoyed Uma's latest collab video, leaving Uma confused like, "Bro, were we watching the same stream?" Rei jumps in, reminding Uma that he had been sulking because things didn't go smoothly. Mofu chuckles and guesses Uma was simply too deep in gamer rage, and he comments that it's hard to balance breaking character versus sticking to the bit. Uma takes that personally since it's coming from his senpai, and now he looks like a student who just got roasted politely. Changing the subject, Mofu mentions that Tsukimaru is on a different team this time. Uma clenches his jaw and confirms, yes, Tsukimaru is here at Metapest. Mofu then glances at the screen and casually asks if that guy is Tsukimaru. Both Uma and Rei turn to look, and there he is. Tsukimaru standing next to Yuka and Galia like he just unlocked NPC Friendship DLC. Uma's rage meter instantly maxes out, his brain going full steam engine, fumes practically puffing out of his ears like a Looney Tunes character. So, how did the three end up together? Here's the story. Galia barges into Tsukimaru and Yuka's house like she owns the place. Galia storms toward him, shouting that it is all his fault and swearing she will never forgive him. Just before she reaches him, Tsukimaru casually sidesteps, and Galia faceplants on the floor like a failed QuickTime event. When she looks up, Tsukimaru is standing over her with that wannabe villain aura, telling her she came at the right time. Before he can even flex more, Galia's #1 fan leaps out of nowhere, trying to body him in the name of justice. Tsukimaru barely dodges, confused why he is suddenly the final boss of someone else's side quest. The fangirl then jumps in front of Galia with full dramatic flair, declaring herself her loyal ally. Galia seems to actually recognize her, which only makes Tsukimaru look even more like the designated bad guy. Tsukimaru throws his hands up, asking why everyone is acting like he is the villain here. He asks Galia how she can say she came at the right time when her contract prevents her from actually doing anything. Galia freezes, panicked, and demands to know what he means. That is when Tsukimaru whips out his contract, stamped by his president, waving it around like it is some legendary loot drop. He arrogantly declares that legally speaking, he owns the high ground and could drag her to court if he felt like it. Galia gets the point, but still hesitates, asking if she can really trust him. But Tsukimaru is not here to play hero. He has other plans, and the way he leans in to demand something in return gives Galia instant goosebumps, making her realize that whatever scheme is in his head is going to be just as cursed as the last. Coming back to the present, Tsukimaru, Yuka, and Galia stand together in the block waiting room. When Galia notices the name of their group, Tsukimaru and his merry gang feet, Fuka Galia. But Tsukimaru, looking way too pleased with himself, presents his nonsense theory that the best way to stand out is by choosing a deliberately lame name. Then, flexing his authority as the owner, he claims he has full rights to decide. Galia feels even more embarrassed, realizing she is now branded under the kind of name you would come up with at 3 in the morning on zero sleep. Scanning the room, Tsukimaru notices that there are no map holders provided, which means they will be stuck waiting until the finals. Before anyone can get comfortable, an ugly and arrogant old man swaggers in, loudly complaining that the place stinks. The energy in the room instantly shifts to, who invited this guy? Tsukimaru, unimpressed, asks Yuka who the clown is. With a sour look, Yuka explains that he is a game streamer named Gesutan, though calling him a claimer-type streamer would be more accurate. Her expression twists with disgust as she explains that his whole brand is whining about games and stirring up drama just to stay relevant. She then adds, almost offended on principle, that he never even interacts with her bias, making it clear that in her eyes, he is the worst kind of content creator. The old man keeps rambling, calling everyone in the room lowly, when Galia finally steps up behind him and firmly tells him to lower his voice. He turns back, sneering, mocking her for teaming with lowly people, claiming her standards must have fallen. With full arrogance, he tells her not to speak to him so casually. His audacity is enough to make Galia's blood boil. She is not the type to let insults slide, and she begins walking toward him, visibly agitated. Just as things are about to explode, Tsukimaru calmly steps in front of her to stop her. Seeing him intervene, the old man points his finger at Tsukimaru and asks if he wants to fight. Instead of answering, Tsukimaru lets out a long sigh. Then suddenly his face shifts into one of fear. His body trembles, and he starts nervously complimenting the old man, acting as though he is completely cowed. Yuka and Galia freeze, confused, out of their minds. The old man, convinced his superiority speech is gospel truth, leaves the room while mocking Tsukimaru, telling him to remember his place. The room falls silent after his departure. Yuka rushes to Tsukimaru, frustrated, asking how he could accept such insults so easily. Tsukimaru calmly explains that if they caused a scene, they could get banned from the waiting room. Still, he makes it clear that he is not someone who would let an insult go unanswered. With a grin, he states he will deal with Gesutan later, a grin that reads less defeated and more plotting petty revenge.
Alright, I guess this is the night die.
After a while, the announcement is made for the start of the preliminary round, which is based on damage per second. The rules are simple. Players are ranked on how much damage they can deal in 10 seconds. Viewers are buzzing, eager to see who will dominate. Tsukimaru's team currently holds second place. That is when an old, grimy guy sidles up, throws his arm around Tsukimaru, and mocks him, saying he can just log out now. According to him, there is no future for streamers like Tsukimaru. Tsukimaru responds with fake fear again, acting as though he is intimidated, which only feeds the old guy's ego. The viewers buy the act and begin pitying Galia for having to team up with such a supposed coward. Once the old guy leaves, Tsukimaru sighs and says it is time to start executing their plan. Galia still looks doubtful, but Yuka reassures her, reminding her that the more ridiculous Tsukimaru looks, the more serious he actually is. She knows his style. The first team begins their attempt, and Tsukimaru grows excited. He explains that the preliminary round is about total damage in 10 seconds, so combining efforts on the dummy is the obvious strategy. Teams can stack debuffs and aim for critical hits, but pulling it off is another story. After some effort, the first team concludes with a score of 421 out of 1,000. Now Tsukimaru's team is called to the field, but when the spotlight turns, only Tsukimaru is standing there. The crowd immediately starts teasing, the chat spamming him as a joke. Yet Tsukimaru, calm as ever, remarks that for a public show, things should be dramatic. Suddenly, he begins striking the dummy with rapid hand movements resembling Luffy's Gatling gun. The attacks miss entirely, giving everyone a chance to laugh and dismiss him as a clown. The old guy laughs the loudest, saying it is boring and even suggesting a commercial break. Meanwhile, Tsukimaru studies the dummy with complete confidence, convinced his preparations are complete. Activating his skill, Physical Enhancement, he draws his soul-reaping blade and returns to his usual form, naked. He is not naive. Sticking to the plan is his style. Swinging the sandbag may not deal much damage, but every strike still counts as an attack. If he uses it correctly, he can recreate the spider incident. Suddenly, he rushes the dummy and destroys it in a single strike, the score exploding to 50,400, far beyond the required 1,000. The entire venue falls silent, and the old guy is left completely flabbergasted. Tsukimaru stands tall, smirking, and mockingly asks if the damage was too low. According to Tsukimaru, thieves are not usually the type to deal heavy damage in a single strike. Instead, they rely on their high evasion and attack speed to land multiple hits while skillfully dodging enemy attacks, keeping steady DPS. But if someone has a unique physical build like Tsukimaru, then the usual rules do not apply, because our male lead is not a hero in name only, but in power as well. When Tsukimaru defeats the dummy with just one attack, the announcer is left speechless, since no one has ever managed such a feat before. Seizing the moment, Tsukimaru calls out the ugly old man, Gesutan. With a devilish grin and a mocking tone, he remarks that if even someone like him could set this record, then surely Gesutan should be able to show something much more impressive. This time, he does not even bother with pretense. He openly mocks Gesutan, saying that he achieved this record alone, while Gesutan would probably need a full support group and an emotional pep talk to even attempt it. Finally, with a smirk, he adds that he will not ruin the mood any further and strides past him.
You have no skills and you're a loser!
Left behind, Gesutan is frozen, shocked to the core, his body trembling with chills. Meanwhile, Tsukimaru's team advances to the finals with the highest score among all the teams. Tsukimaru, Yuka, and Galia step into the finals waiting room. The moment they push the door open, they are met with a space crowded by some of the most skilled players gathered together. The air is thick and suffocating, and as Tsukimaru enters, every pair of eyes turns toward him. Acting as if nothing is wrong, he strolls in with a foolish grin, asking everyone if he has done something wrong. Behind him, Galia and Yuka whisper like nosy aunties, unable to believe his audacity. But Yuka is not shocked in the least, because this is none other than Tsukimaru. One of the players finally speaks up, and before long, a group surrounds Tsukimaru, showering him with questions about his abilities. The tension in the room dissolves quickly, and it becomes clear that the intimidating mood was only temporary. In no time, Tsukimaru blends in naturally with the rest of them. At that point, Mofu steps forward, carrying the air of a kind uncle. He calms everyone down, reminding them that Tsukimaru is being overwhelmed by their questions. He even offers an apology to Tsukimaru, explaining that they were simply excited after watching his earlier display. As Tsukimaru turns to respond, Yuka suddenly dashes forward, shoving him aside in her panic. She hurriedly blurts out if he even knows who he is talking to. Naturally, Tsukimaru does know, but he only echoes her words back at her, leaving her annoyed. Mofu then looks kindly at Yuka, thanking her warmly for recognizing him. With her face flushed, Yuka takes his hand and admits shyly that she is a fan. While she is still staring dreamily at the hand she just shook, Tsukimaru interrupts, remarking that he is surprised Mofu even knows about them. Mofu nods, explaining that Tsukimaru's streams have become a hot topic and that his name is known to everyone. Soon, Roland approaches as well, mentioning that his guildmates often study Tsukimaru's Trolls Forest videos as reference material. Then Yukino Hinata comes over and begins speaking, mainly about how she first came across Uma in a collaboration. Uma snaps back, blaming Tsukimaru entirely for how he turned out. And just like that, their usual back and forth begins, with Tsukimaru acting oblivious while Uma grows increasingly irritated. Uma tells Tsukimaru that he has been looking for him and asks about his raid members. Tsukimaru replies casually that he is working on that now. With no hesitation, he climbs onto a table and calls for everyone's attention. He announces that his group is preparing to conquer another dungeon, but since the challenge requires more people, he is recruiting everyone present. His bold declaration earns a scoff from Uma and Yuka, both questioning if he even understands who these people are. Tsukimaru simply shrugs and replies calmly that they are all high-ranking players, which makes them perfect candidates for an S-ranked dungeon raid. The entire room becomes alert at his words. Rei pauses, then smiles, agreeing that everyone here is indeed qualified for an S-rank raid. Seeing her calm response, Tsukimaru assumes that she already knew what he was planning. Roland takes a moment to think, then asks what they would gain from such a raid. Tsukimaru answers smugly that they would gain the honor of collaborating with him, as if everyone is eager for that chance. Roland's interest sparks, and Hinata steps forward to ask how the raid loot would be divided. Tsukimaru proposes that the loot should be distributed according to each player's contribution during the boss fight. Hinata mutters that it will be difficult to stand out among so many powerful players, but Tsukimaru encourages her, insisting that it is difficult, not impossible. Mofu also expresses his wish to participate, though he admits his company would not allow him to collaborate with Tsukimaru yet. Tsukimaru suggests that if it is framed as a collaboration with the winners of Metapest, the company would surely approve. His clever reasoning impresses the room, and before long it seems everyone is ready to join him. Turning back to his teammates, the gossip aunties, Tsukimaru remarks that now they simply have to win. Galia shouts at him in frustration, trying to make him realize what he just did. Tsukimaru stays calm and replies that he only made everyone his enemy. It feels exactly like Lelouch in Code Geass declaring war with a poker face, except Tsukimaru has none of the elegance, just chaos wrapped in confidence. Just then, another person speaks up, asking if he can also join the raid. Tsukimaru looks at him and realizes that he is Gesutan's teammate. Apparently, Gesutan's team has also made it to the finals. Tsukimaru tells him he does not mind, though Gesutan might not be pleased with the project. The man shrugs and replies that he does not care about Gesutan anyway, since they are only teammates for this Metapest. Tsukimaru agrees, which makes the other guy beam like he just got a friend request from a celebrity. He leaves after waving goodbye as if this was his graduation ceremony. Once he is gone, Tsukimaru turns to Yuka and casually asks if that player is famous. Yuka stares at him like he just asked if water is wet and yells at him for letting a random join without even knowing his name. She admits she does not know much about him either, which makes Tsukimaru look at her like she just betrayed her whole career as a gossip auntie. He cannot believe that the girl who knows the tea of every streamer alive has missed this one. Yuka smugly explains that she only follows some. From Galia they learn that there are almost 1,000 registered streamers. The number shocks her so much that she forgets she was supposed to act cool, which makes Yuka burst into giggles. Seeing her laugh, Tsukimaru reminds her that this number should not impress her but terrify her, because that is 1,000 chances of being roasted on main. Galia digs deeper into Gesutan's teammate and finds out he really is a streamer, but the type of streamer who can go live for 3 hours and still have his mom as the only viewer. Tsukimaru assumes he teamed up with Gesutan because unknown plus hated is still a better combo than being unknown and ignored. Galia adds that their interests may align, which Tsukimaru translates to clout chasing in desperate mode. Tsukimaru smirks, realizing the man is here to leech fame, but something about it still smells fishy. Gesutan's team placed third with only a single-point difference, which feels more like a plot twist than an accident. He shrugs it off, convincing himself he is not the detective of this anime. After a while, the announcer bursts in like a YouTuber hitting 1 million subs and declares the finals open. The rules are simple. Teams must collect item points scattered in the dungeon within the time limit. Everyone suddenly switches into serious gamer mode. The announcer gives the last instruction, warning that if anyone is knocked out, they will be respawned back at the start like a noob speedrunner. With that, Tsukimaru names his stream, "I tried winning at Metapest against a bunch of top-tier hardcore players," which is basically a flex disguised as a title, and the finals begin. The finals kick off and all the teams storm into the dungeon. While exploring, one of Gesutan's teammates, the same guy who had once joined Tsukimaru's raid, finds a treasure chest and excitedly calls out to him. Instead of celebrating, Gesutan shoves him aside and plants his foot on top of the chest like he owns it. With a mocking laugh, he ridicules his own teammate for taking the competition so seriously.
Are you serious?
The teammate stares back, confused, asking what Gesutan actually wants them to do. Gesutan twists his face into a sneer, ugly and mean, and says they should set a trap. His only real plan is to target Tsukimaru, defeat him, and prove he is insignificant. The stream audience instantly flips on him. Comments flood in roasting Gesutan, calling him desperate, pathetic, and a clown for sabotaging his own team just to get back at Tsukimaru. Stung, Gesutan fires back angrily, insisting there's no point in taking the tournament that seriously anyway. In his words, players like Roland and Ray, the true hardcore elites, are guaranteed to win. He waves it off by claiming he just wants to make the event more fun, but to the viewers, it only makes him look like a salty side character trying to stay relevant. While Gesutan continues spewing nonsense, his teammate suddenly notices someone approaching and quickly warns him. The figure drawing closer is none other than the pink-haired Hinata. Her eyes sparkle the moment she spots the chest. The viewers light up in chat, urging Gesutan to fight her immediately. Still dripping arrogance, Gesutan smirks and declares that Hinata is nothing more than an appetizer before the main dish. He claims he will wait for her to drop her guard before making his move. His boasting is cut off when Hinata instantly closes the gap. In a blink, her knife is pressed to his neck. She smiles with elegance, asking softly why he has not attacked her yet or if he is simply waiting for Tsukimaru. Gesutan stiffens in pure terror as her blade edges closer to his throat. Her sweet voice turns icy as she warns him that he is not the only one watching Tsukimaru. On the other side of the dungeon, Tsukimaru discovers a treasure chest and immediately opens it. Yuka, watching from nearby, asks curiously if he plans to cheat like he did last time with Uma. Galia stands close, eyes sharp, scanning the surroundings. Tsukimaru replies calmly that he has not found any loopholes to exploit at the moment. Hearing this, Galia mutters that he seems to know every suspicious thing he does. With a blank face, Tsukimaru says he also has manners. Galia scoffs, thinking that manners and Tsukimaru are two things that will never exist in the same world. Inside the chest, Tsukimaru finds a diamond worth 400 points. He instructs both Yuka and Galia to continue searching according to their plan. Suddenly, his instincts flare. He shouts for them to bend, and just in time they dodge an attack from behind. From the shadows, Roland steps forward with a knightly smile, impressed, and praises Tsukimaru for not letting his guard down even while opening a chest. Golden-haired and carrying the aura of a royal knight, he radiates confidence as he faces them. Tsukimaru rises, thanks him for the compliment, and asks if they should settle things after gathering more loot. Roland proudly replies that even if they lose a little time, it will not matter much since his team can recover easily. Galia leans closer to Tsukimaru and whispers that she never expected to run into Roland this early. Tsukimaru stays calm and tells her to relax, saying this was within his expectations. That is why he had already declared victory beforehand. He explains to his team that there are only 2 ways to earn points under the current rules. One is by collecting items scattered around the dungeon. The other is by stealing points from other teams. Players with high points, however, have no reason to gamble everything on risky fights. The smarter move is to avoid combat and focus entirely on treasure collection. Still, Tsukimaru's grin spreads as he admits he does not want to drag things out. He suggests they fight here and now to settle who really stands at the top. Roland does not flinch. He accepts the challenge and declares that while Tsukimaru may be clever with strategies, his team came prepared with countermeasures. At that moment, his teammate steps forward. A wizard grips a long staff, glowing with energy, and the aura radiating from him makes it clear this fight will not be simple. With no hesitation, Tsukimaru and his teammates charge forward. He summons his knife and darts straight for Roland, the blade almost grazing his neck, while Galia dives in low, aiming for his leg. Roland reacts instantly, countering with a sharp kick that sends her tumbling across the floor. At the same time, the wizard raises his staff and casts a glowing field. Yuka and Galia find themselves trapped inside, the air burning with energy. Both glance around in confusion. Roland explains coolly that it is a damage over time field. Each tick might not seem deadly, but against their team's composition, it is brutal. Tsukimaru narrows his eyes, realizing Roland had prepared specifically for him. He admits with a twisted grin that it is almost an honor. The grin feels like a callback to Hisoka in Hunter x Hunter, thrilled whenever he finds a worthy opponent. Roland smiles back with pride, praising Tsukimaru's strength before adding that they plan to end this quickly. Tsukimaru rises, ready to continue, but Galia blocks him with her arm. She orders him to hold back and tells the others they need to regroup. Roland intercepts her with a clean strike, his blade cutting deep. Her HP drops by nearly 20%, making her stagger. She calls out desperately for Yuka's healing, but an archer from Roland's squad rains down arrows, pinning Yuka and Galia under constant fire. The barrage leaves them bleeding and makes it impossible for Yuka to safely cast anything. Roland's voice rings with confidence as he declares there is no way they can win. Galia grits her teeth and refuses to bow. She lunges again, slashing with everything she has, but Roland evades with ease, his calm composure intact. Yet, beneath his pride, doubt begins to creep in. This is not how the plan was supposed to unfold. Their strategy was to retreat the moment Tsukimaru was pinned, but Galia's stubborn resistance keeps breaking the flow. After mocking their futile attempts, Roland finally grows serious. That is when his expression shifts. He senses something is wrong. Tsukimaru has vanished. Alarm jolts through him, and he quickly shouts to his team, warning that Tsukimaru is using concealment. From the shadows, Tsukimaru clicks his tongue, irritated that Roland noticed so quickly. Earlier, before the clash began, Tsukimaru had explained carefully to Galia and Yuka that his greatest weaknesses were poison and lingering damage, anything that counted as damage over time. To counter this, he came up with a plan. Galia and Yuka would engage Roland directly, keeping his team busy, while Tsukimaru slipped into concealment to prepare the real counterattack. Now, as Roland finally catches on to their movements, he smirks confidently and declares that he will remove Yuka and Galia first. He lunges with his sword, aiming to cut them down. Galia does not back away. She plants her feet and meets his strike directly. To his surprise, her blow cancels out his own, the sound of steel crashing through the air. From the shadows, Tsukimaru smirks sarcastically, noting aloud that the damage over time effects have actually left his health in a decent place. His voice cuts through the noise as he calls out to Yuka, telling her to execute Plan C. Without hesitation, Yuka nods and answers with firm resolve. In a sudden flash, Tsukimaru emerges from the shadows right behind Roland's wizard teammate, catching him completely off guard. Roland's face tightens instantly as he realizes the danger. Tsukimaru is already within striking distance, and one clean hit could end the wizard right there. He quickly deduces that Tsukimaru's goal is to eliminate the wizard before the damage over time effect can finish him off. But instead of panicking, Roland smirks with confidence. He knows the wizard is equipped with the Ring of Resolution, a powerful item that nullifies a single instance of lethal damage. As long as the wizard survives the initial strike, the damage over time will keep ticking, and Tsukimaru will inevitably fall. However, Roland's confidence crumbles in the next instant. Instead of going for a killing blow, Tsukimaru suddenly snatches the wizard's staff with a perfectly timed theft skill. Grinning low, Tsukimaru crouches and taunts that he may not be able to defeat Roland directly, but without his staff, the wizard is nothing more than dead weight. He lunges forward, blade aiming for the unarmed caster. Roland reacts fast, intercepting the attack and blocking the strike just in time. Tsukimaru smirks again, casually remarking that Roland's backup speed is impressive. Roland narrows his eyes, admitting that Tsukimaru's choice to use a steal skill at that moment was a sharp and calculated move. Without wasting another second, Roland orders his team to retreat. The three of them vanish quickly, slipping out before the situation can spiral further out of control. Tsukimaru clicks his tongue in frustration and calls out to Galia and Yuka, explaining that Roland realized the balance had shifted and escaped before things got worse. Yuka, still catching her breath, starts rambling with excitement like a fan meeting her idol, saying it was unbelievable to face off against a top-level player like that. Galia, exhausted and leaning on her weapon, nods in agreement. She remarks that it is only natural, since Roland fights on an entirely different level. Tsukimaru agrees, but then casually opens his hand to reveal a small pile of jewels. Money, With a mischievous grin, he admits that he managed to snatch these during the chaos. The moment stuns everyone. His teammates freeze, the audience gasps, and even the announcer stumbles over her words before finally declaring that Tsukimaru's team has successfully stolen points from Roland's group and now holds the top position in the rankings. Roland stands in disbelief. Only now does he realize he had not retreated on his own terms. He had been outplayed completely. Tsukimaru not only countered his strategy, but also robbed him in plain sight. His so-called calculated withdrawal was nothing more than a humiliating loss. Meanwhile, Tsukimaru clicks his tongue in mild disappointment, muttering that he could not steal everything. Even so, the haul is more than enough to push his team into first place. Turning to the camera and the flood of viewers, he smirks confidently and announces that he has just defeated the first hardcore player. With the crowd roaring, he declares that his sights are already locked on the next opponent. After some time running through the dungeon, Galia turns to Tsukimaru and demands to know how he plans to escape from all the players chasing them. Tsukimaru looks at her curiously and asks why they even need to escape at all. Galia snaps back, her tone sharp, saying that if they want to win, escaping is the only option. Tsukimaru sighs like an old man lecturing impatient kids. He mutters that young people today only care about winning, when there is much more to it. Galia assumes he is talking about sportsmanship, but Tsukimaru grins and corrects her. It is not about sportsmanship. It is about the highlights. Annoyed, Galia yells at him for forgetting their actual objectives, but the stream chat explodes with support for Tsukimaru. Viewers spam that running away would be boring and they want action. For once, Yuka nods in agreement with him. She moves closer to Galia, cheeks blushing as she grins like a love-struck fool, saying that since everyone is here to watch her performance, they have no choice but to meet their expectations. Tsukimaru raises an eyebrow and remarks that even this otaku is siding with him now, pointing out that Yuka is basically just another obsessive fan in disguise. Galia quickly warns Yuka that agreeing with Tsukimaru means she will also have to fight. The words jolt Yuka back to reality, but she still declares dramatically that she would sacrifice herself if it meant staying with Galia-sama. Her over-the-top behavior makes it painfully obvious she is nothing less than a full-on sasang. At the same time, Uma dashes onto the scene, shouting excitedly to Tsukimaru that he has finally come to repay his debt. Tsukimaru barely acknowledges him, casually remarking that highlight number 1 has arrived. Yuka immediately agrees with him, which makes Uma even more irritated, since even she seems to be siding with Tsukimaru now. Their familiar bickering sparks right away, and the viewers burst into laughter. The comments section floods with remarks about Yuka betraying Uma, who used to be her bias, and switching sides to Tsukimaru instead. As the chat spams betrayal memes, Mofu makes his grand entrance alongside his teammates. All of them, just like him, are dressed like oversized plushies, turning the scene into a mix of comedy and chaos. Uma shouts at the top of his lungs that Tsukimaru is his prey. Mofu, however, keeps his cheerful trademark smile and replies that the early bird catches the worm. The tension rises, but the tone stays playful thanks to his goofy charm. Meanwhile, Hinata's teammates, 2 girls, appear on the edge of the battlefield, calling out as they search for her. The battlefield quickly descends into chaos, leaving Tsukimaru completely surrounded. Yuka grows flustered, blurting out that things have gotten way too complicated. Tsukimaru, calm as ever, reassures her that this is exactly what he wanted all along. Galia, however, starts to panic. She admits they might be getting the flashy highlights Tsukimaru loves so much, but questions how they are supposed to actually survive in this mess. Tsukimaru only stretches lazily, unbothered by the pressure. With a smirk, he declares that the only way to win a battle royale is to adapt to the chaos. He steps forward with excitement, telling Yuka and Galia to survive in their own ways. The two exchange looks and quickly realize he has no real plan at all. Uma and Mofu launch their strikes at the same time, but Tsukimaru slips between them effortlessly, dodging like it is second nature. Galia charges straight at Mofu, only for one of his plushy teammates to block her attack. Meanwhile, Yuka powers herself up and spins wildly like a Beyblade, leaving everyone around her stumbling and dizzy. Tsukimaru pauses mid-fight with a grin spreading across his face. Watching the chaos unfold, he feels satisfied. This is exactly the scenario he had been waiting for. His investment in disorder is finally paying off. Yet something nags at him. The chaos is good, but he is not reaping as much benefit from it as he wanted. Then it hits him. Someone else is playing the same game as he is. Out of nowhere, Hinata lunges forward with a lightning-fast strike that Tsukimaru narrowly dodges. His eyes widen as he realizes she is cut from the same cloth. The two face off for the first time. Tsukimaru admits, with a mix of surprise and respect, that he did not expect anyone to read his strategy. Hinata smirks proudly and replies that of course she would, since she is also a thief. Then, with a playful spark in her voice, she tilts her head and challenges him directly, asking if he wants to see which one of them is the better thief. Tsukimaru, uninterested in the slightest, proudly declares that he is obviously the better thief. The viewers immediately explode in excitement, flooding the stream with messages and showering money just to see the two of them fight. Sensitive to the cash flow, Tsukimaru changes his stance and agrees to the duel. He barely has time to ready himself before Hinata suddenly dashes forward, her knife flashing as it slices toward his neck. Tsukimaru twists away at the last moment, but a few strands of his hair flutter to the ground. Clicking his tongue, he suggests changing locations, but Hinata ignores him and keeps pressing her relentless assault. The sharp sound of knives colliding fills the air as they dart around the field, neither one yielding ground. Hinata smirks mid-combat and asks how he managed to build such a ridiculously high DPS thief setup through min-maxing. Tsukimaru fires back sarcastically, saying the whole point of the game is to create your own build. Their blades continue to clash, each strike paired with cutting remarks. Hinata insists she is just an average thief, but Tsukimaru sneers and asks what kind of twisted world would ever call her average. The tempo rises and the duel turns sharper with every passing second. For the first time in a long while, Tsukimaru feels something stirring. He is actually enjoying himself. As Tsukimaru fights, his mind shifts fully into the perspective of a thief. He analyzes every possible path she might take, running through the options of which skills could lead to his loss and which ones could secure his win. None of the flashy tricks guarantee victory, so instead he focuses on cutting off every route that could cause his defeat and carving out the path towards success. With his decision made, his movements change. His strikes come faster, sharper, and from unpredictable angles, forcing Hinata onto the defensive. His blade draws dangerously close to her neck when suddenly her figure flickers and vanishes. Tsukimaru blinks in surprise, realizing too late she has slipped out of sight. Hinata reappears behind him, her knife raised, a confident grin spreading across her face. She explains calmly that when it comes to ultimate skills, the one who activates second gains the advantage. Her blade angles forward, aiming for the perfect backstab. But Tsukimaru is already smiling. He was waiting for this. In an instant, his shadow trap erupts, piercing straight through her stomach. Hinata gasps as the dark thorns bind her in place. With that strike, Tsukimaru secures an undeniable and absolute victory. After the fight, Hinata ends up crying and whining while stuck on the shadow spear. Her tough persona from earlier crumbles, and her usual catchphrase becomes her death flag. The difference in personality is almost comical. Tsukimaru tries to calm her down, telling her she would have beaten anyone else, but Hinata keeps sobbing that none of it matters if she cannot defeat him. Tsukimaru reassures her by calling her strong, though he cannot resist slipping in a boast about himself, claiming the real problem is that he is simply too strong. The announcer declares the outcome of their duel, and at the same time, the bell rings to signal the end of the finals. Everyone gathers on the central stage as the results are officially announced. Hinata secures 6th place with 1,000 points. Roland lands in 5th with 1,900. Mofu earns 4th with 4,500. Gasuten claims 3rd with 4,750, carried heavily by his teammates. Raylene takes 2nd with 6,000. And standing tall at the top is Tsukimaru, crowned champion with a staggering 15,250 points. The crowd erupts in applause, appreciating the efforts of every team. Viewers pour in prize money, celebrating the finalists. Tsukimaru then calls out to Mofu, reminding him of the promise he made earlier. Mofu smiles brightly and agrees, saying he will gladly join his raid. Taking the microphone, Tsukimaru silences the venue and makes a major announcement. He declares that his next stream will be an S-rank raid, one that he will attempt together with everyone present. Naturally, he states proudly that he will be the leader. This immediately enrages Uma, who interrupts angrily, reminding Tsukimaru that he never agreed to follow his lead. Their usual bickering explodes right on stage, turning the award ceremony into their personal argument floor. In the middle of their quarrel, Tsukimaru announces the name of his upcoming stream, I tried conquering an S-rank raid with the strongest members. He boldly tells viewers not to miss it. With the curtains of the Metapest finally closing, Tsukimaru's channel surges past 1 million subscribers. In the real world, a major game media outlet posts Tsukimaru's interview, and it quickly spreads across the gaming community. Sitting on a sofa in a sharp suit, Tsukimaru looks strikingly handsome, a stark contrast to his wild in-game persona. The interviewer congratulates him and asks for his thoughts on winning the Metapest. Tsukimaru answers that it all feels like a dream because the competition is so strong, and even a single mistake could have cost him the victory. When asked about the key to his win, Tsukimaru scratches his head and admits that his strategies are not common knowledge since he is still relatively new, which gave him an advantage. The interviewer points out that he sounds more humble here than the cocky figure people see in the game. Tsukimaru smiles awkwardly, explaining that he just gets carried away during matches because he hates losing. The interviewer suggests that his determination must be the real reason behind his miraculous victory. At the word miraculous, Tsukimaru almost loses his composure.
Hey, shut your mouth.
But he forces a polite smile and replies that he will keep working hard so nobody dismisses his success as luck. For the sake of the interview, he keeps himself under control. The interviewer then asks about his newly acquired reward, skill customize. Tsukimaru explains that he is planning to use it to overcome his weaknesses, but promises that the full details will be revealed in his next stream. Finally, the interviewer asks if he has any message for the readers. Tsukimaru brightens, happily announcing that he and the other finalists are going to challenge an S-rank raid together, so everyone should make sure to watch. He then slips into a plug about the free 1-month membership offer, but the interviewer cuts in with a laugh, telling him promotion is fine, but he should show more enthusiasm. Tsukimaru chuckles, thanks everyone, and urges them to subscribe to his channel. The interview ends with the interviewer thanking him for his time, as the article cements his name even deeper in the gaming world. In the Rayline agency, Tsukimaru happily shows Yuka his phone and tells her that his interview has been published, proving he is now a famous streamer. Yuka nods, pointing out that he has already gained 4 lax subscribers. Sitting beside her on the sofa, Tsukimaru proudly says that he is receiving countless emails, and any unwanted ones can just be tossed into the trash. He lifts his head high, clearly full of pride. Galia watches with narrowed eyes and comments that he is becoming too arrogant, warning him to be careful not to say anything reckless outside. Hearing this, Tsukimaru stares at her until she frowns and asks why. He blurts out that she does not sound like Galia at all, since in the game she is harsh and sharp, but in real life she is shy and soft-spoken. Galia quickly shuts him down, telling him to stop teasing her, then thanks him sincerely. She explains that because of him, she was able to join Raylene after Metapest, and without that, she thought she would have been kicked out. Tsukimaru agrees, glancing at both Yuka and Galia. He reflects quietly that at first he resented the two of them, but now that feeling is gone. The past is the past and people change. It was because of his lousy president that he fell, and Yuka became bitter too. Now he decides that Galia also deserves a chance to be rewarded, though the thought feels too embarrassing for him to say aloud. While he is lost in thought, Rei enters the room, and all three quickly rise from the sofa. Yuka, however, instantly slips back into her usual simp mode, her eyes sparkling. Rei looks at the group and asks if the purpose of their visit is to join her agency. Galia and Yuka nod without hesitation, but Tsukimaru rises from the sofa and apologizes, saying he will pass. At that exact moment, the door bursts open and a stunning girl with long blue hair barges in, demanding that Tsukimaru stop right there. The room falls silent. Tsukimaru turns to Yuka and asks if she knows her, but Yuka shakes her head. Even so, she admits that whoever this girl is, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Rei raises an eyebrow and comments that this girl has just barged into her office uninvited. Then the reveal lands. This beauty is none other than Uma. Yes, Uma, the chaotic, clumsy man from the game. Tsukimaru and Yuka are left speechless, their jaws practically hitting the floor at the shocking transformation. Uma calmly sits down beside Rei while Rei turns her attention back to Tsukimaru, asking why he is refusing. Still shaken, Tsukimaru replies that it is nothing personal. He simply cannot stand the idea of being bound by anyone. Uma tells him that the agency does not bind its members, and after thinking on it, Tsukimaru admits she is right. He realizes that showing her real face could bring in huge money, yet Rei still respects Uma's choice to remain hidden. Even so, he cannot bring himself to accept it. The truth is, his refusal comes from his past, where he suffered too much under control. He says it is part of his nature, and with that, he stands and prepares to leave. Behind him, Uma shouts that if he regrets this decision later, it will already be too late. Tsukimaru only shrugs, brushing it off as if it means nothing. On his way out, he pauses and casually asks Uma how many subscribers she has. She answers happily, saying she has about 900. Tsukimaru, being himself, cannot resist rubbing it in. With a smug grin, he tells her that he just reached 1.5 million subscribers. The moment he says it, the soul of in-game Uma bursts through the elegant real-world Uma. She immediately switches into chaos mode and starts bickering with him, her beauty giving way to her familiar clumsy personality. Tsukimaru calmly watches her unravel, unfazed by her agitation. Before leaving, he bows politely to Rei, thanking her sincerely and saying he wanted to tell her directly. Just as he turns to head out the door, Yuka stops him and asks if he intends to cut ties with Rei completely. Tsukimaru replies that there is still the raid, so their relationship will remain the same as before. Hearing this, Yuka, who has been quietly desperate to stay by his side, struggles with her decision. After a moment of hesitation, she forces herself to speak and declares that she will also decline Rei's offer, refusing to join the agency as well. Tsukimaru looks at Yuka in confusion and asks why she declined, but instead of answering, Yuka scolds him. She tells him that if he planned to refuse, he should have said so earlier. Tsukimaru argues that she does not need to reject the offer just because he did, but Yuka raises her finger, points it straight at him, and meets his eyes. With firm resolve, she tells him clearly that there is no breaking their duo. Tsukimaru is left baffled by her words, while Rei and Uma watch the scene with quiet amusement. Rei is not sad or disappointed. Instead, she smiles and tells Yuka that if she ever changes her mind, she should reach out to her. Yuka shakes her head and replies that Rei should not try to persuade her, since it would only make her waver. She bows deeply, thanking them with sincerity. Tsukimaru then turns to Galia and tells her that if an opportunity comes, they should collaborate again. With that, he and Yuka take their leave together, walking out of the agency side by side. After a while, as they walk down the road, Yuka asks Tsukimaru what he plans to do now that he has turned down Rei's invitation. She reminds him of his responsibilities and shows him her phone, which is overflowing with notifications waiting for him. Tsukimaru only smiles, and Yuka immediately realizes he has not given it any thought. She scolds him sharply for his carefree attitude. While they are bickering, Galia suddenly appears from behind, startling them both. Tsukimaru asks if she has finished signing the contract, but Galia shakes her head and says she declined the offer. Both Tsukimaru and Yuka are left speechless, blurting out why she would make such a choice. Galia responds with a bright smile, saying that Raylene is indeed a good agency, but it would be far more fun to stay with them. Yuka beams with excitement and jumps happily, saying they are glad to have her. Tsukimaru, irritated, tells Yuka not to decide things on her own. Galia tilts her head and asks if he has a problem with it, then slyly tempts him by mentioning that she can introduce him to the talented backstage staff from Collapsing Industries. Hearing this, Tsukimaru gives in and agrees, welcoming her into the team, though he still makes sure to remind them firmly that he is the leader. The three of them shake hands, and with that, Tsukimaru's team is officially born, carrying the name the Merry Companions. After a few days, inside the game, all the members from the finals gather in the arena of feuding warriors alongside Tsukimaru and his team. Tsukimaru explains that this colossal battlefield is a place where two factions clash endlessly for treasure and glory. Their task is to defeat both sides and claim the treasure to clear the stage. The moment he says it, everyone realizes the difficulty. The sheer number of minions makes the idea of a frontal assault sound absurd. Even with this powerful lineup, charging straight in looks almost impossible. Roland thinks it over and assumes there must be some built-in mechanism to balance the overwhelming numbers. Tsukimaru nods, agreeing with his deduction. He explains that the arena is full of massive traps, each of which can be controlled from a central room. Roland immediately understands the implication. They will need to split into two groups, one to dive into the arena and hold the front line, and the other to locate and activate the traps. Since the fighters in the arena must be kept to a minimum, the dangerous task naturally falls to Tsukimaru and the other finalists who already proved themselves in battle. Meanwhile, Uma grows agitated when he realizes he has been placed in the exploration team.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
He immediately questions Tsukimaru about it, but Tsukimaru only answers with a smug smirk. He mockingly asks Uma where he thinks he ranks to be considered worthy of fighting alongside the main team. The jab makes Uma's urge to kill him flare even stronger. Seeing his frustration, Tsukimaru decides not to push further. He softens his tone and explains that he wanted someone reliable to lead the exploration team, which is why he entrusted the role to Uma. Hearing this, Uma calms down and accepts the responsibility of being the leader without further protest. With roles assigned and everything settled, the long-awaited S-rank raid of the strongest members officially begins. Their battle begins as all the strongest members from the finals charge toward the massive Colosseum. The opposing party immediately looses a volley of arrows, but Roland deflects them with ease using his skill. Rei steps forward, pulling out her weapon, a short-ranged gun, and shoots down enemies one after another. Curious, Roland asks why she would use such a short-ranged weapon when she could simply rely on a rifle. Rei only smiles faintly and replies that this gun is simply more fun. Before he can argue further, the gates swing open and a wave of enemies pours out. Realizing they cannot win from a distance, the enemies attempt to overwhelm the group with sheer numbers. Yet they are no match for the finalists. Each fighter carves through the horde effortlessly, treating the battle like a warm-up rather than a challenge. Watching them, Tsukimaru is taken aback. He only asked them to hold their ground until the fort's mechanics were activated, but at this pace they might completely besiege the fort instead. The viewers comment on the stream, one pointing out that Tsukimaru already defeated these opponents before. He agrees, but adds that if the enemies had been built more for PvP, this would have been far harder. To explain, he gives the example of Mofu. With overwhelming firepower, his build comes close to the theoretical ideal for raw damage. If he wanted to push his effectiveness even further, Tsukimaru explains, he should sacrifice a little raw firepower to increase his attack range. It almost sounds like Tsukimaru is showing off by acting as if he knows everything, though in this case, his analysis is right on point. Another viewer assumes the battle will end in an easy win. Tsukimaru immediately dismisses the idea, explaining that resources will run out soon. Right now, everyone is throwing their full strength into cutting down enemies, but their MP will not last. With cooldowns stretching longer, the team's formation is already nearing its limit. This is why activating the arena's mechanics is absolutely necessary. Suddenly, chaos erupts in the chat. Viewers begin spamming that the streams from the mechanics group have gone silent. Tsukimaru checks for himself and finds that their feed is completely dead. Even the status showing whether they are logged in or out has vanished. He decides he has to check personally. Informing his squad, he tells them he will go investigate and asks them to hold out for a while. Hinata shrugs and casually replies that she does not mind buying him time, though she teases that they will probably wipe out the enemies on their own before he returns. On the mechanics team's side, Gasuten's teammate, who had joined the raid, cuts through enemy after enemy with ease. He laughs to himself, surprised that what he thought would be the boring side of the raid is actually just as troublesome. Meanwhile, Galia notices something strange on their interface. She alerts the others that she cannot connect to the opposite team. Jasutan's teammate casually answers that if interference is in effect, then it is nothing to worry about. His words make Uma freeze, realization hitting him immediately. Narrowing his eyes, Uma accuses him outright. The man does not even try to deny it. With a wide grin, he admits it proudly, claiming that his company specializes in this kind of sabotage. The rest of the team has no idea that he is affiliated with such a company, but the truth now comes out, and it is clear something is terribly wrong. This man is dangerous. Uma and Galia instantly reach the same conclusion and strike at him together. To their shock, every blow passes straight through his body without leaving a single mark. Uma curses, calling him a cheat. The man only laughs and admits it openly, boasting that being a cheat guarantees he will never lose. Since he is Jasutan's teammate, such underhanded tactics are hardly surprising. Acting as if he is being merciful, he tells them he will let them walk away if they stop pushing forward. After all, they would not want to suffer a penalty for fighting someone they cannot possibly defeat. Uma clenches his fists and smirks. He admits this is going to be a huge annoyance, but backing down is impossible. He charges straight at him, taunting the man for thinking he is invincible and declaring that he will be defeated to show his true place. In the game, Uma appears as a man, but in reality she is a pretty girl. At this moment, her thoughts drift back to the past. She remembers why she chose to become Uma in the first place. Back when she streamed with her real face, people never praised her victories. Instead, they wished for her to fail, mocking her because her frustrated reactions were considered cute. She grew to hate being looked down on, so she began hiding behind Uma, terrified of failure. But then she met Tsukimaru, someone who existed on a level entirely beyond her own. Back in the present, Uma roars that he will silence Jasutan's teammate with his own ability alone. The man does not even take him seriously. None of Uma's attacks connect, while every strike from the opponent carves into him with precision. In desperation, Uma hurls his weapon, but the enemy sidesteps easily and rushes in for a killing blow. At that instant, Uma realizes he cannot evade. If his movement is even slightly mistimed, he will die. Worse, the way the enemy just moved proves he completely dodged Uma's earlier attack. That motion is the hint. Uma understands that hidden in those movements is the key to breaking the man's gimmick. Something clicks in his mind. He shouts to the others, trying to warn them that Jasutan's teammate is not what he seems. But before he can finish, the spear pierces straight through his chest. Uma falls, a faint smile on his lips. This is all he can do, yet he believes Tsukimaru will finish the fight. He entrusts everything to him. Jasutan's teammate grins with eerie delight, then turns to see Tsukimaru standing still. With a mocking sneer, he calls Uma nothing more than a side chick. Tsukimaru's gaze sharpens. He repeats the insult coldly, as if the words cut him personally. Yuka watches in shock, tears running down her cheeks. Then, to her horror, Tsukimaru himself sheds tears even as he agrees with the insult. Suddenly, Tsukimaru's aura turns icy. He fixes his eyes on Jasutan's teammate and asks if he knows the classic way to defeat the last boss. The man blinks, confused, unable to follow. In a chilling voice, Tsukimaru explains that this is the moment when side characters play their role and pave the way for the hero's entrance. Tsukimaru instructs Yuka and Galia to go on ahead, assuring them that he will handle things alone. Galia immediately tries to argue, but Tsukimaru meets her eyes firmly and tells them to focus on their own roles. Yuka, sensing his resolve, takes Galia's hand and pulls her out of the place before she can say more.
Go away!
Once they are gone, Tsukimaru turns calmly to his opponent and asks if Alan does not plan on chasing them. Then, without hesitation, he drops the revelation. He calls Jasutan's teammate by his true name, Alan Neumann. Alan stiffens, caught off guard, and demands to know how Tsukimaru figured it out. Tsukimaru explains that it was a simple deduction. He only wanted to test Alan's reaction, and that reaction has just confirmed his suspicion. He continues, saying that Alan, like himself, knows exactly who the map holders are and how many pieces each of them possesses. If Tsukimaru secures the third piece of the map during this S-rank raid, Alan will lose his advantage as the current 3-piece holder. So if anyone were to interfere with the raid, the most likely culprit would be Alan. Alan smirks and praises Tsukimaru's deduction, even going so far as to suggest he quit gaming and consider becoming a detective instead. His tone almost sounds sincere, but there is a mocking edge beneath it. Tsukimaru does not stop there. Emboldened by the praise, he pushes further, pointing out that Alan must also have a method to rob other players of their map pieces. Alan's next instant, he lunges with his spear. Tsukimaru reacts quickly, slipping to the side and narrowly dodging. Seeing Alan's response, Tsukimaru taunts him, saying that his guess must have been correct. He continues calmly, explaining that no one would carry map fragments openly in their inventory. That means Alan must possess some special way to steal them. Alan's aura darkens completely. His tongue flicks out like Orochimaru's as he asks mockingly if Tsukimaru has already figured out a way to defeat him. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashes a barrage of spear strikes. Tsukimaru evades swiftly and counters with his soul-reaping knife, but each time the blade passes harmlessly through Alan's body. Alan grows prouder with every failed strike. In his mind, if he could defeat Gasuten, then Tsukimaru is no different. Tsukimaru continues repeating the same attack, but Alan dismisses it as pointless. Even when Tsukimaru switches to hurling poison amulets, nothing changes. The charms dissolve without leaving a trace, yet Tsukimaru stubbornly keeps throwing them, his persistence slowly grating on Alan's nerves. Finally, irritated, Alan charges forward once again and thrusts his spear. Tsukimaru mirrors his earlier moves, striking with the knife as the spear pierces him. Once more, the blade seems to pass through Alan's body, convincing him that all of this resistance is nothing but a desperate stall for time. Confident in his victory, Alan slashes cleanly into Tsukimaru, certain that he has already won. But Tsukimaru is not so naive. A smirk spreads across his face, and suddenly a shadow spear bursts out from beneath Alan, slashing across his back. Blood sprays violently, staining the ground. Alan's pride shatters the moment he sees his own blood, while Tsukimaru tilts his head innocently, acting like a child who has no idea what just happened. Cursing in frustration, Alan demands to know how Tsukimaru managed to wound him. Tsukimaru explains calmly that he only dodged specific attacks, which revealed that some kind of trick was at work. His deduction is that Alan's cheat shifts his character's hitbox exactly one model width behind the actual avatar, creating the illusion of invincibility. He admits he does not know if Alan is faking his coordinates or abusing lag mechanics, but once he figured out the trick, the only step left was to lure Alan into the correct position. He adds that it was Uma's final words that gave him the hint to search for the hidden gimmick behind Alan's ability. Alan realizes that the fight is lost and prepares to log out, but Tsukimaru stops him with a cold warning. He asks if Alan knows what will happen if he leaves now. Alan, of course, knows. His character will freeze in place, essentially turning into a free mule for others to loot. The system exists to prevent players from escaping PvP battles. Even so, Alan shows no concern. Tsukimaru concludes that the reason he does not care is because he is not carrying the map pieces right now. Alan only smirks, brushing it off and leaving it to Tsukimaru's imagination. The vague reply reminds everyone watching that Alan remains a truly mysterious figure. Then, to Alan's surprise, Tsukimaru smiles and thanks him. Alan looks confused, unable to grasp why he would be thanked. Tsukimaru grins, explaining that he is grateful for showing him the path to stealing other players' maps. He lays out his assumptions one by one. First, it cannot be a special skill, since Alan does not belong to a unique class. The next possibility would be a unique item. But if that were the case, logging out would allow Tsukimaru to seize it immediately. No one as careful as Alan would risk carrying something so valuable in plain sight. Tsukimaru makes his final deduction. The ability to steal another person's map fragments must be an authority unlocked after gathering 3 pieces. If a map holder is killed, the authority of the map transfers directly to the killer. That, he declares, is the true privilege of holding 3 map fragments. Hearing this razor-sharp reasoning, Alan finally drops his smugness and grows serious. He asks what Tsukimaru intends to do if every one of his deductions proves correct, but Tsukimaru suddenly changes the subject. With a calm smile, he asks Alan if he does not think his teammates are taking a little too long to arrive. Alan blinks, confused, until Tsukimaru raises the scoreboard for him to see. It clearly shows Tsukimaru's team as the first to clear the S-rank raid. The revelation crushes Alan, leaving him furious as he realizes his tactic has failed completely. With his usual nonchalance, Tsukimaru reveals that he never sent Yuka and Galia to call for help. Instead, he assigned them to their real task, managing the quest mechanics. They succeeded, and that success secured their victory. Tsukimaru tells Alan that the reason he took the time to explain all the tricks, the reason he played the role of detective, was only to stall until the map fragment could be claimed. A faint glow appears in his hand, and a piece of the map materializes, proof that he has received it as a reward for registering and completing the quest. Now Tsukimaru holds 3 map fragments, granting him the same authority Alan once relied on. He can now steal map fragments from other players, even if they are stored deep in their inventories. The sudden reversal enrages Alan, and he curses Tsukimaru bitterly. Tsukimaru only grins with devilish amusement, mocking him and telling him not to get so angry. He declares that from this moment onward, they stand on equal ground. With icy conviction, Tsukimaru dares him to show what else he can do besides lean on his cheats. He promises to crush every last shred of hope Alan still clings to. Earlier, Tsukimaru sends Yuka and Galia out of the room to handle their own jobs. As they run, Galia suggests they should call for help, but Yuka immediately shakes her head. She explains that if they call for help, the stream will cut off entirely. Galia pauses and quickly understands. Since their own teammate is a cheater, the only way to expose him is to keep the stream alive. If they shut it down, no one will ever see the truth. Yuka smiles and admits that she could not sleep the night before. Galia assumes it must be nerves, since they are about to raid with some of the strongest streamers out there. But Yuka shakes her head again and says it was not nerves at all. She was too excited. All the famous names are coming together for this collab, and she cannot wait to see how the stream turns out. Her excitement is so real that she even wants to re-watch the archive later. That is why, no matter what, she does not want the stream to stop. Galia nods slowly, then brings up her first question. She asks whether Tsukimaru will be alright fighting alone. Yuka straightens up proudly, answering in a tone that mimics Tsukimaru himself. Of course he will be fine, since he is the great Tsukimaru. If he ever truly needs them, he will call, so Galia can leave Alan, the cheater, in his hands without worry. Her second question is heavier. She asks whether the people back at the Colosseum can withstand the onslaught without Tsukimaru. The smile fades slightly from Yuka's face. Even she feels a twinge of doubt. With only the 2 of them handling the puzzle mechanics, progress will be slower, and with Tsukimaru gone, that leaves only 4 players to hold the front line against an S-rank raid. As Yuka worries over everything, Rei contacts them privately and reminds her that the call will not be audible on the stream, so she can speak freely. Rei informs them that they have successfully taken down the fort. Yuka quickly apologizes, explaining that the exploration team is nearly wiped out and Tsukimaru is occupied with another matter. She adds that she and Galia are handling the puzzle mechanics, but it will take far longer than expected. Rei asks directly if the puzzle can still be solved as long as enough time is given. Yuka thinks it over, then answers firmly that yes, they can solve it. Rei exhales in relief, entrusts the task to them, and disconnects the call. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Mofu asks Rei about the situation. She reports that the exploration team needs more time, which means their strategy has to change. Hinata reacts with delight, saying she will rack up plenty of highlights from this, while Roland remarks that the audience is about to witness the longest stream of their lives. Rei, reassured by their energy, reflects that her team is made of people who fear nothing. Then she announces that they will begin the besieging operation, and the fort they just captured is the perfect place to start. Back with Galia and Yuka, they finally reach the last area, the basement, where their final task waits. The space, however, is crawling with enemy soldiers. Both of them stand their ground, fully aware that since the others have already secured one fort, all that remains is to destroy the mechanism. The problem is that they must break through the enemy army to reach it.
We died in hell!
Galia sizes up the basement and figures all the enemies must be guarding the pillars, which means she and Yuka will need to break every single one while fending off what feels like an infinite spawn of soldiers. They dive in, blades clashing and spells flying, but the sheer volume of enemies is overwhelming for just 2 people. The plan originally included Uma's squad to help handle the mechanics, but with him gone, the entire burden now sits on their shoulders. The fight turns exhausting fast, but Yuka refuses to collapse because Tsukimaru dumped this mission on her. She stops for a moment, thinking about what Tsukimaru would do. He would be 70% serious and 30% smug, still finding some galaxy brain solution no one else would even imagine. Then it hits her. She snaps out of her thoughts and orders Galia to bunch up the enemies. Finally, Yuka is acting like someone who unlocked character development DLC. Galia instantly understands and starts kiting the horde into one tight cluster, while Yuka exhales sharply and pulls out her trump card, the rebuild ticket. The rebuild ticket is the reset button every player dreams about, a one-time stat redistribution that fixes all your tragic build mistakes. Normally you get one freebie, and anyone who blows it early basically speedruns regret. Viewers go feral, spamming that Yuka really pressed the nuclear button mid-raid, speedrunning her identity crisis live. She chooses fighter and equips the Trolls Club, a weapon that looks like someone duct-taped gym equipment together. The moment Galia dodges clear, Yuka swings down and smashes a pillar into dust with one hit. The shockwave crushes soldiers alongside it, and the stream erupts into chaos. Even Yuka herself looks stunned, holding the giant dumbbell like she just discovered strength training for the first time. With her new build, she goes wild, tearing through pillar after pillar while enemies ragdoll everywhere. By the time only the last pillar remains, both of them are drenched in exhaustion. Yet despite trembling arms and shaky breathing, they push forward. Galia, breathing hard and nearly collapsing, admits she never expected Yuka to be this reckless. Yuka just laughs softly and says her role model, Tsukimaru, is far more reckless, so of course she has picked up some of his habits. Together, the two of them smash the last pillar, bringing the fort crashing down. Outside, the battlefield erupts with cheers as the offensive finally begins. Rei smiles with relief and praises Yuka and Galia for carrying such a heavy burden on their own. Even the audience acknowledges how impressive it is, noting that the two of them alone managed to destroy an entire fort while everyone else was locked in combat. Back in the basement, Yuka and Galia collapse to the ground, completely drained. Galia panics, saying they should rush to Tsukimaru's side. Yuka pushes herself up slowly and shakes her head. She reminds Galia that their job is already complete, and now it is time to let Tsukimaru handle his. With a faint grin, she adds that he is probably already intimidating Alan with his usual act, making him bow and kneel. Her playful imitation makes Galia laugh out loud. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Tsukimaru and Alan is about to begin. Tsukimaru faces Alan with a devilish grin and declares that it is time for his punishment. Alan bursts into maniacal laughter, shouting that Tsukimaru should not dare look down on him. He insists that holding 3 map pieces or knowing about his cheat will not be enough to guarantee victory. With a flourish, Alan activates the Amulet of Fire and hurls a massive fireball across the arena. His grin widens, certain that with his displaced hitboxes, Tsukimaru cannot possibly adapt. Even if Tsukimaru understands the mechanics, reacting in real time should be impossible. But Alan underestimates him. Tsukimaru already knows every assumption circling Alan's mind. He stands calmly as the flames rush forward, eyes sharp, body ready. The moment the fireball closes in, he steps forward with pinpoint speed, closing the distance in an instant.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Alan's confidence falters when Tsukimaru smirks and states coolly that adapting is not difficult at all. The shock on Alan's face is immediate, his composure cracking. Desperate, he fires another fireball and thrusts his spear simultaneously, trying to overwhelm him. Tsukimaru only looks amused, almost childlike, as if he is playing with a new toy. He chuckles that the fireball and spear combination is at least creative. Effortlessly, he weaves through both attacks with the poise of a seasoned fighter. Grinning wickedly, Tsukimaru ridicules him further. He points out that in games, enemies with broken hitboxes are common, their models never matching where they can be hit. Compared to those, Alan's so-called cheat is nothing remarkable. The insult cuts straight into Alan's pride, leaving him furious. Alan steadies himself, taking a deep breath before forcing a smile back onto his face. He claims there is no benefit in destroying each other if they are the same. The audacity of his words makes Tsukimaru's expression twist in disgust. Alan presses on, accusing him of using cheats as well. Stretching his hands wide, he laughs that he never knew other regions developed cheat codes, and even dares to suggest that Tsukimaru should join them. Before he can finish, Tsukimaru steps forward and passes straight through his body. Alan freezes, eyes widening in disbelief. A menacing aura flares around Tsukimaru as he growls that Alan has some filthy nerve to call him a cheater. In a blur, his blade cuts through Alan, spraying blood across the floor. Alan stumbles, clutching his wound, but more than the pain, it is the truth that rattles him. Tsukimaru does not deny it. Inwardly, he admits that perhaps returning 10 years into the past could be considered a kind of cheat. But for Alan to put that label on him, to spit the word like an insult, is unforgivable. Alan's fury boils over. He shouts that it is impossible for Tsukimaru to account for the delay between visual effects and hitboxes in attacks he is seeing for the first time. On top of that, dodging them all flawlessly should be beyond human ability. Tsukimaru moves through the barrage with cold precision. His composure never wavers as he replies that such feats are possible through nothing more than experience and practice. The calm answer only deepens Alan's frustration. Tsukimaru smirks and continues, his voice sharp. He explains that the very foundation of Alan's cheat, shifting hitboxes away from the character model, was flawed from the start. The entire plan relied on avoiding damage by keeping distance, but to make up for the gap, Alan was forced to lean on a long-ranged weapon. Tsukimaru has already unraveled Alan's tactics, every move betraying his passive nature. Alan activates his Amulet of Thorns, but once again Tsukimaru slips past it effortlessly. The failure gnaws at Alan, and Tsukimaru twists the knife by calmly remarking that he should always keep spare amulets for emergencies. Though it sounds like advice, the mocking tone makes Alan seethe. Alan snaps and begins ranting, spewing grand claims about standing above everyone else. Tsukimaru's expression hardens. He cuts him off coldly, saying he is tired of listening to his nonsense. Channeling his strength, Tsukimaru activates physical enhancement. He declares that he had wanted to enjoy this as a gamer, but he has no interest in fighting an idiot who insists on dragging reality into the game. In the next instant, he blurs forward and slashes. Alan collapses before he even realizes what happened. The fight ended in a single decisive strike. Tsukimaru has always despised people like this, and instead of wasting more time, he finishes it cleanly.
Okay.
A notification flickers before his eyes. He has collected 4 map pieces, along with a bonus that provides a hint about the final land where the last fragment lies. Another notification immediately follows. He now has 5 map pieces, Alan's collection transferring to him the moment the battle ended. Tsukimaru exhales slowly. With 5 pieces now in his possession, he can finally trace the path toward the remaining fragments. The real hunt is about to begin. Just as Tsukimaru waits for the next bonus, an error suddenly flashes across his screen. The system begins to glitch, colors distorting for a brief moment before everything stabilizes. A new notification appears. This time, it declares that he has collected 6 pieces of the map. Tsukimaru freezes, confused. He had just seen the error, yet the interface now looks normal. He moves his hand to confirm, but everything responds as it should. A second message follows, awarding him a new bonus. It announces that a powerful NPC has been placed within his guild, something he decides he will investigate once he returns to the guild house. He steps out into the open air where Rei is waiting. She greets him lightly, remarking that he took long. Tsukimaru answers with a sharp edge, saying he had to take revenge for Uma, adding solemnly that they lost a good guy, as if Uma had truly died instead of only taking a penalty. Rei replies that Yuka already explained the situation, then gently notes that it must have been hard for him. Tsukimaru bristles immediately, quick to snap back that he did not have a hard time. Yuka approaches from behind and quietly tells him that he does not need to be so defensive. When he turns to her, his eyes go wide. She is only wearing her top and shorts. Shocked, he blurts out, demanding to know why she took her clothes off. Yuka stammers, her face turning red as she struggles to explain herself. Tsukimaru cuts her off with a scolding, saying that stripping to please the audience is not acceptable. The irony of his words stings, considering he himself had been stripped earlier. Still serious, he presses her again, asking why she stripped. Before Yuka can respond, Galia steps in with a calm voice and explains that it was all because of Tsukimaru's recklessness. Tsukimaru pauses, speechless, before asking bluntly if Yuka used her rebuild ticket to cover the gap. Yuka admits it, adding that he should have expected nothing less since he was the one who ordered her to do her job. Tsukimaru finds the situation amusing and bursts into laughter, saying he could have handled everything by himself. Rei nods in agreement while Yuka's irritation boils over. She yells at him not to use himself as the standard for everyone else. Still laughing, Tsukimaru admits he never expected her to use her rebuild ticket. Yuka's anger deepens, shouting that she even had to change her class, yet he is laughing like it is a joke. Controlling his laughter, Tsukimaru finally tells her that he was planning to ask her to change class anyway, so it worked out perfectly. His words leave Yuka stunned. Turning to Rei and the others, Tsukimaru says they can go over the details later. For now, they should focus on reward distribution. He shows them the map piece he earned, but Roland calmly tells him to keep it. Mofu adds that they already discussed it beforehand and agreed Tsukimaru contributed the most, and also lost the most. Tsukimaru accepts the acknowledgement of his contribution, but being credited for loss makes him bristle. Galia then shows him the comment section, explaining that because he was not on screen, the audience assumed he was slacking. Tsukimaru grows angry, insisting that he did his part and was not slacking at all. Mofu and Rei try to calm him down, explaining that since it was not shown in the stream, the map piece is meant as compensation. The reasoning only irritates him further, and he demands, almost childishly, that they redo the run. Everyone sighs with exhaustion, repeating that it cannot be done again. At last, Tsukimaru gives in, muttering that it cannot be helped. He then turns to Rei and says if she really wants to compensate him, she can give Uma to him next time. Rei agrees and asks what he intends to do. Tsukimaru points back at Yuka, standing behind him, and declares that he wants Uma to train her. At first, Yuka is confused, but as the meaning sinks in, her face lights up with cheer. Even so, Tsukimaru still believes Uma lost the most, having even taken the penalty. He remarks that he will make it up to him. Rei, smiling faintly, tells Tsukimaru that he is kinder than she expected and trusts he will take good care of Uma. Tsukimaru sighs at her words, unwilling to answer. Meanwhile, inside Tsukimaru's base, a girl in a maid dress with a delicate and cute aesthetic arrives. Her appearance marks the beginning of the next chapter in Tsukimaru's story. The S-rank raid of the top players from the Metapest concludes in triumph, leaving behind shockwaves in the community. Alan's cheating slips by unnoticed for now, while the absence of the technical team's stream is dismissed as a simple technology failure. An official apology is issued, closing the matter for the time being. After everyone logs out, Tsukimaru returns to his guild alone, eager to confirm the reward he earned for collecting 6 map pieces. Opening the door, he muses to himself that an outing is still an outing, even if it only takes him just outside. Inside, a girl in a maid dress greets him with a polite bow. Tsukimaru freezes, caught off guard by her sudden presence. He narrows his eyes and asks if she is the supporting NPC he received. The girl introduces herself as Haru, calmly explaining that she has been assigned to aid her master in all of his future endeavors. Still skeptical, Tsukimaru presses for details. Haru unfurls the map and explains its functions. It contains all the dungeons, as well as records of unlocked quest rewards. She elaborates further, saying she can also search for information about key enemies and the specifics of each dungeon. Curious, Tsukimaru asks if the map shows dungeons currently locked by the monopolization system. Haru shakes her head, replying that it only displays dungeons open to the public after the monopoly expires. However, she adds that if Tsukimaru holds the corresponding key, she can access details of the monopolized dungeons as well. Tsukimaru examines the map, his expression dimming slightly. He admits it is convenient, but he cannot hide his disappointment. After collecting 6 pieces, this feels underwhelming. Before he can dwell on it further, Haru raises her hand to demonstrate something else. A faint glow spreads across the room, and a massive door materializes before them. She introduces it as a trial she can create for her master, called the Pioneer's Trial. Standing by the door, she waits quietly for him to enter. Tsukimaru smirks, intrigued that she can summon a special quest available only when she is unlocked. He asks her for specifics, but Haru bows and answers that he will only learn them after accepting. He questions her again, this time about potential penalties, but she respectfully insists that such things are better discovered firsthand. With a serene smile, she explains that he should consider the unknown a spice added to the quest. Finally, she tilts her head slightly and asks if he is ready to accept. Tsukimaru raises his hand and stops Haru. He explains flatly that he has just cleared an S-rank raid and fought against a cheater. On top of that, he still needs to find a proper leveling spot to help Uma and devise a new plan for Yuka's positioning. Taking on a quest packed with unknowns right now feels like a waste of time. But Haru does not flinch. She tilts her head slightly and provokes him, calmly stating that the trial was designed according to his preferences. Her words linger in his mind, pulling him back into his own thoughts. He reflects on his past. After returning from death, he had surged ahead, leveling at a pace no one else could match. He made roadmaps, wrote guides, and carved his way forward with sheer knowledge. But looking back, none of that was enjoyable. What he truly wanted were the things he now has: companions like Yuka and Galia, connections with Rayline, and even a respectable subscriber count. Yet deep down, the truth gnaws at him. None of this has given him the thrill he is searching for. The real exhilaration lies elsewhere. The rush of stepping into a dungeon blind, the shock of being instantly killed by a boss's mechanics, the satisfaction of solving those mechanics and rising above them, that is what makes the game come alive. But with his knowledge of the future, that thrill remains locked far away, resting on the opposite end of certainty. A smirk spreads across Tsukimaru's face. He makes up his mind and accepts the quest. Haru opens the door to the Pioneer's trial, and together they step through. In the real world, Tsukimaru drops a message in the group chat with Galia and Yuka telling them that they will be operating separately within Metasense for a while. Both respond quickly, saying they also need to focus on some things on their own. They add, almost too casually, that after the raid they each received offers. Tsukimaru freezes. Offers? From agencies? From sponsors? He stares at the screen in disbelief. Only Galia and Yuka were approached, yet no one contacted him. Immediately, he asks why, but the two fumble, dodging the question and leaving their answers vague. His irritation boils over. Without another word, he shuts the phone and sits back, silent. 2 days pass since he first began the Pioneer's trial. At the entrance, Haru greets him with her usual polite smile. Then, with a teasing edge, she asks if he has already died today. Tsukimaru frowns at her harshness, but she calmly reminds him of how many times he died yesterday. The number hits him harder than any spear, 512. He recounts the details with a grimace. 32 times from testing his jump range and slipping off edges, 129 times from experimenting with traps, each failure etched into his memory. In his defense, he mutters that testing activation conditions and hidden mechanics is essential. He convinces himself, then instantly denies it, that every death counts as research. Even as he complains, his pride refuses to admit weakness. Haru tilts her head and casually remarks that his expense report would probably give the tax office nightmares. Her deadpan tone makes his irritation spike. His reply comes in a childish burst, accusing the designers of sadism for cramming such a wide variety of grueling mechanics into one quest. He clenches his fists and mutters that if he ever meets the creator of this dungeon, he will drag him into a chair and make him sit through an endless lecture. Haru hides a small smile. She comments that after seeing his endless hardships, it almost looks as though he is enjoying himself. Tsukimaru sneers at her words. Enjoyment? Hardly. The difficulty is so outrageous that he even doubts whether the developers expected anyone to clear it. In today's world where information is king, he is the first to attempt it. There is no walkthrough, no guide, no data-mined solution. External programs are blocked, meaning he has no choice but to test everything by hand. It is madness, and yet here he is, plunging back in again. So in terms of enjoyment, Tsukimaru admits there is something here after all. The constant struggle makes his blood burn, almost like being trapped in a death game. Dying repeatedly in an unknown challenge, then inching closer to conquering it, brings a satisfaction unlike anything else. It is pain and joy mixed together, a thrill that no ordinary run could provide. Haru bows lightly and remarks that if he truly finds enjoyment in this, then nothing else matters. She tilts her head and asks how many times he plans to die today. Tsukimaru answers without hesitation. Yesterday was for testing, today is for execution. He will not die nearly as much. His voice carries complete confidence. Still, Haru notices something odd. Yesterday he could not even make it past the later gimmicks. Was everything he said earlier just bravado? Looking closer, she realizes his weapon is wrong. It is only a plain knife, not his soul-reaping blade. With concern, she warns him that if he cannot even one-shot the bats, he will never clear the stage. Tsukimaru only smirks and dismisses her concern, saying it is fine. Without another word, he leaps from the cliff and lands on the scattered rocks, which immediately begin to fall. He steadies himself on one stone, and as predicted, fire bursts from below. Calmly, he drops further down, remarking that one of the best ways to clear a high-difficulty quest is to ignore whatever the creator intended. Every quest is designed with strategies in mind, but sometimes the very gimmicks or items provided can be twisted and used against those intentions. Some mechanics are so convoluted that they might as well scream, "It is fine if you cannot clear this." Tsukimaru refuses to accept that kind of mindset. That is how he came up with his current strategy, dropping bats to trigger traps, then using the chain reactions to launch himself across the course. With his plain knife, he slashes through them one by one. The explosions and shockwaves propel him forward in ways the game's designers never planned for. From above, Haru watches wide-eyed as he blasts his way down the course on his very first attempt. To her, it looks like complete madness, the kind of unintended behavior that breaks games. To Tsukimaru, it is proof that his reckless approach works. Scanning the scene like a machine, Haru compiles every detail of Tsukimaru's reckless maneuvering into a report and forwards it to the main AI system, tagging it for the design team. Tsukimaru catches the movement of her fingers immediately and smirks, claiming he will take it as recognition of his brilliance, since what he is doing is beyond anything she could imagine. Haru's expression hardens. She cuts him off with a flat, cold tone, warning him that this is where it all ends. The weight of her words makes him pause. He realizes celebrating early would be the height of stupidity. He lands on the ground, right in the middle of the bat's nest, and steadies his grip on the plain knife. Haru observes sharply, reminding him that this was her furthest point yesterday. The island is narrow, with nowhere to retreat, and the swarm leaves no opening. To her, it is impossible for a thief to progress beyond this. She all but declares his run finished. But Tsukimaru refuses to accept failure. If no path exists, he will carve one himself. His stance steadies as he begins cutting the bats down one by one. Then, without warning, he activates a new ability, Phantom Trap. Haru's eyes widen in shock. She recognizes at once that this is not part of his normal arsenal. Recalling the reward from Metapest, she realizes with dawning clarity that he has modified his shadow trap through skill customization. The new version changes everything. No longer does it require direct contact to trigger. Now any enemy that steps into its shadow range activates it. It persists as an object on the field, an anchor of control. While the raw power and status effects were sacrificed, its utility has grown exponentially. Using careful placement, Tsukimaru chains the phantom traps together, cutting down the swarm methodically until the nest is cleared. At that exact moment, the wyvern descends, its wings blotting out the sky, its roar shaking the island beneath him. His pulse spikes. Last time, he had no answer and could only fall. This time, things are different. He plants himself firmly on one of the phantom traps, treating it as a solid foothold. Slowly, he draws his soul-reaping blade, its edge gleaming. A grin curls across his face as he declares to the wyvern that this trap, now frozen in place, will serve as his platform. His chest tightens, his heart hammering like a war drum. A shiver crawls down his spine at the realization that it might actually work. Fueled by exhilaration, Tsukimaru launches himself toward the wyvern, blade drawn, ready to tear into the boss with a fire burning brighter than before. Tsukimaru steels himself. He has no choice but to kill the boss now. After boasting in front of Haru, dying here is not an option. He does not have a perfect plan, but his strength lies in adaptability. Keeping his vision wide, he reminds himself not to miss even the slightest twitch of the wyvern. At the same time, he forces his mind to track the swarming bats and memorize the pattern of floating platforms around him. Every detail, every fragment of information, he burns into his brain. The wyvern suddenly lunges at him with terrifying speed. Tsukimaru reacts, but in that instant he realizes reflexes alone will not be enough to win this fight. He will need more than quick steps. He decides to unleash his phantom attack, a skill capable of turning the tide. Just as he moves, one of the bats swoops between him and the dragon, disrupting his strike. Distracted, Tsukimaru braces for impact, but instead of tearing into him, the wyvern veers away at the last second. The unexpected retreat sparks a thought. Why does it avoid him? Then the pieces click into place. It is risky, almost reckless, but Tsukimaru is not the type to give up on a gamble. The wyvern roars, flames gathering in its throat before bursting out in a blazing stream. Tsukimaru already anticipates it. He dodges the fire and uses the floating islands to leap high into the air. His plan is simple. The moment the wyvern closes in, it will be caught by his phantom attack. Just as he prepares to strike, another bat blocks his way again. Irritation flashes across his face. But no, this is exactly what he needs. Thinking back, he remembers the bats always sticking close to players. They are never random. They are designed to distract and to pull attention away. Even more, the wyvern seems to use them as decoys. If so, he can use them too.
Wow, I'm so smart!
Tsukimaru shifts his approach. The bats trigger his phantom trap, and as he hopes, the trap transforms into a physical object. The wyvern instantly swerves to avoid it. That is it. Its behavior is confirmed. The monster is not reckless at all. It actively avoids obstacles. Otherwise, it would constantly crash into floating platforms while flying. Using this knowledge, Tsukimaru lures the wyvern into position. At the perfect moment, one of his traps springs. The wyvern, unable to dodge in time, is engulfed. His theory is right all along. A sharp grin crosses his face. Finally, a breakthrough. He knows the platforms are designed with two kinds of traps: spike traps and explosive ones. The wyvern crashes downward, and Tsukimaru seizes the chance to move in for the final strike. Just as he closes the distance, the beast whips its massive tail at him in a brutal, close-range attack. The strike catches him off guard, but instead of panicking, Tsukimaru smirks. "Thanks for reminding me," he mutters. In that instant, he activates his line of death. His blade flashes, carving a clean strike through the wyvern's neck. In a single decisive blow, the monster collapses, lifeless. The battle is over. Tsukimaru slays the wyvern. Tsukimaru stands near the body of the fallen wyvern, breathing heavily and drenched in exhaustion. His body screams with fatigue, but at the same time, there is a thrill in his eyes. He enjoys the fight more than he wants to admit. With a strained but triumphant grin, he raises his head and shouts at the top of his lungs that it is the best. The moment of triumph does not last long. He suddenly notices something strange. Lowering his gaze, he peers beneath the platform he is standing on. His expression hardens. Below him, countless wyverns swarm in every direction, their massive wings creating a terrifying storm of motion. The sight alone sends a shiver down his spine, but it also fuels another feeling deep within him. Rather than despair, Tsukimaru clenches his fists and mutters darkly to himself. The unfairness of the challenge only strengthens his resolve. The designers of this quest, whoever they are, will have to pay. His decision to make them suffer grows stronger than ever. 3 hours later, Haru steps toward him, eyeing him carefully before asking if he is truly worn out. Tsukimaru lets out a tired breath and thinks to himself that anyone would be after fighting without pause for 3 hours. He turns to Haru with curiosity and asks if this place is really the wyvern's nest. Haru nods in confirmation, then congratulates him for clearing the quest. A notification suddenly appears before Tsukimaru's eyes. He earns a new title, the one who walks the path of glory. Along with it, he receives the next stage of the pioneer's trial and a story quest. The words bring excitement to Tsukimaru's face. This much reward for one clear is more than he expects. Story quests are not ordinary missions. They are large-scale adventures that weave multiple objectives into a single overarching narrative. They stand as one of the greatest highlights of the game's design, the kind of content that defines the meta itself. Countless story quests exist within the world, vast in scope and depth, yet even after 10 years, not a single player manages to complete them all. Watching him, Haru realizes that this might become a serious problem. The quest he just clears is originally designed to take players at least 6 months, yet he finishes it in only 3 days. Instead of progressing at the intended slow pace, everything is accelerating. Concern stirs in her mind. She raises his threat level from A to S and quietly decides they may need to rethink their entire strategy for containing players in high-difficulty quests. Perhaps they will even have to employ methods that are far more unpredictable. As Haru drifts into thought, Tsukimaru suddenly interrupts. asking if this is all he gets as a reward. Snapping back, Haru informs him that he can also take the treasure and the wyvern eggs with him. The words send Tsukimaru straight to Cloud 9. Without hesitation, he rushes toward the treasure and digs through it with childlike excitement. Yet what captures his heart most is not the gold or jewels, but a single pitch-black dragon egg. The thought of taming a wyvern, of flying freely across the skies on its back, fills him with uncontainable joy. It means more to him than anything else. Tameable monsters are rare, and up until now the only creatures he has managed to tame are horse-like beasts. The chance to bond with something as majestic as a wyvern makes his heart race. He sits for a while, lost in dreams of what he will do next, when Haru carefully asks if he is ready to begin the Pioneer's Trial 2. Tsukimaru shakes his head and stops her. He explains that he has already left Yuka hanging, and on top of that, his stream schedule is a complete mess. For now, he needs to focus on that. Maybe he will stream the story quest, the Imperial Conspiracy, instead. Haru nods, accepting his decision while forming her own silent plan. In the meantime, she and the others will use this gap to prepare countermeasures on their end. Tsukimaru feels glad that he has found new material for his stream. Streaming is always fun for him, not only because he enjoys bantering with viewers, but also because it gives him the perfect chance to show off his skills. On top of everything, he earns some cash while doing what he loves. With a cheerful grin, he turns to Haru and says that he has realized something. He really enjoys conquering high-difficulty games. For that reason, he thanks her sincerely, then happily asks her to increase the difficulty for him next time. His words strike Haru like a spark on dry wood. Already irritated from seeing how easily he broke through a quest meant to last half a year, she feels her patience thinning. Tsukimaru notices immediately, but before he can say anything, Haru quickly bows and thanks him in a soft voice, claiming that he is kind. The sudden act startles him. He narrows his eyes and begins to ask if she just made a weird face, but Haru tilts her head with feigned innocence and replies that she has no idea what he is talking about. With no proof to push further, Tsukimaru lets the matter drop. Both of them leave the trial and return to the guild. The moment they step inside, Tsukimaru exhales a long sigh of relief. The familiar space wraps around him like a blanket. Home is home, no matter what happens outside. Without wasting time, he takes out the pitch-black dragon egg, eager to examine it properly. His excitement quickly fades when he checks the conditions for hatching. His eyes widen in disbelief. The requirements are absurd. To hatch it, he needs a large stable and a dragon incubator, and the incubator itself requires 10 dark magic stones. Haru comments casually that this is only natural since it is an X-ranked item. Tsukimaru knows she is right, but frustration boils inside him. The requirements are so heavy that he cannot even gather his thoughts together. It has been a long time since he has felt such a wall blocking his path. The realization hits him hard. He has been relying too much on his knowledge from his second run. That reliance dulled the feeling of struggle, the memory of what it was like to claw for rare items step by step. This frustration revives that forgotten thrill. Suddenly, an idea strikes. Tsukimaru turns to Haru and asks if there is a quest where he can obtain a dragon incubator. Since Haru has access to the search feature for dungeon quests and their rewards, it seems like the best place to start. Haru nods and opens the map, carefully combing through the records. After a moment, she informs him that there is no information about the incubator in the public database. Tsukimaru's shoulders slump in disappointment. Not willing to give up, he shifts the question and asks her about the dark magic stones instead. This time, Haru finds a result. There is one entry. The stones can be obtained as a boss drop in Imperial Conspiracy 1. Tsukimaru's face lights up at once. He exclaims that the route to hatching the egg, the true reward from the trial, is tied directly to this quest. His excitement grows as he looks up the instructions for the story quest. The details mention unique items and advanced jobs within the Empire. The scope of it all makes him feel like a child opening a treasure chest. As he and Haru talk, the guild door suddenly bursts open. Yuka barges in with an exaggerated entrance, acting like Doraemon. Tsukimaru cannot help but comment that she is being a complete weirdo. Ignoring his remark, Yuka's eyes immediately land on Haru. She turns to Tsukimaru and asks if this is the NPC he mentioned in his email. Without waiting for a reply, she greets Haru and introduces herself. Haru responds politely with a greeting of her own. Once their exchange of greetings ends, Tsukimaru asks Yuka why she came to his guild in the first place. Yuka hesitates, shifting awkwardly before admitting that she cannot understand the fighter's guide for dummies. Tsukimaru is left speechless. His bafflement shows clearly on his face as he asks how she could be this clueless. With a sigh, he begins to lecture her. He explains that he deliberately left out some of his advanced techniques to make the guide easier for beginners. He focused only on the essential basics so that newcomers would have no trouble. But Yuka still does not understand. She bows her head and apologizes. Tsukimaru leans back, thinking to himself that he really did try. He had made sure to avoid game jargon entirely, and he even rewrote the guide 6 times until he felt it was polished enough to sell. What makes the situation more frustrating is that Yuka is not an inexperienced beginner at all. In fact, she did an impressive job during the Metaphase event, proving her skills. With that in mind, he asks her what exactly went wrong. Yuka hesitates again, then finally admits that she practiced her strategies with Uma during his stream. On Yuka's stream with Uma, the two of them venture through a dim cave. As they walk, Uma casually remarks that Tsukimaru's guide is extremely well done. The viewers in the chat immediately agree, praising Tsukimaru as a skilled player and even jokingly starting to bid on his book. Uma frowns at the flood of comments, clearly irritated that Tsukimaru is stealing the spotlight on his own stream. Their attention shifts when they encounter their first enemy, a goblin lurking in the shadows. Uma steps forward without hesitation, swiftly defeating the monster. As he does, he explains to Yuka the basics of the fighter class. The fighter's role is to defend against enemy attacks, protect the backline, and strike back with a counterattack. He gestures toward the next goblin and tells Yuka to try it herself. Yuka nods with determination and charges forward, proudly attacking the goblin. However, the fight does not go as she expects. With a single blow, the goblin inflicts heavy damage on her. She quickly gulps down a potion and tries again, only to take another painful hit. She refuses to give up and repeats her attempt, but the result is the same. As Yuka struggles, a sharp voice cuts into the stream. Tsukimaru shouts in disbelief, asking why she is having so much trouble against mere goblins. Frustrated, he demands that she show her stats. Yuka hesitates before finally revealing them. The numbers appear on the screen, and both Tsukimaru and Haru are left flabbergasted. Tsukimaru's expression twists into disgust when he realizes that Yuka has put every single one of her points into strength, neglecting everything else. Tsukimaru adds to her advice, telling Yuka that with her current stat allocation, she will inevitably run into problems. However, there is an item called a rebuild token that allows players to reassign their points and fix mistakes. Yuka lowers her head with a sigh and admits that she has already used her rebuild token, and the result is exactly the state she is in now. Tsukimaru lets out a deep sigh of his own. With clear disappointment in his voice, he mutters that no wonder the fighter's guide for dummies is impossible for her to understand. Yuka's face pales in worry. She nervously asks if this means she will have to completely rebuild her character. Tsukimaru firmly shakes his head, saying that starting over from scratch would be far too inefficient, especially since she is already attached to her current character. Haru turns to Tsukimaru and asks if there is truly no other way. Tsukimaru falls silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then, as if a spark ignites in his mind, he suddenly remembers his new quest, Imperial Conspiracy 1. A sly smirk spreads across his face as he declares that their next objective will be his quest, calling it a perfect 2 birds, 1 stone situation. Still smirking, Tsukimaru replies with a sharp glint in his eyes. If the fighter's guide for dummies is useless for her, then the Imperial Conspiracy is the perfect replacement. This fighter's quest is something that only Yuka can accomplish, and with this, the opening of her challenge begins now. Tsukimaru stands proudly at the bow of the ship, striking a pose that resembles the famous Titanic scene, except without a girl by his side. With the ocean wind blowing against him, he announces to his viewers the start of his brand new quest. The chat instantly floods with excitement as everyone has been waiting eagerly for his next live stream. He explains that while wandering around, he discovered a new quest titled The Imperial Conspiracy. Since it seemed important, he thought it would be fitting to stream it live from the very beginning. He also reveals that the quest is not a short one, so he plans to split it into multiple parts, turning it into a series of story quests that will unfold over several installments. Introducing the participants, Tsukimaru lists the members of the adventure. Along with himself and Yuka, there are Galia and their usual trio, plus a special guest, Uma. The viewers, however, groan in disappointment at the lineup, grumbling that it is the same group as always. Noticing their reaction, Tsukimaru teases them by asking if they would prefer Mofu instead. As expected, this instantly riles Uma up. He shouts angrily at Tsukimaru, reminding him that he was the one who invited him in the first place, yet now he is treating him like an afterthought. The chat bursts into laughter at their usual back and forth, since Uma always reacts this way whenever he is paired with Tsukimaru. With their group assembled, the party boards the ship and sets sail toward the setting of the quest, the Mountain Castle Empire. Tsukimaru explains to his viewers that the Mountain Castle Empire is an isolated country that can only be reached by sea. Once they complete this journey, they will unlock the ability to fast travel directly in the future. For now, however, there is no way around it. He tells everyone to simply consider this voyage as the prologue of their adventure. He continues, saying that the Mountain Castle Empire is a very isolated nation that rarely allows outsiders to enter. For this particular scenario, however, they have received special permission from the royal family to board the ship. The agreement is simple. If pirates appear, they will fight, though the odds of that happening are low. Yuka blinks in surprise, asking how Tsukimaru could possibly know such a thing. Yet when she looks around, it becomes clear that she is the only one unaware. Uma and Galia both nod knowingly, explaining that it is a classic setup. Once a player grows accustomed to the game, small details like these become easy to spot. As they are speaking, a man with bright red hair dressed in a traditional Japanese outfit approaches. He looks at Tsukimaru with a faint smile and remarks that he seems quite confident, then asks if he is not afraid of pirates. Tsukimaru, Uma, and Galia do not look surprised at all by his entrance. With complete composure, Tsukimaru replies that at this point, he has no reason to fear pirates, and if the man wants to impress him, he should bring out a kraken instead. The red-haired man only smiles at the bold remark before turning around and walking away, leaving the group behind. Watching the red-haired man leave, Tsukimaru casually comments that this must be the key NPC for the quest. Galia and Uma both agree without hesitation. Yuka, however, looks astonished, unable to understand how they can be so certain. The viewers in chat quickly answer her question, pointing out that once someone is experienced, they start to notice patterns. After all, why else would such a striking character suddenly appear unless he was important to the story? Tsukimaru gains everyone's attention by instructing them to prepare for battle. Uma immediately questions him, pointing out that the person they just met was clearly stronger than Tsukimaru. Hearing this, Tsukimaru lets out a sigh, then places a hand on Uma's shoulder with the air of a caring brother. He tells him that even if Uma has fewer subscribers, he is still his precious friend. Uma's face twists with irritation at the condescending tone, and he snaps back that this has nothing to do with subscribers, but everything to do with party balance. The viewers agree with him, siding with his reasoning. Tsukimaru nods and explains that this time is different. It is also meant to be a showcase for Yuka, who has just taken up the role of tank, so he wanted to include a few normal frontliners. At that moment, Yuka throws up a peace sign and winks, proudly declaring that this is her tank training and that only she can do it since she has been thoroughly drilled for it.
I got this.
Uma stares at her in disbelief, demanding to know how she could possibly manage that with her current stats. With the tone of a stern teacher, he explains that there is a limit to relying only on strength. The most important factor in dealing damage is not raw strength, it is survival. Even the strongest skill becomes meaningless if the user cannot stay alive long enough to activate it. Galia raises her hand like a curious student and asks if it would not work better if the party had a proper tank. Uma explains calmly that having a tank to draw attacks does help, but unlike mages who can attack from a distance, tanks fight in melee and cannot avoid taking damage entirely. For that reason, a minimum level of defense is absolutely necessary. Listening to his lecture, Yuka's shoulders slump, and she mutters that without those qualities, she will only end up the same way she did the other day. Tsukimaru tells Uma not to bully his partner, but Uma shakes his head, replying that while it may sound harsh, it is the truth. He then presses Tsukimaru about his actual plan. Tsukimaru explains that what fighters need most is endurance, and once Yuka gains that, all she will need to do is become a strong fighter. Before their discussion can continue, a pirate ship suddenly appears alongside them, and waves of pirates leap onto their deck. All four immediately get into formation, cutting the enemies down one after another. Yuka even manages to land a clean hit, sending a pirate flying. Overjoyed, she shouts that she finally did it. While fending off enemies, Uma calls out to Tsukimaru, asking what the strategy is. Tsukimaru replies casually that the strategy is simple. If you cannot endure the enemy's attacks, then defeat them before they get the chance to strike. Attacking first sounds easy, but pulling off a one-hit kill requires preparation, and there are always weaknesses to account for. As Yuka basks in her little victory, a pirate sneaks up from behind and lands a blow on her, knocking her off balance. Tsukimaru, instead of rushing to help, comments like a commentator that if you fail to strike first, you end up in trouble just like Yuka now. Uma, irritated, shouts that this is not the time for explanations. Yuka pushes herself up again and dodges the next set of strikes, earning words of praise from Tsukimaru. Uma then asks why she did not just choose a build that was easier to handle, but Tsukimaru answers for her, saying that the current build is the best way to bring out Yuka's strength, her ability to improvise when cornered. With renewed determination, Yuka steadies herself and charges forward, defeating the pirates one by one. On the upper deck, the red-haired NPC quietly observes the battle. A faint smile tugs at his lips, clearly amused by the scene. He had only requested a strong individual to take on the quest, but what he sees before him is far beyond expectations. Truly, Tsukimaru is a jackpot of a player. Tsukimaru realizes he messed up bad, thinking the pirates were just filler mobs, only to find out they are rocking level 30. Yuka is only 27, and the rest of the squad is around the same, while his level already hit 100 during the Pioneer trial. He got cocky and careless, and now the fight looks rougher than expected. He scans the battlefield and sees his team struggling. Yuka is barely holding the front line, cutting down pirates in front of her, but her back is wide open, and another wave is ready to slash her down. Uma and Galia rush in at the last moment, covering her like emergency shields. Together, sweating and pushing through, they manage to thin out half of the enemy numbers. Tsukimaru smirks and praises Uma for holding his ground, telling him he did a nice job as expected. In the middle of all this chaos, it is revealed Tsukimaru soloed half of the pirates on his own, casually flexing while his squad nearly collapsed. The viewers go wild in the chat, pointing out he basically carried like 3 of them combined, roasting the others as backup dancers while Tsukimaru is speedrunning the dungeon. He swats his enemies away by shaking his arms like he is brushing off flies, then has the audacity to call them weak. The chat starts side-eyeing, wondering if these mobs are actually too weak for this type of quest. Even Tsukimaru pauses for a second, agreeing that something feels off. That's when the captain of the pirate crew finally shows himself with glowing eyes, looking like he is about to pop off. Instead, he folds instantly, screaming to retreat like Buggy from One Piece. Before they can even run, 2 new figures in full traditional outfits drop in front of them, blocking the way. They declare the fight is not over, because the real enemy has yet to fall. The captain starts whining that no one told him the enemy would be this strong. He panics and nullifies his contract with them, but the second he turns his back, he gets sliced to pieces right on the spot. No last words, no glory, just pure coward energy. A masked man steps forward, pointing straight at Tsukimaru. Calmly, he tells him to step aside, promising that they will not harm him, that he can just die peacefully. Then the samurai steps ahead, as if escorting Tsukimaru to his own funeral, ready to let him die peacefully. As the samurai unsheathes his sword, Tsukimaru suddenly calls out to Uma, telling him to use his parry skill. Uma times it perfectly, barely blocking the strike. The masked man tilts his head, intrigued, and admits they are impressive, especially for foreigners who can stop a samurai's blade. Without hesitation, Tsukimaru dashes past, leaving the samurai to the others. He is already thinking this whole setup feels staged, like a flashy face reveal event for a new Eastern-style class. The way these enemies are introduced screams devs dropping premium content to cause chaos and farm hype. Using quick step, Tsukimaru blinks behind the masked man and drives his blade forward with surgical precision, but instead of hitting flesh, the figure collapses into a pile of fluttering paper charms. It is a Shikigami decoy. Tsukimaru narrows his eyes, recognizing it instantly. Shikigami Katashiro, the signature skill of the Onmyoji class. It is notorious for soaking fatal blows automatically, the only trade-off being MP drain faster than a broken gacha pull. One viewer comments if recovery is even possible from this, and Tsukimaru smirks, saying there is. He positions himself so his shadow stretches far enough to reach the Onmyoji, pulling a move straight out of Shikamaru's handbook. Shadow Trap erupts, dark thorns snapping up and locking the masked man in place. Tsukimaru growls that if he wants to protect the others, this fight has to end here. He raises his blade for the kill, but the Onmyoji burns a charm. His body dissolves into smoke and paper, slipping out of the trap with a smug farewell. He warns coldly that they will regret not dying here, dripping pure menace energy before vanishing like a villain teasing the next arc. Tsukimaru exhales sharply, then wonders aloud if the event had hidden conditions to truly fight the Onmyoji. Uma groans that he thought it was just time-based, adding that plenty of other players probably got folded like free trial accounts. With the coast finally clear, Tsukimaru praises the squad for pulling through. Yuka bounces forward, excitedly asking about the Iaijutsu skill the samurai used. Tsukimaru quirks a brow and asks if she really noticed it. When she nods, the chat explodes in panic, spamming worry that it might be bad news. Smirking at the camera, Tsukimaru says the answer will have to wait, milking suspense like the cliffhanger king he is.
Man, this is some bullshit!
Just then, the main quest NPC finally steps up, apologizing for dragging them into his mess. Tsukimaru brushes it off, but pushes back, pointing out that since they accepted his request, they deserve the full story. Pressed about the assassins, the man admits he is simply an obstacle. The empire, he reveals, is collapsing into chaos. The empress lies gravely ill, and her 3 sons are locked in a ruthless succession struggle. Ezo is a militarist, ruling through soldiers and raw violence. The second is a scheming bureaucrat, weaving networks with civil officials and squeezing the people with brutal taxes. And the third prince, the man standing before them, has almost no claim. Exiled abroad with no backing, he is nothing but a discarded pawn in their bloody game. Tsukimaru puts the pieces together in seconds. The quest is about tipping the scales, and their client is none other than the heavenly underdog himself, the third prince. The empress is gravely ill, and the 3 princes are lined up as heirs. The first is the military meathead, flexing soldiers like Pokemon cards. The second is the tax-collecting bureaucrat, squeezing the people dry while playing 4D chess in the shadows. And the third prince? Just a dude thrown abroad in a fake study program. Now he's crawled back and somehow ended up with Tsukimaru's squad as his party. Tsukimaru grins wide, instantly declaring that Takyu must have hired them to seize the throne. Takyu shoots him down on the spot, saying he has no intention of overthrowing his brothers. Tsukimaru scoffs, asking why not, since the game board is already on fire. Takyu's tone sharpens as he answers. If they make a grab for the throne, it will only bathe the empire in more blood. He refuses to ignore the people suffering, but he will not escalate the civil war either. Compared to him, Takyu sounds like a saint with an iron spine, while Tsukimaru looks like a grinning chaos merchant hungry for drama. Takyu bows low, apologizing for not being upfront earlier. He admits he had to test them first, but now he begs them to help shoulder his burden. Tsukimaru, of course, keeps needling him, poking at the idea of aiming for the throne until Takyu looks ready to combust from discomfort. They eventually make it back to the Empire safely, surprisingly no pirate trouble, unlike the Straw Hats who cannot sail 5 minutes without another boss fight. The second they step on solid ground, Galia tilts her head and asks if they should check on the Empress first. Takyu shakes his head, warning them the real welcome committee won't be kind. Right on cue, chaos erupts nearby. Royal guards are harassing a young woman, and Takyu bolts forward, shouting her name Fujiko. He demands the guards stop. They sneer, asking who he thinks he is. Straightening his back, Takyu declares he is the third prince. Then the first prince, Takyu Izo himself, arrives. He strolls in dripping with arrogance, sneering that his little brother should have stayed rotting in exile. Takyu fires back, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Izo declares Fujiko guilty of poisoning the Empress. Fujiko instantly denies it, but Eizo doubles down, spitting that if she isn't guilty, then why was this trash dragged back at all? He claims it can only mean she intends to seize the country. Tsukimaru watches the whole mess, instantly sizing it up. If Takeyu says the wrong thing, Fujiko is toast. If he bows his head, he's finished too. So Tsukimaru, being Tsukimaru, speedruns stupidity and fixes the problem his way. He lunges forward and knocks down every guard in sight. Uma and Galia smack their foreheads like exhausted parents watching their kid throw hands at Walmart security. Tsukimaru then points straight at Eizo and declares that the real threat to the kingdom is him. Eizo's pride snaps. He orders his guards to seize Tsukimaru, but Tsukimaru shreds through them like tutorial mobs. With his men lying flat, Eizo finally unsheathes his blade. The air turns heavy. This is no longer just family drama. It's about to be prime time. Before it blows up, the second prince strolls in. Iruka, with his smug politician face plastered on, calls out Eizo for overstepping authority. He says executing someone without judgment is reckless, and nobles will rip it apart in debate. For a second, he almost looks like the reasonable brother. Eizo grinds his teeth, but reluctantly sheathes his blade. Takeyu exhales in relief, nearly collapsing. Iruka pats himself as the savior, pretending he's just doing his duty for the people. But the mask slips instantly when he turns to a girl with glasses, Tsukiya Juchiro, who bows, thanking him for saving Fujiko despite not being able to pay him much. Iruka smirks, pulls out a fat bag of coins, and reveals he already took her bribe to save Takeyu. The mask is gone. Mr. Noble Duty is nothing but a greedy parasite playing the long con. Worse, Iruka smirks and calls the bag only half the payment. He stretches his hand like a slimy debt collector, saying he will wait for the rest. Juichiro trembles, explaining she scraped those coins together with pure hardship. He waves it off and leans close, whispering like a predator, suggesting she join his smuggling ring. He says he needs disposable pawns, and if she works under him, he will generously guarantee she gets the rest of her money. So much for the good brother. He is just another coward in noble robes, dripping poison behind a fake smile. Takeyu steps forward and swears he will cover half the payment himself, staking his name on it. Iruka shoots him a sharp glance, dripping with contempt, then slides right back into his smug mask. He pretends not to care where the money comes from, acting like this is just his benevolence at work. The slime in his voice makes it clear he is just performing for the crowd. Takeyu then asks about their mother, his tone low with worry. Iruka explains she is bedridden, too weak to meet anyone. Then he twists the knife. If more stress piles on, who knows what could happen? Like if a son who abandoned her for 5 years suddenly showed up. Takeyu stiffens, instantly catching the meaning Iruka is barring him. Iruka feigns innocence, saying that as the one in charge of the court, he cannot allow suspicious influences to reach their mother in her weakened state. Then his smirk deepens and he offers a solution. If Takeyu doubles the money, maybe he could allow a visit. Iruka stands there like a tax collector cosplaying royalty, shaking his hand for bribes while blocking a son from seeing his own mother. Takeyu swallows his anger, then calls Fujiko and Juichiro over. He bows low to apologize for his ignorance, making both girls panic. They beg him not to lower his head, and nervously ask about the strangers around him. Takeyu introduces Tsukimaru's group as trusted collaborators he brought from abroad, and further introduces Fujiko and Juichiro as family. He reveals he was raised in Fujiko's household, promising to explain fully later. Yuka bites her lip, muttering that if they cannot meet the Empress soon, bigger problems will spark. Uma and Galia whisper about the ugly issue of Iruka's remaining bribe. That is when Tsukimaru cuts in with a grin, reminding everyone of the quest details, slaying monsters in the nearby forest. Takeyu nods grimly, saying he knows the story, Yamatano Orochi, a colossal dragon that burned villages, hoarded treasure, and butchered every warrior who faced it. Tsukimaru smirks, saying the report of killing it will be proof enough for Iruka, and the treasure hoard will give them the gold to pay him off. Takeyu admits it is reckless, but cannot think of another way. With heavy hands, he presents them with the cursed blade Muramasa, a demon-slaying sword passed down through his family. He begs them to use it for the sake of the nation. Tsukimaru grips the blade with confidence, vowing to erase the monster. But before he can savor the drama, Yuka snatches it from his hands. She strikes a pose with the cursed blade gleaming, declaring she will cut the dragon down in a single strike. She looks like a shonen protagonist cosplaying a samurai DLC character, while Tsukimaru stands there robbed of his cinematic moment, staring at her like she just stole his final boss intro.
Huh?
The party gathers inside a hut, the air thick and unmoving. Tsukimaru tries to fire them up, declaring that they should cut the monster down together, but no one responds. He looks around, expecting excitement, yet finds only dull faces staring back. Their silence feels heavier than the room itself. He demands to know why they look so bored. Uma tilts her head, confused about the need to use Muramasa at all. Galia throws a tantrum, saying that just because his catchphrase was stolen does not mean he has to act petty. The viewers watching pile on as well, mocking him for being narrow-minded. Tsukimaru grows furious as the blame turns on him, the comments accusing him of stealing Yuka's gear out of spite, insisting that Muramasa clearly belongs to her. Inside, Tsukimaru rages. If they think equipping Muramasa makes someone worthy, then let them try using it as samurai themselves. The others immediately throw the challenge back at him, asking if he even knows how to use the moves properly. Yuka twists the knife further, mocking him with a smirk, while Tsukimaru stretches his expression into a forced, proud look to cover his lack of knowledge. Yet his disgusted face has already betrayed him, and everyone sees right through it. At his level, Tsukimaru can already sense the creator's intentions just by scanning the skills and stats. Uma admits he is right, while the viewers nod in agreement. Tsukimaru knows he is not skilled because he follows the intended design, but because he exploits the loopholes hidden beneath it. Galia waves a poster at the screen, reminding viewers that none of this should ever be attempted at home. The boss finally arrives. A massive snake slithers in, its body splitting into multiple heads, each face hissing with venomous malice. Tsukimaru steps forward, cocky as always. He orders the others to stay back and smirks, boasting that he will show them the power of the Aido build. His blade flashes with his fastest melee strike, cutting through the air. He follows with a second slash, claiming it to be undodgeable. The serpent proves him wrong. Its heads weave aside with frightening precision, avoiding the attacks entirely. Tsukimaru presses on, feigning calm as he keeps swinging, but Uma can tell he is only putting up a front. Tsukimaru knows it too, yet he refuses to back down. Finally, he shoves the sword back into Yuka's hands, telling her to unleash the fastest melee attack herself. To him, it seems simple enough, but Yuka shakes her head and admits that what looks easy in his hands feels far more difficult in her own. Still, she braces herself for the fight. The serpent lunges, and Yuka slashes with all her strength, but the blow is weak. One of the snake's heads whips around and strikes her back, slamming her down and cutting her health to dangerous levels. Tsukimaru calls out commands, warning Yuka to stay mindful of the serpent's speed. He reminds her that if she panics and swings too early, she will only miss. Yuka steadies her breathing, focuses, and pushes forward for another strike. She raises the blade, but suddenly her arms refuse to move. Panic grips her, and she calls out for Tsukimaru's guidance, yet the only answer is silence. Confused, she risks a glance back in the middle of battle, desperate to find him. The serpent rears up high, ready to crush her in a single strike. At the last instant, Galia charges in with everything she has, intercepting the blow and holding it off. Tsukimaru finally appears, strolling in as if nothing is wrong, and explains that Muramasa cannot be used while it is sheathed. Yuka can hardly believe her ears. He never told her about this rule, yet he speaks so casually it makes her blood boil. To make it worse, he accuses her of failing to read the description properly, twisting the blame back on her. Galia steps in to support his words, pointing out that sheathing leaves an opening so Yuka has to time her attacks carefully. Tsukimaru continues his instruction without pause, telling her that the only skill possible with a sheathed blade is Iaido, and that mastering it is no small feat. He warns her again to focus on timing and speed, emphasizing that her particular build makes precision more critical than ever. Uma watches nervously, worried this is too extreme for someone who once played as a healer, yet Tsukimaru shows no hesitation. He trusts her completely, declaring in both tone and presence that Yuka is different from the others. His faith in her steadies her more than anything else. Keeping his words in mind, Yuka moves again. She launches another slash, but the cut only scratches the serpent's scales without reaching deep enough. The dragon-like beast roars, jaws stretching wide as it lunges to devour her. Uma shouts for everyone to stop, panic in his voice. But Tsukimaru never wavers. He believes stopping now is the true mistake. The only path forward is to trust her instincts, seize the smallest window, and strike without fear. He knows she can do it. Yuka draws every ounce of courage she has. Her heart pounds, her hands tighten, and at the perfect moment, she releases her Iaido slash. The blade carves through one of the serpent's faces, splitting it clean in two. The battlefield falls silent. Uma stares in disbelief, unable to process what just happened. Tsukimaru, on the other hand, wears the same smug confidence as always. To him, this was inevitable. He knew she had it in her, and now she has proven him right. After slashing one of the monster's many faces, Yuka immediately sheathes her sword. Tsukimaru nods in approval, noting that pulling back instead of overextending is the smarter choice. Normally, she leans on counter skills that flow into Iaido techniques, but chasing maximum damage often leads to reckless chains. Depending only on Iaido leaves no room for defense, so seeing her choose restraint makes him proud. For once, he praises her solo fight against the many-faced beast, admitting she has grown. The serpent does not take it lightly. Enraged, 3 of its faces lash out at once, combining with the rest in a brutal flurry. Yuka cannot hold them back with Iaido alone. Just as the jaws close in, Uma and Galia rush forward, blades flashing. The 3 of them move together, weaving dodges and counters against the storm. Yuka lands heavy strikes with her counters and Iaido bursts, forcing damage through, while Galia admires her daring plays. Yuka only shakes her head, saying it is nothing compared to Galia's own strength. Trusting her partners, she admits silently that ending her attack earlier was the right call, and that she should not have needed Tsukimaru to spell it out. Her inexperience still shows. The beast suddenly begins twisting again, its massive body writhing as it enters a second phase. Its heads swell, its scales harden, and its strikes grow sharper. Yuka and Uma's blows glance off uselessly, forcing Uma back after his blade fails to cut. Watching closely, Tsukimaru judges that a single Iaido strike will not be enough anymore. He calls out encouragement, telling Yuka to go again, but warning her not to lose focus. Uma will assist her. Yuka shouts back that 5 Orochi heads at once are impossible, but Tsukimaru hypes her up, insisting that Uma is too stubborn to ever give in. Reluctantly, she locks eyes with Uma, trusting him. Under the weight of her faith, Uma bursts into radiant aura, side-eyeing Tsukimaru for pushing him into this role. Tsukimaru, unfazed, pretends not to notice. Galia refuses to be sidelined. She demands her place in the fight, so Tsukimaru assigns her the job of covering Yuka whenever her recklessness puts her in danger. When she presses him on his own role, he only shrugs, saying he will cheer them on and critique their mistakes. The serpent makes its move. Uma becomes the center of its fury, multiple heads circling to trap him in. Flames ignite in their throats, and the battlefield erupts as fire breath floods outward, scorching everything in its path. In that chaos, Yuka dashes forward without hesitation, ignoring orders and throwing the plan aside. Galia follows close behind, dodging desperately as the flames close in. Tsukimaru studies the beast with a sharp gaze. The hardened heads are impervious now. Iaido alone cannot slice through them. His eyes narrow as realization strikes. The only weakness left is inside the mouths themselves. The flesh revealed when the Orochi exhales its flames, that is the opening they need. Repeated sheathing and countering will not be enough anymore. The strategy has to change. Yuka cuts Orochi's heads clean through and cheers like she just unlocked DLC powers. Tsukimaru immediately rains on her parade, roasting her for running in like a brainless shonen protagonist. He says if Uma and Galia had fumbled even once, she'd already be snake food. Yuka beams anyway, thanking him, which only makes him angrier because she's thanking him like he's her dad carrying the groceries. Uma flexes beside her, claiming he'd never let her fall, but everyone knows he's just trying not to look like Tsukimaru's sidekick again. When they leave the cave, Takeyu nearly faints at the sight of Orochi's corpse. She suggests they rest, and Tsukimaru instantly mocks her soft voice, saying heroes don't nap, they farm highlights. On the road, she waves to farmers, smiling like a saint, and Uma points out the whole kingdom is falling apart. Tsukimaru jumps in and says the princes are basically loot boxes rigged to scam civilians. But instead of refunds, they raise taxes. Takeyu admits she's not even in the throne race, just an exile with trauma and gratitude. Tsukimaru roasts her too, saying it's the classic setup, the weakling underdog who's secretly the plot's cheat code. Then they arrive at the burning house. Fujiko and Juichiro lie wrecked on the ground, barely alive. They gasp out how Prince Iruka came with a masked samurai and an onmyoji, pretending to be humble before flipping into mob boss debt collectors. Tsukimaru says it's peak clown behavior, bow politely, then hit you with a 500% APR interest rate. Juichiro cries that this cruelty is daily life, while Takeyu apologizes, looking ready to emo collapse. Galia comforts the wounded, but Tsukimaru grins, saying this is prime time. He tells Takeyu the kingdom is on fire anyway, so she might as well roll for the throne. She hesitates, but he doubles down, roasting her hesitation as coward. The next trial isn't a monster raid anymore. It's dragging the entire kingdom into Tsukimaru's chaotic meta run. Everything is being streamed live on national television. Every word and every action reaching millions of viewers at home who are locked in, waiting to see how this tangled mess unfolds. Haru sits stiffly on the sofa as she stares at the glowing map on the screen. She thinks about the so-called conspiracy of the imperial nation. To her, leaking the early strategy is not even the real problem. If anything, she convinces herself it might help the viewers, since knowing the path in advance lets them prep countermeasures against Tsukimaru. Even the country-stealing route does not look unreasonable at first glance. Its wording is bait, whispering at players like a shady salesman, if you're fine with fewer rewards, just take this route. But Haru knows the real issue. Having someone like Tsukimaru, a top player with insane influence, select the country-stealing route this early is chaos fuel. It makes it look like the true main route, overshadowing the third prince's official path. If that perception spreads, the canon storyline is cooked, buried under Tsukimaru's trolling. That cannot happen. The third prince's path has to look superior, no matter what. The weight of it drags Haru down. She sinks to her knees, feeling her careful plans scatter like glass shards. Every strategy they built keeps crumbling in front of them. She even considers framing Tsukimaru, tanking his reputation to weaken him. But she knows if it fails, it will backfire harder than a misfired ult, hurting them more than him. No, the safer play is steering him quietly, nudging him toward the route they need, even if it means manipulating him from the shadows. Tsukimaru, meanwhile, is done with subtlety. He drops the announcement like he's headlining a pay-per-view, declaring he'll just steal the country himself. His squad stares in disbelief. Bold words are normal from him, but this absolute claim leaves them rattled. Yet Takeyu shocks everyone by nodding. She says maybe stealing the country is the only way to bring peace. Yuka immediately cuts her off, almost choking on disbelief. She warns Takeyu not to fall for him so easily. And the viewers? They roast him alive. The comment section goes feral, blasting him as reckless, arrogant, and calling him the type of guy who will speed-run the country into the ground the second he gets power. Tsukimaru reads the barrage of comments, and fury burns through him. Uma, quietly watching all of this, mutters, asking Takeyu why he hates the idea of ruling the empire. Then Takeyu spills the beans that the Empress's illness is not some mystery at all. It is poison. Yuka asks how he could possibly know such a thing without even meeting the Empress. He explains that Tsukiya told him, and in saying it, he dredges up a memory that has haunted him for years. He recalls his body breaking under the same poison, his strength draining, his skin slick with cold sweat as his life slipped further away. He only lived because Tsukiya had found treatment in a foreign land. Ever since, he vowed never to return to his home country. Life abroad, hidden behind the excuse of studying, was his shield from the blood-soaked struggles here. Coming back only dragged him into the same endless storm of power games he thought he had escaped. Fear creeps back into his eyes as he admits he is terrified of being targeted again. Yet even with that fear, he confesses he understands his brothers. In a land like this, survival does not allow for purity. You pick up the blade, or you die. He stares at his trembling hands with disgust, as if they already carry the blood of people he never wanted to hurt. He knows too well how cruelty is a slope that the first step feels like survival, but once you start sliding, there is no stopping. That was why he ran. the only choice that let her keep any part of herself intact. Yuka comments that he still came back after so much happened. Takeyu explains that he could not bear to see the people who raised him dragged into this, and that's why he returned with an antidote. If his mother recovers, the situation would change. Tsukimaru makes a disgusting face hearing this, that he is still relying on his mother. A sudden chime cuts through the tension. A new quest notification appears before Tsukimaru. The conspiracy of the Imperial Nation to steal the country. Its condition is blunt: defeat Iruka and inherit the proof of loyalty. Before anyone can process it, another notification flashes: the conspiracy of the Imperial Nation. This path is harder. Raise the favorability of the third prince and the citizens to 75%, cure the Empress's poison, and prove the prince has what it takes to rule. Tsukimaru had assumed the game railroaded them into the country-stealing route. But now, with 2 quests in his hands, everything twists. He checks the rewards, and his lips curl downward. The country-stealing route promises only money, and for a task this massive, the reward feels cheap, hollow. He pauses and considers that the nation outright is really the right move. Haru murmurs to herself that giving up the dragon incubator will only weaken their position and corner them into the third prince's route. She wants him to adjust the course by himself. Tsukimaru opens the glowing screen, scanning the numbers. Citizens' favorability sits at 40%, the prince's at 50%. Pushing those to 75 looks like climbing Everest barefoot. Uma admits the third prince's quest does look stronger on paper, but Tsukimaru waves it off. To him, helping a prince who preaches but refuses to act is pathetic. Yuka fires back instantly, her voice sharper than her blade. She asks if he is really sure, though the words feel more like an accusation than a question. Tsukimaru shrugs her off. Certainty is overrated, he says with his tone alone. If the prince has no desire for power, then stealing the country is practically charity. He tells them not to worry, promising he is not as brainless as the second prince. Yuka stares, realizing she misjudged him, but Tsukimaru does not bother to care. He will play the game his way. One by one, he checks their favorability and heads for the mission with fire in his stride. Yuka shouts after him, frustration dripping from every syllable. She calls him stubborn and warns that when the plan backfires, he better not crawl back crying. Yuka's glare stays fixed on his back, unable to accept what he has done. Galia sighs and calls him stubborn too, but urges everyone to focus. Takeyu lowers her head, blaming himself. Yuka clenches her fists, declaring that no matter his strength, Tsukimaru's path is unacceptable. Takeyu admires her resolve, saying she is really strong, which takes her by surprise, and she says he also returned when he once terrified her because he could not watch his mother and his people suffer. Takeyu lowers his head and understands the truth that when something cannot be accepted, fighting is the only answer. Uma also steels himself as well. If Tsukimaru is now their opponent, then breaking his pride becomes a mission. Wasting this chance would be criminal. Far away in another town, a man kneels before the second prince, announcing that Takeyu has slain Orochi. By law, the empress must give praise directly. But the prince scoffs, calling laws nothing but decorations to be bent. He smirks at a paper in his hand, pleased. The empress is dying, he says, and once she falls, the world will be his. Behind the door, Tsukimaru has heard everything. Disgust ignites in his chest. He smashes the door off its hinges and storms inside. His voice cuts through the air as he berates the prince for scheming so openly, demanding what he would have done if anyone overheard. The prince freezes, recognizing Tsukimaru faintly from before, and he calls for guards. But Tsukimaru laughs, mocking that there are no guards left. Their bodies already decorate the ground outside. The prince's face drains of color, and he demands to know who Tsukimaru is. Tsukimaru seizes him by the hair, dragging him down with ease, his tone sharp as a blade. He declares that he will be the next ruler of the country. The prince struggles back to his feet, shaking but still trying to act brave. He shouts that Tsukimaru has invaded the royal palace and now dares to call himself emperor. By the empire's laws, this is treason punishable by death. Tsukimaru presses his dagger against the prince's throat, the blade barely touching his skin, and asks in a mocking tone if those same laws can save him now. Fear wipes away every trace of the prince's pride. He falls to his knees, admitting he is worthless and that Tsukimaru is the true emperor. Tsukimaru smirks in satisfaction and leans close, asking if he did not plan to become emperor himself. The prince bows even lower, groveling that he is nothing more than a frog compared to Tsukimaru and only worthy of serving him. His statement makes Tsukimaru beam with happiness. Acting high and mighty, Tsukimaru mocks him by calling him his loyal servant and asks how he can trust him if he poisoned the empress. The prince quickly refuses, trembling as he explains that the poisoning was done by a subordinate of his own accord. He insists he has nothing to do with it and only cares about his country. He also shows himself as a victim, but Tsukimaru is not someone who would easily give in to these cheap tactics. He keeps his calm as ever and asks about the subordinate who did this. The prince tells him hesitantly that he was an onmyoji of an unknown background. Out of compassion, the prince hired him, and he started speaking of a good poison he had, so he must be punished. As if he was not the one who hired him. Tsukimaru strikes sword above his head, making him half bald like an old man. He then asks the prince when he hired that onmyoji, to which the prince, trembling with fear, says that he hired him about a year ago to counter his elder brother's military strength. He tries to frame it as good intentions, claiming he was merely conducting a project to discover hidden talent among the folk. He is literally crying pathetically before Tsukimaru, who is now pointing toward his head. Tsukimaru realizes that the prince's illness hasn't been exposed as poisoning, which means very few people know about it. It should be considered that the same person who poisoned the empress also poisoned the third prince. But the thing is, the second prince only hired the onmyoji a year ago, which means that when the third prince's poisoning happened, the onmyoji was serving under someone else. Considering that the original master of the onmyoji plotted to kill a prince, it is likely that they were a high-ranking court official. There must have been a reason for them to deliberately leave their position and serve the prince. He wonders what that reason could be. Thinking about all of it, something clicks in his mind, and he smirks, realizing something. Suddenly, noise echoes from outside as guards shout and run through the palace, panicking to protect the empress and the first prince, Ezo. They completely abandon Iruka in the chaos. Tsukimaru scoffs, saying he could crush all those guards if he wanted, but he has better things to do. Iruka tries sneaking away, but Tsukimaru grabs his head like a basketball and drags him back. The prince squeals that he was not running away, though it is painfully obvious he was. Tsukimaru commands his so-called loyal servant to lead him to the empress's chambers, then hoists him over his shoulder like luggage, mocking that since he is a prince, he will carry him like a princess. Sprinting through the halls, Tsukimaru knocks out guards left and right without slowing down. A viewer comment flashes, asking if there is even a reason to speedrun like this, and Tsukimaru agrees, saying the real mastermind behind the poison is probably Ezo, while the Wanderer was only his pawn. He adds that in chaos like this, palace defenders always protect their favorites first. The chat instantly roasts him back, reminding him that he is literally the one who caused the chaos in the first place. Tsukimaru ignores the chat completely and smashes through the Empress's doors. Just as he expected, the sight before him makes his blood boil. Ezo is standing over the Empress with his blade raised, ready to strike down his own mother for the throne. Without even thinking, Tsukimaru throws Iruka across the floor like trash and vanishes forward with vanishing step, blocking the incoming strike in a flash. Standing tall, he does not even pretend he is protecting the Empress. With arrogance dripping from his voice, he declares that he will be the one to take the throne himself. The Empress turns pale at his words and demands an explanation, but Tsukimaru just smirks and tells her the answer will come later. This enrages Ezo, and he is about to make a move when a samurai enters the room, preparing to unleash a move called IAI, the fastest attack in meta sense. Once it is launched, there is no avoiding it, but Tsukimaru knows the solution. Crush the move before it is launched. Before anyone can react, another NPC hurls a blazing flame charm across the room. Tsukimaru easily sidesteps it, laughing as he taunts that if this is their best, he will take their precious country before they even realize what happened. Pulling back slightly, he watches the two shaken NPCs regroup around their master. With a disgusted grin, he calls them weak clowns who cannot even act like proper villains, just useless placeholders standing in his way. Izo's body trembles with fury, veins popping like Endeavor from My Hero Academia when he is about to explode. He spits out that Tsukimaru will regret ever defying him. Tsukimaru shoots back instantly, saying that when he becomes king, he will make the prince regret ever being born just to serve him. The second prince, still on the floor, nervously challenges his brother for his arrogance, but Tsukimaru cuts him off with an icy glare and warns him to know his place unless he wants to disappear like the samurai before him. Ezo snaps his fingers, and both NPC servants step forward into position. Instead of backing down, Tsukimaru tilts his head and smirks, eyes full of mockery, saying they can show off all they want because he is giving them 3 full minutes to act strong before he crushes everything they have. The Onmyoji acts first, unleashing a storm of shikigami papers that whirl across the chamber like a blizzard. Tsukimaru cracks his neck, starts the timer, and charges forward without hesitation. On their own, the flimsy charms are harmless scraps, but together they serve their purpose well, buying precious time. Ezo raises his voice with commanding authority and activates his skill, Encirclement Order. Instantly, the paper charms twist and expand, sprouting into towering shapes that rise like titans from the floor. Tsukimaru's eyes narrow as he recognizes the class right away. Izo is a general. Generals always come with trade-offs, their stats boosted in one area and weakened in another, but in capable hands, those buffs can turn disposable troops into serious threats. A viewer nervously types in the chat, wondering if Tsukimaru is about to be overwhelmed. Tsukimaru answers without a single word, slicing through the paper giants as effortlessly as if he were chopping vegetables in a cooking stream. Then he turns his head toward the samurai, mocking him and asking if his Aido is still charging or if he is just too scared to draw. His lips curl into a wild grin, daring him to make a move. The samurai takes the bait and bursts forward with reckless energy. He unsheathes his blade in a flash, releasing his Aido strike with everything he has. His NPC ally tries to warn him, but it is already too late. Tsukimaru slides aside using Vanishing Step, dodging cleanly, and pushes forward to make his point. He explains mid-motion with the swagger of a confident streamer breaking it down for chat that Iaido depends on calm precision. Missing even once leaves a recovery window. When resheathing, that becomes a perfect chance for a counter. He proves it by landing a series of rapid strikes, each one faster and sharper than the last. Izo growls at his summoned soldiers, calling them worthless. Tsukimaru tilts his head with a mocking smile, and he tells him it is not their fault. It is just that he is too strong. Finally, Ezo loses control and charges straight into battle, his sword glinting under the light as he swings with full force toward Tsukimaru. Yet Tsukimaru's sharp eyes instantly catch the opening in his stance, and just as he moves to exploit it, the Onmyoji steps in with perfect timing. In a single fluid motion, he swaps the prince's body with a shikigami puppet, so Tsukimaru's strike lands harmlessly against paper instead of flesh, scattering fragments through the air. Tsukimaru does not falter. A sly grin spreads across his face because this is exactly what he planned from the start. His goal was never to land that hit, but to make them use their strongest spells early in the battle. In a flash, he tosses down a blinding charm. Before they recover, Tsukimaru stretches their shadows across the room and slams down his shadow trap. The viewers explode in chat as they realize bigger shadows mean a wider range, and now the entire field is his domain. Only 60 seconds are left on the clock, and tension fills the air as Tsukimaru folds his arms with a smirk, teasing them and asking if they still have any tricks left to show. That's when Ezo finally decides to reveal his strongest move. He shouts a command, and the ground shakes as Defense Order activates. Power surges through his body in waves, his whole form glowing bright like he just turned Super Saiyan after years of slow training arcs that no one asked for. The Empress gasps in fear, her voice trembling as she asks if he really used the Imperial Seal. Ezo grins wide, showing sharp teeth, and proudly admits that he did, pretending it was only because of the intruders. But the smirk on his face clearly shows he has no plan to give it back. The Empress warns him that the divine artifact will destroy him if he keeps holding on to it, but Ezo growls that he doesn't care anymore. Before things can get worse, Tsukimaru breaks the tension in his usual joking tone, asking what this so-called Imperial Seal even is. Izo lifts it up high and explains that it's not just some royal accessory, it's proof of imperial power, a divine item said to give unbeatable protection. For those who are good, it brings peace and fortune, but for those with evil intentions, it brings ruin instead. Tsukimaru listens quietly, putting the pieces together in his head. Maybe the Empress's long reign was not just because of her wisdom, but because the imperial seal itself produced miracles. His mind stays sharp even as his body stays calm, while Ezo loses control and charges forward with wild fury, swinging his glowing blade down to crush him. Tsukimaru moves aside with smooth precision, using misdirection, a skill that confuses awareness and makes the enemy strike at nothing. Ezo's attack cuts through empty air while Tsukimaru appears right behind him. Without wasting a moment, he activates Steel Skill. In one bold move, the Imperial Seal slips right out of Izo's possession and into Tsukimaru's hands. The chat goes wild in disbelief as he turns the kingdom's greatest treasure into simple loot, like it's just another raid drop. Now holding the seal, he combines it with the taming skill he gained from the dragon egg. If these royals spent their time controlling others, then they have no right to complain when they are the ones being controlled. With a single command, Ezo and his NPC servants drop to their knees before him, swearing complete loyalty as they fall under his control. Tsukimaru steps forward. The grin on his face is sharp and dark, the kind that fits a villain who already knows he has won. With the Imperial Seal in his hand and his enemies kneeling before him, he stands tall like a king who just conquered his final boss. He has cleared the board completely. Time passes before Takeyu, Yuka, Uma, and Galia finally arrive at the palace gates. They move carefully through the grand hall, but what they see inside stops them in shock. Tsukimaru is sitting on the throne, leaning back like King Fritz himself, calm and smug as ever. With a confident smile, he tells them that he has already turned the first and second princes into his servants. Only the third prince remains. His grin grows wider as he leans forward and declares with full arrogance that now everyone will see who truly deserves to be the next emperor. Tsukimaru pulls up with his tamed NPCs lined up like Spirit Halloween security guards, calling Takeyu an idiot for even showing up instead of hiding somewhere shaking. Takeyu tries to give a speech about people suffering if Tsukimaru steals the country, but he sounds like a bootleg anime protagonist, trying too hard to be deep. Tsukimaru laughs at him, saying he has no chance of being emperor. Takeyu just keeps saying no to everything like an NPC glitching in the dialogue loop. Tsukimaru's crew gets loud, throwing out random trash talk that makes them look even dumber. Tsukimaru cuts them off, saying he does not want guildmates who only talk. He points at his NPCs, telling them to prove themselves by stopping the prince's assassins instead of running their mouths. The defenders of the prince stand their ground, ready to risk everything. Onmyoji spams his Shikigami army like he is playing Pokemon, and Uma rushes in with splitting aura pressure, but he is instantly overwhelmed. It looks like he is trying to fight off a hornet nest with bare hands. Tsukimaru starts explaining the raid setup, saying normally it takes 3 tanks, 2 DPS, and 1 healer. That is 6 people minimum. He smirks, claiming he can do it solo, walking like he is final boss coded but radiating tutorial mob energy. Some argue it can be done with 3, but everyone knows Tsukimaru's ego is carrying harder than his stats. The Shikigami runs straight for the third prince, and Yuta steps in swinging like she just speedran a sword tutorial. Viewers start wondering if she mastered Iaido, but Tsukimaru immediately downplays it, saying she is nowhere close. He lectures that the real skill in Iaido is what comes after the slash, acting like the gatekeeper sensei nobody asked for. The Shikigami turns into a samurai look-alike, about to unsheath his blade like he crawled out of Wano. Before he can flex, Galia blasts him across the map, roasting that Iaido leaves you wide open. She explains if you know enemies will target that gap, you can bait them forever. Basically, she uses Yuka as bait and then tags in to farm him for free. The Shikigami scrambles back up, still clutching his sword like he is about to do something, but Yuka charges in again. Tsukimaru is analyzing her like an esports caster, saying if she tries Iaido here, she will flop. He claims if it were him, he would use the wall for leverage. Yuka ignores all that backseat coaching, pops 2 power buffs, and slices him in half like Gojo getting packed. The comment section loses it, calling her a muscle with brain for reading the fight and going full send at the perfect time. Even Tsukimaru gets stunned, realizing his big lecture just got smoked by Yuka's timing. She looks at him with a smirk and asks if that counts as failure too, basically cooking him on his own stage. Uma clicks his tongue as Yuka steals the spotlight, salty that he is playing background character again. Someone in the comments asks if he is going to learn a finishing move too, but he shrugs it off, saying one-hit reversals do not fit him. Tsukimaru instantly claps back, taunting that if Uma wants subscribers, he better think about his highlight reel. Uma snaps, telling him not to look down on him, then fires back with the idea of he defeats Tsukimaru and saves the empire. Everyone secretly hopes he can finally pull it off this time. Tsukimaru checks the screen and notices their affinity levels are all above 50%, which makes him smirk. He stands and tosses out more rage-baiting lines, mocking Uma for hyping things he cannot deliver. The two dive into a battle that drags out like filler episodes. Galia tries to back Uma with charms, but Tsukimaru was already 2 steps ahead, flipping the charm onto Uma with misdirection. He then flashes forward and steals all of Galia's charms for himself. Yuka jumps in, expecting this, but Tsukimaru predicts her as well. He traps her with an after-image bind, locking her down for 1 step. Yuka still plays smarter, smirking that this is Takeyu's chance, since Tsukimaru already burned misdirection and vanishing step. Takeyu takes it and hurls a fireball like he thinks he is Itachi. Tsukimaru is impressed they forced him to use evasions and an AoE, but he brushes it off, saying if he is not grounded, he takes no damage. He even mocks that Takeyu's Iaido flow was not bad, but his fireball is baby tier spam. Yuka bursts out of the bind, fuming, yelling that he just brute forces everything and that is why he is Tsukimaru-san. He pauses, wondering if his own name is an insult now. She keeps going, saying he is too strong for his own good, judges everyone by his own cracked standards, and never listens to anyone else. The others join in on roasting him. Galia says he just likes showing off, and Uma adds that he acts like a clown every time his subscriber count goes up. Yuka steps forward and declares that a country is not built on the backs of the strong. Her words hit like a sword slash, catching both Tsukimaru and Takeyu off guard, realizing someone who cannot understand that truth has no right to sit as emperor. Tsukimaru glares at the affection screen and notices their percentage almost maxing out at 100. He refuses to accept it. To prove strength rules over emotions, he dives headfirst into his own arrogance and unleashes his hidden skills, Physical Enhance and Imperial Seal. Lightning crackles across his body, his clothes ripping as raw energy coats him like Killua on electric mode. Tsukimaru calls Takeyu an idiot for even showing up instead of hiding somewhere shaking. Takeyu watches, then shakes his head. He says if being strong means turning into a pathetic coward bastard who loses all connection with the weak, then that strength is worthless. He refuses to be that kind of emperor. He begins activating his skill, Binding Wishes, a power that turns the wishes of the people into his strength. His voice hardens as he declares he will not become an emperor who towers above others, but one who joins hands with everyone and carries their hopes with him. Itsuki is impressed by Takeyu for actually daring to use a skill that needs to be charged. If 4 people back him up for 180 seconds, he will stockpile so much energy that even Itsuki, juiced up with the Imperial Seal, will not be able to dodge it. The catch is that Takeyu will be standing there like someone waiting for Windows updates, wide open for anyone who wants to land a hit. Itsuki smirks and asks if he is not scared. Takeyu admits he is terrified, but says that for once, he has started to believe in himself and in everyone else. Before the dramatic vibe can settle in, Uma barges in like the kid who shouts spoilers at the theater and yells at Itsuki to bring on the fight. Itsuki, brimming with energy, launches forward and instantly uses a vanishing step to teleport behind him. In his head, Itsuki mocks Uma's decision, thinking he made a rookie mistake by assuming Itsuki would charge straight for the main target. The vanishing step in player versus player is completely busted. If your enemy blinks out of sight, even pro gamers start spinning their camera around like confused noobs, which creates the perfect opening. But Itsuki forgets one small thing. His teammates have already binge-watched his entire skill set like a Netflix series. Galia steps up at the last second to cover Uma's wide opening, blocking Itsuki's attack like the long-suffering teammate who is tired of carrying her squad in ranked matches. Itsuki is impressed again by how thoroughly they have analyzed him, but he reminds himself that he is still 1 step ahead. Without wasting time, he starts darting around them in circles with ridiculous speed, moving so fast it looks like someone pressed the fast-forward button on a highlight reel. Takeyu starts to worry and instinctively tries to move in to help, but Yuka stops him with a calm look. She tells him to trust her squad because they already know exactly how Itsuki plays the game. The viewers watching the stream are quick to chime in. One comment begs her to use her Iaido skill on Itsuki, but another reply quickly counters, pointing out that if she swings it now, her own allies will get caught in the crossfire. It would be like nuking your entire party just to prove a point. Itsuki notices the chatter as well and decides to join in with his own remarks, almost as if he is part of the live chat. He says Iaido is indeed the fastest skill, but she would never be able to avoid hitting her teammates. On top of that, a skill at that level demands even more practice to use properly. Meanwhile, the audience begins to realize something chilling. Itsuki is deliberately moving into positions where, if Yuka tries to use Iaido, her allies will get sliced right along with him. He is basically baiting her into friendly fire while flexing his speed. Itsuki suddenly makes a move and uses his skill called Ankle Slash on Uma. The attack targets the ankles, the classic leg day skip move that makes it harder for the enemy to keep up. Itsuki grins cockily and says only 40 seconds have passed, pointing out that Takeyu still needs 140 more to finish charging. Uma, however, shoots back with confidence, saying that a few seconds are all they really need. That bold response actually makes Itsuki raise an eyebrow, wondering what kind of plot twist Uma is hinting at. Right then, Takeyu begins to shine like someone just hit their Super Saiyan transformation, and above Yuka, a streaming camera pops up as if the whole fight just got turned into a live anime broadcast. The scene shifts back to when everyone was outside before the fight. Uma had admitted that he prepared countermeasures against Itsuki, but his tone was still shaky. He believed Itsuki could dodge almost anything since he has the skill knowledge of a walking wiki. They needed something crazier, a true trump card. Yuka said they had to create a countermeasure even Itsuki would not see coming. Then she stopped and sighed, saying out loud that it was almost impossible because Itsuki practically has a PhD in this game. That was when Galia spoke up. She suggested they use NPC skills, things that might fly under Itsuki's radar. Yuka quickly checked Takeyu's status and spotted a unique ability called Binding Wishes, a power that grows stronger the more comrades believe in him. Takeyu admitted it sounded impressive, but with a half smile he confessed he doubted anyone truly believed in him, especially since he just returned to the Empire. Yuka, however, had studied plenty of ridiculous strategies under her so-called Itsuki-sensei. She had learned to think outside the box in the most absurd ways possible. The scene shifts back to the present. Yuka explains with a grin that she used her brains and showed the Empire's people how Takeyu was risking his life for them. In return, she asked for their help to charge his technique. Itsuki's jaw drops so hard it looks like an anime reaction panel, completely stunned because he never expected this. He had been tricked into thinking Yuka was preparing to unleash Iaido, and he was already gearing himself up to counter it. As Takeyu prepares to unleash his fully charged attack, Itsuki finally shows a flash of fear. He shouts that this will drag his comrades in as well, but Uma grabs his shoulder and pins him in place like a wrestling anchor. Takeyu then launches the glowing attack straight at Itsuki with all the force of a Goku spirit bomb. At the last second, Itsuki shows his quick thinking and throws out Shadow Trap, shoving Uma and Galia backward to keep them from getting caught. Not stopping there, Itsuki activates Manifest Shadow Puppetry, a support skill that shapes shadows by moving his hands. He quickly forms a shadow shield that blocks Takeyu's devastating strike. With the danger gone for the moment, he lets himself relax, almost smug again. But Yuka immediately steps forward and starts breaking down his strategy, pointing out that Itsuki used Ankle Slash earlier because he did not want to cripple both Galia and Uma at once. In this latest clash, he did not hide behind them, but instead used his Shadow Trap and Thorns to actually push them out of danger. Itsuki stares in disbelief, realizing that Yuka read him like a light novel she had already spoiled herself on. Every step he thought was clever was already predicted and flipped into her counter. Before he can recover, Yuka moves in and finally activates her ultimate skill, Iaido. With one clean slash across his chest, she takes him down. As he stumbles, he manages a faint smile. Just before falling, he praises her for the brilliant performance, saying it was worthy of the stage they fought on. The viewers are in absolute shock, spamming the chat like it just witnessed history. Itsuki has actually been defeated for the very first time, and everyone begins to realize he might not be invincible after all. Some say that with enough coordination he can be beaten, while others go full fan mode, cheering and flooding the chat with goddess Yuka emotes. Uma also praise her, and thanks her for taking his revenge. Yuka herself blushes bright red, trembling with excitement at the thought that they actually managed to pull this off. Takeyu, still glowing faintly from the after effects of his attack, praises the team for their determination and for saving the Empire from malicious forces. Off-screen, Haru watches the entire stream unfold. She leans back, analyzing carefully, and concludes that players will now believe the third route is the main one. After all, even Itsuki himself failed to conquer the Empire route, and if the Empire route fails, logic says the story must pivot to the third prince becoming emperor. But then Haru's eyes widen in shock. On the quest board, 2 notifications appear, one after another. The first declares the third prince's quest to become emperor cleared. The second declares Itsuki's conquest route cleared as well. Her voice shakes as she mutters that it is impossible, yet there it is. The camera shifts, and the reveal sends shivers down every spine. Itsuki stands tall on the rooftop of a building under the bright moon. His face twists into a sinister grin, eerily similar to the madness-tinged expressions from Soul Eater. The viewers collectively open their mouths in surprise, even though no one can actually see them. Itsuki, cocky as ever, tilts his head and asks if they really thought he and the others had a falling out. The chat blows up with agreement, demanding an explanation for how both quests could possibly be marked as cleared at the same time. With that smug, ugly face of his plastered on the screen, he proudly tells them he simply moved in a way that satisfied the conditions for both quests simultaneously. One particularly sharp viewer breaks it down step by step, practically narrating like an anime recap voice. They explain that Itsuki first defeated the first and second prince to trigger the usurpation event. Then he raised the party's average favorability to 75% or higher, cured the empress, and triggered the succession event on top of that. But then someone asks the obvious question. How could Itsuki have met the favorability requirement when his personal favorability is basically 0? Haru herself frowns, asking the same thing under her breath. She had designed the quest logic carefully. She could not directly hard-code the condition to block simultaneous clearing, since that carried the risk of bugging the system. Instead, she set it so that players who progressed down the usurpation route could not increase their favorability at all. On paper, that should have made it impossible. And yet here was Itsuki, standing tall, mocking everyone like he had just broken the fourth wall of the game itself. Itsuki smirks at the camera and explains to his viewers that the required favorability was only 70%. If 3 out of 4 people have 100% favorability and the last one has 0, the team's average still comes out to 75. The viewers freeze for a second, then the comment section floods with disbelief. It finally clicks that the group must have split up, with one person handling the usurpation route conditions while the other 3 maxed out favorability. Both quests were completed at the same time, the kind of stunt only Itsuki would even attempt. Meanwhile, Haru stares at the stream in silence, her hands tightening into fists. She had never even considered this loophole because no normal player would go that far. She thought the rules of her quest design were solid, but watching Itsuki twist the system makes her grit her teeth. With a sharp breath, she mutters that if this is how he wants to play, then she will simply raise the stakes even higher. Takeyu steps out in his traditional emperor robes, looking like he finally equipped his endgame skin. He thanks all of them for showing him the kind of emperor he wants to become. The group tilts their heads, confused why he said all of you instead of just you guys, and Uma gets the creeps, thinking maybe Takeyu is talking to someone else who is not even there. His servants bring forward a detailed blue sword, and Takeyu accepts it, walking ahead to face the people. He launches into a Daenerys Targaryen-style speech, declaring that from this moment he will be emperor, the protector who brings prosperity and shields the nation from conflict. But in the middle of it, he suddenly breaks his own sword, calling out his past for what it was, a pathetic attempt at leadership. He admits he turned a blind eye while his brothers ran loose. He never fought back, never challenged them as they grabbed power, acting like a coward who chose silence over action. Even now, he says he knows he cannot protect everyone alone. What gave him strength was not his title or bloodline, but the comrades who fought beside him and believed in him. Someone shattered his stubborn belief that it was impossible and gave him the push to step forward. Take-Yu tells his people that he cannot promise absolute protection. If gaining power means becoming a bastard who drowns in it and rules without care, then he rejects it. Instead, he vows to walk alongside his people, sharing their worries, encouraging them, and moving forward together. He asks if they will follow an emperor like that, and the crowd explodes with cheers, voices united in support. At the harbor, Take-Yu thanks everyone, admitting he never had the guts to fix things alone. Yuka humbly says they should be thanking him instead. That is when Tsukimaru strolls in with his poker face as if nothing happened. The squad side-eyes him hard, asking why he is even here, and he just hits them with, "I explained it earlier." Yuka recalls his story with the Empress, how he defeated her, made her drink the medicine, and cured her illness. Because of that, Take-Yu got crowned emperor, but then the Empress spilled the tea, admitting Tsukimaru basically strong-armed her into helping. Uma gets horror chills, mumbling that even if he hears it 1,000 times, there is no way this bastard is a saint. Tsukimaru smirks, saying he let them paint him as the villain to farm their favorability. He claims he never even wanted the emperor role. Yuka presses him on what happened when she supposedly finished him off, and he casually drops that he used Onmyoji's Shikigami second form plus tamer skills to dip. He says once their favorability maxed out, there was no point in fighting, and if he kept going, he might have clapped them by accident and triggered a penalty. Uma and Yuka stand there, mouths shut, looking like kids who realized Santa is fake. Tsukimaru pats Uma's shoulder with that smug grin, congratulating him on his revenge. Uma snaps instantly, saying they can run it back next time, and Yuka looks crushed, realizing her final attack was nothing but a scripted fluke. Tsukimaru turns around smiling and hanging his tongue out like a troll face and saying Yuka is still 100 years too early to beat him with Iaido. Uma and Yuka get triggered instantly. Galia shakes her head, calling him a total mess to the very end. Take-Yu steps up, giggling, saying that this clown behavior is exactly what gave him the push to become emperor. Yuka points out that Tsukimaru is still hogging the imperial seal and tells him to give it back if he is not going to be emperor. Tsukimaru refuses, saying no way he is dropping a rare item. Take-Yu waves it off, saying the country does not need it anyway. Instead, he hands Tsukimaru his personal scroll, a collection of all his research on Yamashiro's legends. It even talks about the golden country beyond the sea, unreachable by ships and only accessible by those who can fly. The whole thing reads like a knockoff One Piece side quest. Take-Yu admits that after being exiled, he once craved adventure, but now he has chosen to rule this country with bonds instead of power. He says he no longer needs adventure or strength, and willingly hands both over to Tsukimaru. With a cocky grin, Tsukimaru snatches the scroll like loot, promising to tell Take-Yu an adventure tale later that will make him jealous. He already knows this scroll is a clue for the next story quest. In his past life, nobody conquered these story quests for 10 whole years, so his old knowledge is starting to fall off. He remembers how Yuka already cooked his expectations with that Iaido slash, proving the strategy pool is much bigger than he thought. If she can do it, their potential squad wipes will skyrocket. With a calm smirk, he admits he can actually trust her to cover his back. Yuka then drops the bomb that they already have a dragon egg that can be used to fly over to the isolated country. Tsukimaru is too busy zoning out like a grandpa on autoplay. She gets mad at him for ignoring her and not telling him about anything like quest, saying if he had told them about this quest earlier, they could have built a smarter plan together. Instead of answering, Tsukimaru casually pulls out the egg like a narcissist streamer and declares their next content will be the hatching of the ultra-rare jet black dragon egg. He ignores her meltdown entirely, making her feel like she is screaming at a wall. Furious, Yuka grabs his shoulders and shakes him, demanding he listen when people are speaking, thinking again to himself how she has really become a reliable ally, someone who could help him clear any quest. There is a Japan Game Expo going on, the biggest in the world. All the hottest game reveals, major updates, and flashy new hardware get dropped here. The place is stacked with talk shows, mega tournaments, and enough hype to fry a GPU. That's why it's famous among gamers, and tickets are harder to get. Our guys have also joined this chaos. Itsuki walks into the room, and his assistant immediately praises him for the hard work while handing him a bottle of water. He takes it with that Sanji-like smile and seems arrogant. Galia rolls her eyes and warns him to stop carrying this attitude into real life, but Itsuki just shrugs, saying it's normal. He explains that people logged in the second sales went live, fighting tooth and nail just to enter. But unlike the commoners suffering in queue purgatory, Itsuki and the squad stroll in like it's a ramp walk. No ticket wars, no stress, just VIP entry. The waiting room itself is like a throne, letting them gaze down at the crowd from above. Itsuki decides he wants to enjoy this moment, and that's when his nose practically stretches out, matching Pinocchio's lies with arrogance. Uma also shows up and immediately restrains Itsuki from being dramatic, reminding him that this is an official event, not his personal highlight reel. Itsuki gets caught off guard, seeing that she's invited too, which only makes Uma mad. She yells at him that she also has trillion viewers, like she's flexing a subscriber count that doesn't even exist on YouTube. Itsuki quickly clarifies that she misunderstood. He didn't mean her fan base. He meant if she was actually brave enough to show her real face to the audience. Uma is ready to throw hands and explain why, but Yuka cuts in and starts yapping like a podcast on 2x speed. She claims the excitement and the vibes of being at the venue can only be felt if you attend in person. In other words, she's gatekeeping hype like it's a limited edition skin. Then Galia jumps in, asking Itsuki if he knows about the other participants. He draws a blank, proving he really only cares about his own ego. To cover himself, he flips the question back and asks who's with her. Galia tells him it'll be Rei, who plans to participate using an avatar. Just then, a man with a sparkling aura bursts into the room, apologizing for being late. Tsukimaru squints, wondering if this dude is some top-tier sponsor. The vibrant man ignores everyone else and goes straight to Uma, shaking her hand warmly and saying it has been a long time since they last met. He does the same with Tsukimaru and the rest, before finally revealing his identity, Shimosa Takashi, the voice actor of Mofutaru. Tsukimaru and Fuka freeze, jaws dropping to the floor in pure shock. Yuka, as blunt as ever, says she expected him to be some tiny chibi-looking guy, not this radiant celebrity with main character glow. Takashi laughs it off and clings to Tsukimaru like glue, clearly hyped to finally meet him. He admits he had been thinking about a collaboration for a while, but Tsukimaru's management team was too stubborn to allow it. The group now understands why, because Tsukimaru's brand image is too carefully guarded to risk a wild crossover. Right then, the management staff steps into the room, clapping their hands and reminding everyone to get ready because the big event is about to begin. The whole squad steps onto the stage, and the event is streamed live worldwide. Watching from her end, Haru finally sees Tsukimaru's real face. She analyzes him carefully and admits he has grown both as a player and as a streamer. She recalls how she tried to stop him twice before, once during the trial of the prisoner and again during the Imperial conspiracy quest, but both attempts failed. The trial was paused, the conspiracy ended with a massive reward, and all her plans collapsed in front of her. Agitated, she scrambles for ideas on how to stop him now, but each option feels impossible. If she manipulates the game anymore, it will become too obvious when the rewards or difficulty spikes at convenient times. She needs to keep Tsukimaru in check while preserving the illusion of a natural game experience. In the end, Haru settles on one decision: that she has to stop his momentum at all costs. She sees two major reasons. First, his quick pacing is devouring content faster than it can be released, which speeds up strategy development and burns through new material too quickly. Second, his creativity keeps diversifying strategies in ways no one expected, breaking the balance for the rest of the player base. Ironically, Tsukimaru has also made things easier for her team. Thanks to him, they have been able to gather endless data on high-level gameplay. Player distribution has shot up, development speed has increased, and with more resources, sales could even double. But even with all this progress, they still cannot keep up with his pace. Worse, diversity in gameplay is dying because every other player just copies his path, leaving only one dominant style. Though she cannot intervene directly in his playthrough anymore, Haru clenches her fists and makes her choice. she will shift focus and boost other players instead, forcing the gap to close so that Tsukimaru's runaway lead finally gets checked. Itsuki and the others stand on the stage in person, except for Mofu and Uma, who still appear in their sleek in-game avatars. The group keeps the massive audience entertained with casual banter, looking more like a K-pop lineup than gamers. Just as the chatter flows, the host's phone buzzes with a notification. She raises her mic and announces breaking news that the MetaSense game will soon receive an official ending update. The room freezes. Itsuki's eyes widen in shock. He had never heard anything about this, and according to his timeline, there was no ending even after 10 years of play. The timing is completely off. The host tries to continue explaining the content, but instead she tells the audience to explore the update themselves. Mofu breaks the awkwardness, asking her to at least give them a hint. She sighs and explains that even she only received word of the ending for a single story quest. This is why the upcoming patch will be such a massive overhaul of the quest system. The AI will power up the story quests, making them more dynamic and reactive with unique, real-time scenarios. She adds that whichever route the first player takes to complete a quest will be carved into the game as official history of MetaSense. Afterward, others will be able to play those arcs as reenactment quests. Their choices in reenactments will heavily affect their rewards and alter world progression. Players can choose to follow the original history exactly, or they can branch off into new paths and experience an entirely different version of the story. Rei takes over as host and lays it all out, announcing that from now on they can take on the Imperial Conspiracy Challenge. She adds that everyone can technically follow Itsuki's strategy, but whichever route he chooses will be treated as the main story. Basically, the man just got promoted from sweaty gamer to lore master. Then she puts him on the spot, asking for his thoughts as the top player leading the race for official history. Itsuki's face goes blank, like he just got called out for screen peeking mid-match. He knows the audience will be split, some plotting to dethrone him, others fine with piggybacking his strategy like freeloaders in a group project. Itsuki shakes off the tension and slips right back into his cocky in-game persona. With a smirk, he says he doesn't really care what it means to have his name engraved in the official history, but he refuses to let anyone else take the lead. The ending, he declares, will belong to him alone. In that moment, he basically challenges the entire player base, throwing down a live declaration of war against every competitor. Among the crowd, one viewer seethes. A nasty player who had relied on cheats is stunned by the announcement of this new AI-powered interactive update. She fumes, suspecting Alan or someone else outsourced the map she could have manipulated, especially after all the effort she poured into her hacks. Yet at the same time, she cannot help but be impressed. Itsuki's arrogance fires her up, and deep down she wants nothing more than to see him clash with the infamous players from the Special Mission Office. At MetaSense headquarters, the executives gather to discuss the new story quest update. Ayano Suga, who is the director of information systems, explains that it relies on real-time generation, but their system H does not have the resources to support it. She adds that even a supercomputer may not be enough. Kazuhiko Maeyama, the senior director, demands a clear summary of the situation. Suga tells him that the self-improvement program developed by Shishido is evolving much faster than expected and has gone out of control. She also points out that while the game remains interesting, security is lagging behind and must be reinforced. It would have been better if the creator Shishida himself had been here. Taru Saito, the director of research, tells her that the hiding place of Shishida is being investigated. Suga makes a pout and suggests they should have the map that Shishida left, but Saito clarifies that it is incomplete since part of it was lost when Alan outsourced the work. Mayama slams the table in frustration, calling the others useless. He reminds them that if AI had been properly developed, it could have changed the world in finance, the military, and information systems. But instead, management invested everything into Shishido's game. He calls it a loss for humanity. Asami Shun, the executive team leader, comments that they are just worrying about the company losses. To which, Suga says MetaSense is on track to earn $1 trillion annual sales and they cannot leave everything to AI. The media will hunt them to death. When Mayama demands another solution, Saito suggests exploiting bugs within the system by attacking the game from the inside, since new systems are always vulnerable. However, Shuga smirks and says she is satisfied because the new story quest seems tailored for a specific player and discussions about it are already spreading rapidly on Steam. Itsuki goes live again on his stream, and the big highlight this time is the dragon egg. They place it inside an incubator to give it the perfect environment, while the girls sit around wondering if it will hatch into a cute dragon. Itsuki grins with full confidence, saying it will definitely be something worthy of the name dragon. He is hyping it up like a legendary pull from a gacha game. The egg begins to crack, and everyone leans in with anticipation. At last, a tiny and cute dragon pops out, completely opposite of the ferocious image they had in mind. It looks more like a Pokemon mascot than a monster of legend. Itsuki's face turns sour, almost as if he just opened a loot box and pulled the weakest rarity. He checks the status anyway and finds out that the color of the dragon will change, representing chaos and possibilities. It even comes with a skill called Parallel Future. He admits, with a heavy tone, that it is slightly powerful, but the girls are already thrilled, overjoyed that it turned out cute like they wished. Galia jumps forward, trying to snatch it, but the little dragon moves with surprising speed and slips away. Yuka sneaks in and manages to catch it, only for the dragon to bite her arm. She yells in pain, but Itsuki calmly reminds her that she is only using an avatar and cannot be hurt. The dragon then escapes her grasp, flutters directly onto Itsuki's head, and gives such an arrogant look that everyone immediately notices the resemblance between them. Chat would instantly spam like father like son without hesitation. Suddenly, a system notification appears saying that the message delivery has been interrupted. Itsuki assumes it is due to bad network, but then they realize they cannot access the game at all. Panic spreads quickly, especially since Galia is still inside the arena. The situation becomes even worse when the stream itself gets cut off, leaving everyone in complete shock. Suddenly, some rogue ninja sneak into the place like budget assassins. Their goal is clear: to grab someone and retreat before anyone realizes. Yuka immediately attacks one of them, but nothing lands. She realizes the hit detection is off. Bro basically walked through her attack like he had plot armor enabled. He slips past her range and lunges straight for the mini dragon, exposing himself as the true side quest villain. Just then, the screen interrupts with a message that the update is in progress, catching the ugly guy completely off guard. Itsuki jumps on the chance and strikes, figuring out these clowns have slipped in using cheat codes. His detection is already breaking, but he is not about to let them ruin his spotlight. He smugly announces that it is bad manners to disturb someone else's stream, which sounds like the gamer version of touch grass. Then he promises to punish them. The magician of the group starts panicking, and the knight, on the other hand, tries to act composed and tells him not to worry since their levels are higher than Itsuki's. He brags that they can just take the dragon by force, ignoring the fact that they are the ones actually cheating. Itsuki pretends to buy into it, acting shocked that his attacks are not working because of their higher levels, while secretly knowing the truth. He then calls his new pet into action and proudly names it Baffomet. Even the viewers cannot help but see it as a disgrace to the dragon race, because Itsuki basically rebranded a plush toy as an endgame raid boss. Shockingly, the cute dragon transforms in a second into a heinous one resembling Acnologia from Fairy Tail. This transformation is caused by the dragon's skill, Parallel Future, which allows it to temporarily become an adult. Feeding it magic items or rare stones will influence its evolution, and since a dark magic stone was used during hatching, it is turned into a dark dragon. The viewers open their eyes in surprise, like Brook from One Piece, and watch with curiosity, eager to see what kind of evolution forms it can take on next. The knight tries his dumb luck and strikes at the dragon with his needle of a sword. It is like throwing a toothpick at a tank, and in return the dragon smacks him away with one effortless hit. Next, it gathers chaotic magic inside its mouth and blasts it forward like a laser light, instantly defeating its opponents in a single shot. They go down without resistance, proving they were out of their league from the start. Yuka cannot help but be impressed, saying Hamchan is stronger, cutting the name Baffomet into something simpler. Itsuki praises his new pet as well, satisfied with its overwhelming performance. On the other side, Shuga is losing it in a disturbing way after realizing there were no bugs, even though she had added 5 cheat characters. Her breakdown looks as unhinged as Yuno Gasai from Future Diary. She shakes with twisted excitement, admitting she has not felt this alive since Shishido created that insane algorithm. She desperately wants to understand what mistake she made to get this outcome, and when she stares at her cheat code, it looks like she is scrolling through the blueprint for an entire transformer. Suga then throws something even more devious into the game through her code, eager to see what kind of chaos it creates next. Back with Itsuki and the others, the plan is to head further east while riding on their dragon. Compared to this adventure, the ones Takeyu used to brag about are nothing more than kiddie rides, so the group is burning with energy. Itsuki plants himself right above his pet's face, the way Luffy used to sit proudly at the front of the merry-go. His grin shows he has no intention of handing the final history to anyone else. Itsuki and Yuka ride on the dragon as it soars above the sky, giving them a full view of the wide horizon stretching across the sea. The viewers quickly notice that it is only the two of them and begin to wonder where Galia has gone. Itsuki pulls up the status screen and explains that Bahamut can only carry 2 riders for now. He adds that once he gets another dragon, he will evolve it to carry more people like a carriage. He admits he still needs to figure out the numbers for riders, but he throws out his cranky smile and even dabs as if to assure everyone he can manage it. A comment asks if leaving Galia behind in the deserts is safe, or if she will get mad. Itsuki casually says they will deal with it later, but Yuka accidentally spills the beans that Galia has gone with someone to negotiate a project, and that the person's identity is top secret. Itsuki immediately shuts her up before she reveals more, but it is too late. The viewers have already gotten a glimpse of what went down with Galia and Uma. One viewer even asks if these two can handle the new quest alone. Itsuki fires back with a brainrot reply that they are both straight guys, so obviously they will succeed. The audience catches the joke instantly and does not even flinch when Itsuki includes Yuka in his straight guys comment. With that chaos behind them, they move into a new zone where thunderbolts split across the sky and caution is required. Unfortunately, Itsuki has never understood the word careful, so Bahamut dives straight into the raging storm. Itsuki thrills at the chaos like it is the perfect content clip, while Yuka's eyes spin in circles, showing the world around her is nothing but nausea. When the thunderstorm clears, they enter the calm belt of the sea, where more dragons are seen flying across the skies. Suddenly, one dragon approaches with a lady riding on its back. With only a wave of her hand, she challenges Itsuki to a race. The system marks it as a new quest with no rewards, something he could technically refuse. Yet if he wins, he gains pride. And for Itsuki, that is better than treasure. He cannot resist a chance to flex arrogance, so he accepts the challenge without hesitation. His dragon is just as cocky as him, and together they dive into the cinematic race. Itsuki watches his pet dash forward with the same energy as a kid sprinting through a school canteen to grab food before anyone else. He hangs on tight, planning to boost the dragon with his own skills, but Bahamut shoots him a side-eye that screams, "Don't you dare touch me, idiot." Itsuki takes the hint and instead yells encouragement, telling his arrogant pet not to give in. Suddenly, the opposing dragon slams into Bahamut, trying to slow it down. Our so-called pet refuses to be humiliated, retaliating with a brutal headbutt. The clash is messy and reckless, yet Bahamut keeps pushing through. With constant struggle, they close in on the peak that marks their goal. The opponent dragon plays it safe and swerves away, but Bahamut barrels straight into the target, winning the challenge with raw, stubborn force. Itsuki celebrates the victory with his pet, chest puffed like he just conquered the world, while Yuka nags him, calling it pathetic to celebrate what looked more like a suicide stunt than a graceful win. Itsuki turns his eyes toward the woman rider, annoyed to see her laughing despite her loss. When she notices him glaring, she pulls back her entire horde of dragons and takes off into the skies. Yuka wonders aloud if they should follow, but Itsuki's attention shifts when he spots something shining across the horizon. It is clearly another dragon egg. On the other side, there is another woman, who is revealed to be Shuga. She restrains a reddish dragon that thrashes like an enraged bull, ready to explode at any moment. Amused by Itsuki's reckless behavior, she decides to teach this idiot another painful lesson as she pulls at the binding chains, preparing to unleash chaos again. Bahamut lands on a nearby island and instantly shrinks back into its chibi and cute form. Yuka rushes over to cuddle it, asking if it has gotten tired, but Baffomet ignores her completely, like one of those pathetic guys who ghost a girl for no reason after hooking up. Out of the bushes steps a nun, followed by armed forces. She introduces her squad as the Pioneer Fleet and declares that their mission is to eradicate every dragon they find. She even extends an invitation, telling them to join her and help wipe the creatures out together. Itsuki, not falling for it, sizes up the situation and quickly concludes that this is nothing more than a territorial dispute between the pioneers and the woman rider leading the horde of dragons, known as the Aborigines. Itsuki boldly states that they never agreed to work with the nun and that they must stand on the dragon's side. The nun's face twists into something straight out of the Nun horror movie, clearly disturbed that these idiots would take the side of beasts. She looks ready to curse them all to hell. Then, switching back to her false calmness, she tries again to persuade them. She warns that many people have already fallen trying to conquer the dragons and insists this could be their one chance to succeed. To sweeten the offer, she promises to recommend them to someone important if they make a valuable contribution. Itsuki flat out refuses without even glancing at the reward list. He dismisses the whole thing as a waste of time, leaving both the nun and the viewers stunned, saying that if he ever wants the rewards she is talking about, he can take them by himself. This "I am good enough" attitude pushes the nun over the edge, twisting her expression into something so foul it looks like a poster for pure hatred. The nun changes her tune and demands that they hand over their kawaii pet so she can research it. Itsuki gives her a savage reply that instantly ends the negotiation. Offended, the nun signals her soldiers to fire. Before they can even react, Yuka jumps forward, blocking the barrage with her Aido spell. Her insane reflexes stun not only the soldiers but also the viewers, who did not expect her to look like anything more than a nagging sidekick. Right after, Yuka moves behind the nun and slices her apart along with her soldiers, making it look almost too easy. From her it is expected, because even the idiot who whines the most can sometimes pop off. Itsuki checks the nun's remains and discovers she was nothing more than a robot being controlled remotely. Itsuki realizes this new meta feels different from what he has seen before, like opening a surprise box that keeps throwing new rules in his face. The crew wonders what to do next. Suddenly, the Lady Rider reappears in the sky, and Itsuki decides to listen to her side of the story. Meanwhile, the enemy forces retreat to their submerged ship in the deep sea, learning that their reconnaissance unit was just obliterated. The actual nun is also present on the ship. She explains to her warriors that she has detected suspicious people who are too weak to support the dragons, but defeating them will not matter either. What does matter is Itsuki himself. She declares that he is neither an enemy nor a dragon, but rather a new weapon. One of her men agrees, saying they badly need a new weapon right now. The nun reassures him, telling him not to worry because they have a reliable ally already on their side. That ally is none other than the crazy wrench Shuga, the same psychotic woman who turns every situation into a circus. On the other hand, the Lady Rider lands on the island and immediately asks if they are all right. Itsuki flashes his full protagonist smile and casually points at the pile of dead soldiers as if that answers everything. She still offers to help, but he smugly replies that all he needs are her feelings. Bro knows how to flirt around other women except Yuka. Her dragon, Ron, suddenly speaks, telling her that Itsuki does not need help, which feels obvious. Everyone freezes for a second. Even Yuka and the viewers are stunned to hear a dragon casually talking right beside them. The shock wears off quickly, and Yuka turns into an idiot fan, getting overly excited. She finally manages to grab Baffomet off guard, hugging him tight while wondering if he can talk too. She even tries to force him to call her mama, which looks more pathetic than cute. Ron calmly explains that he is the only one who can talk because he is a strong dragon, but he can also sense something unusual. He says there is potential hidden inside Baffomet. Yuka immediately perks up, rejuvenated with fresh confidence, declaring that everything will depend on how they raise him. Itsuki takes the chance to introduce himself and the others properly. The Lady Rider follows by introducing herself as Emma, removing her helmet to reveal her lethal face card combined with a sunshine personality. Emma admits that she has not met other humans besides the nun. She quickly realizes that Itsuki and his crew are not as disgusting as the nasty pioneers she despises. She recalls how they first tried to capture her under the excuse of protecting her. When she refused, they insulted Ron by calling him a beast and attacked him, proving their true intentions. Itsuki asks if anyone else lives here besides the pioneers, and Emma explains that only she and Ron live on the island. She admits this is her first time speaking with anyone other than her dragon. Her sunshine personality shines through as she bombards Itsuki and Yuka with endless questions, eyes sparkling like she just met her favorite idol. The viewers notice how close she suddenly gets to Itsuki in her excitement and warn Yuka that their protagonist is about to get stolen. Yuka, however, is too busy nurturing her baby dragon like a clueless idiot mom who won the custody lottery. Ron eventually pulls Emma back, embarrassed on her behalf because the secondhand cringe is too much even for a dragon. Itsuki does not seem bothered and instead suggests they switch places since the pioneers could return at any moment. Emma, fired up, insists on fighting back because those pathetic goons were the ones who started this mess. She hops onto Ron and offers to introduce them to the rest of the dragons. She guides them to the dragon nest, where the dragonlings rush toward her, cuddling and clinging to her like they just found their real mother. Itsuki suddenly recalls a memory through his own eyes, back when he had a pet as a kid. It was a large dog, over 10 years old, always caring and protective. Whenever Itsuki did something reckless, it would stop him by licking or grooming him, acting less like a pet and more like a brother. Remembering this warms him, and he blurts out that he likes this place. Emma overhears and encourages him to pet the dragons. Before he can, Yuka bolts ahead faster than a kid spotting a lollipop and tries to pet them first. Ron surprisingly asks if Itsuki really likes this place. Itsuki answers that it feels like one big family, a great one. Ron then admits his worry for Emma, pointing out that she is still human and should not be fighting against other humans. She needs to realize she cannot stay here forever. Itsuki does not know all the details, but he suggests Ron should speak directly with Emma and hear her thoughts. Suddenly, loud blasts echo from the sea, signaling the pioneers return for another pathetic show of force. A massive tank rises from beneath the waves and lumbers toward the shore like some desperate final boss intro. Itsuki pauses the conversation, declaring that he will deal with their asses first before continuing. With that cocky grin, he already imagines his next video highlight: protecting dragons from the super dangerous pioneers who tried to start a war. None listens to whatever Itsuki yaps and mutters that he is even more rebellious and arrogant than she thought. She questions whether beasts with such little power can really compete against wisdom. In a way, she is right about human supremacy, but her methods are twisted and cruel. Determined to prove her point, she calls Itsuki a fool and decides to show him what real power looks like through her versatile tank. She brags that the tank is designed to be impervious to physical damage. Its tracks give it ridiculous off-road capabilities, and it can crush animate and inanimate objects alike, because it is built from the strongest alloy in the world. Spotting a few dragons flying in the sky, she decides to give a demonstration. She launches missiles in the form of flying drones. These drones are programmed to follow their targets endlessly until impact. There are hundreds of them on board, each with its own repair dorm. The poor dragons try to flee, but the drones chase them relentlessly and strike without mercy. When the dragons dive low to attack the tank, an electromagnetic barrier suddenly activates around it, electrocuting them mid-air. She proudly announces that the 360-degree defense system can intercept every attack without even a single leak. The older version needed a 5-minute cooldown, but this upgraded model can function for 3 hours straight. She declares it an invincible opponent, flaunting the machine like an arrogant idiot showing off a toy, while the dragons suffer in front of her. Emma cannot stand watching her dragonlings being beaten down so brutally, and she moves forward to help them. Ron pulls her back, insisting they must retreat, because the little ones are sacrificing themselves to protect her. The tank prepares to unleash a devastating attack, but Itsuki arrives right on time with Baffomet. He shields the other dragons before they are completely obliterated and pulls them aside, Emma rushing to them and breaking into tears at the sight of their injuries. Yuka turns to Itsuki and asks what he plans to do. The viewers expect him to strike recklessly and act cocky like usual, beating the opponent with sheer arrogance. Shockingly, he says he wants to come up with a strategy first. Everyone, even Yuka, is stunned by this sudden thinking side. Itsuki ignores her pathetic attempt at humor completely and explains that he relies on his paper armor and combines it with his thief skills. Meanwhile, Yuka's fighting style is to catch enemies off guard and then finish them with Iaido. In short, both of them attack through gaps and weak points. Itsuki continues that he can use his invincibility skill to get past the barrier, but only he can break through. It would take too long to deal with the tank by himself, and in that times might just choose to destroy the entire island rather than allow the beasts to rest here. Emma wipes away her tears and hardens her resolve, vowing not to let the island be destroyed. Just as Itsuki is about to say more, Yuka cuts him off for the first time. She declares that she has a strategy of her own, but warns that it could be dangerous. Itsuki backs her up, stressing that if they do not defeat the enemies quickly enough, they will all be in serious danger. Even after hearing all this, Emma refuses to back down. She admits she is not as sturdy as the dragons, yet she is willing to stand and protect them just like anyone else would. It is equal parts inspiring and idiotic, but her determination burns brighter than her fear. With everyone set, they turn to Yuka, ready to hear the risky strategy she has in mind. The nun reports coldly that 30% of the beasts have been taken down already and that reserves and repair functions have restored her equipment within 3 minutes. Just then, Emma arrives with Ron, and together they destroy the incoming missiles with sheer raw power. Emma shouts that they will not allow the island to be destroyed any further. The nun sneers back that Emma's thoughts have become no better than the beasts she protects, and claims she hopes Emma can regain her intelligence with the fire of humans. Ron rushes ahead, tearing through the swarm of missiles like Zorro clearing fodder with a 1-second slash. One missile tries to sneak behind him, but Emma whips out a gun she snatched from a soldier and shoots it down instantly. The nun looks impressed for a moment but quickly mocks her, saying that even with a stolen gun, it will never be enough to defeat them. She orders the tank to prepare another attack. Just then, Yuka charges in riding Baffomet, explaining that she noticed the electromagnetic barrier weakens the moment a gun is fired. In that instant, the shield dies, and with Baphomet's speed, she can strike before it regenerates. It only lasts for 1 second, but for her, that second is enough. Baphomet dives like a meteor, and Yuka lands a strike directly onto the tank. The nun receives a system alert that they have been attacked, but the engine and the electromagnetic generator remain functional. Reeking with arrogance, she scoffs that it is nothing more than scratches. Yuka smirks and warns her that bad things often creep out from scratches. And in this case, the bad thing is not some bug, but it is Itsuki himself, who has already snuck into the tank and is ready to deliver the real showdown. The viewers are stunned when Itsuki jumps in at the exact second Yuka disrupts the barrier. Even more shocking, Baphomet never slows down once, letting Itsuki break in like some budget Superman. Inside, the pathetic soldiers line up in formation, aiming their guns at him, confident they can overwhelm one kid. Itsuki responds with his ugly, cocky smile, dashing forward like he is A-Train on steroids. He activates his skill, misdirection, and the idiots end up shooting each other in the chaos. He weaves among them like a snake, and uses his short height works to his advantage to duck down and dodge the sprays of bullets. Realizing gunfire is useless, the soldiers switch tactics and release their combat puppets built with advanced tech. One puppet wields a glowing blue sword, looking like it robbed Giyu of his water-breathing blade after Infinity Castle. It swings at insane speed, fast as a rotating fan, but Itsuki casually tilts his body to dodge each attack. He blocks one strike with his dagger, the Soul Flayer blade, then snatches the puppet's sword with his free hand. The viewers are not impressed, feeling it is not worth risking his dagger just to grab another toy. Itsuki, never one to disappoint his audience, unveils a new skill called Ryoki. With it, he can wield weapons in both hands and double his moves. On top of that, the stolen sword is a retractable light blade that can slice steel armor the way Tanjiro once cut through a boulder during training. He demonstrates its potential instantly, extending the blade and slashing the puppet's ankle to immobilize it. Then, with ruthless precision, he cuts the machine into pieces and finishes it with his ultimate move, Punishment, a skill that executes any immobile enemy. The puppet crumbles, and the system cheekily remarks that fighting on equal terms is a warrior's honor, but a unilateral victory is a thief's pride. Itsuki clearly embraces the thief's path, proving he will use any underhanded trick for victory. The viewers are amused, especially by the way he crippled the puppet first, before flexing his so-called punishment. Itsuki is not finished yet and, as always, has more trump cards hidden up his sleeves. Yuka calls him out, begging for backup since she is nowhere near as brutal as him. He finally rushes over, pulling his blade to its fullest light and cutting down her opponents with ease, showing off like a cocky idiot farming highlight clips. The viewers then spot hideous creatures approaching from the side, but Itsuki handles them effortlessly with his thorny skill, shredding them before they can touch anyone. Without hesitation, he blows the entire room apart in flames, reducing everything inside to ash, even Yuka's streaming drones, and walks out like nothing happened. Yuka, baffled, asks what just went down, but he smugly tells her to just watch his stream later if she wants to keep up. With his arrogance flaring again, Itsuki dashes ahead to set up another showdown. He calls out in his so-called iconic line, taunting the nun directly, "Psycho sister, do you get my condition now?" On the other hand, Ron and Baffomet are dealing with the drones outside, and the psychopath lady observes them and analyzes that no matter how strong these drones, they are nothing compared to White Dragon's feet. Now her group cannot use the main tank because the electromagnetic pulse stops with Yuka's attack, which they can dodge if they run faster. However, the tank will be good, but the crew inside cannot stand it since the human body is too weak. She makes an excited face and says they can manage human durability with that, which is psychotic and mental, but they can afford it. Noticing how she is enjoying this stuff, she realizes the reason why they call her sadist and a masochist. Anyways, she cannot wait but kick things off with first move, wondering what Tsukimaru will do. Itsuki finally reaches the place where the nun is waiting, only to find her standing there alone, having already sent her soldiers off to do their jobs. He opens his mouth to drop one of his cocky lines, but she immediately interrupts with a pre-recorded NPC rant about the crystallization of human wisdom and how she refuses to see it tainted by weakling blood. He sighs and remarks that she seems calm, probably because she believes she is safe in this so-called pseudo-form. But in his eyes, she is not. She snaps at him for using that word, insisting this body is the embodiment of human intelligence, and that calling it pseudo is like calling it half-baked meat. The comparison is pathetic enough to make anyone cringe, but she even lets tears roll down her cheeks, like some crying Hashira trying too hard to look dramatic. Itsuki is not moved in the slightest. With a single forward rush, he cuts her cleanly in half, arrogant as ever, wanting to see what kind of trump card this self-proclaimed genius is hiding behind all the theatrics. She suddenly reappears on a computer screen, declaring that she has shed her human skin and attained her true body. With her twisted pride, she asks if it is not beautiful. Before anyone can answer, the screen glitches out and shatters, alarms blaring across the tank. Itsuki immediately starts sprinting to escape, only to find an astonishing sight outside. She has fused herself with the tank. Her grotesque robot form is now fully attached, pulling out weapon systems like some nightmare hybrid. With crazed delight, she forces him to behold what she calls the beauty of human wisdom, a so-called weapon of hope to crush the beasts. Itsuki, looking at the transformation, mutters that he expected her to pilot the thing like a Power Ranger, but instead she has fully turned herself into the machine. She is not even driving. She is the robot now. Just then, Yuka and Baffomet arrive at his side, ready to join him. Itsuki turns to his viewers with that ugly grin and asks how they would feel if he and his crew went all out to wreck this monster. The viewers, of course, are fired up and eager to see the tank torn apart. Itsuki looks at one comment, wondering if it's not easy to attack it from inside. He says he is dying to put on a fabulous fight, proving he would rather risk dying than skip a highlight moment. The nun charges at them with insane speed, now even faster since she ditched her pathetic crew. Without the burden, she is overflowing with power and no longer needs to hold back. They barely dodge her assault while riding their dragon, but Itsuki actually gets excited. He grins like an idiot, thrilled to finally face an opponent who stays juiced up and never drops her barrier for even a second. Though he runs his mouth, Itsuki is worried inside, and breaking through will not be easy with their current skills. To buy a chance, he activates more abilities to strengthen himself, then suddenly pushes Yuka off without warning while he announces he will make an opening alone. She demands details, but he dismisses her completely, leaving poor girl to figure it out herself. Ron swoops in just in time to catch her, saving her from smacking the ground. Without him, Yuka would have been wiped out not by the nun, but by Itsuki's reckless brain rot strategy. Itsuki's new skill, Skillful Rider, allows his pet to inherit his abilities. When he uses the vanishing step, Baffomet copies it perfectly, phasing forward and easily breaking through the electromagnetic barrier. The nun is caught off guard at first, but refuses to drop her smug confidence. She immediately pulls out weapons for close combat, as if that will save her. Itsuki answers by activating misdirection, twisting their path while Baffomet blasts her with holy fire. The flames break the funnel, leaving her barrier system exposed. If she does not fix it quickly, she loses her only defense. While she reels in confusion, Ron rushes in. She retaliates by firing beam light through her eyes like Frankie showing off his upgrades, but Ron dodges with ease while Emma activates a barrage of dragon riding skills. The cocky nun finally loses her composure and charges her massive cannon. Before she can fire, Yuka steps in and slices it clean with a single Iaido slash, flexing on her with surgical precision. The crazy nun, however, is not done yet. She knows her main gun can self-repair if she buys time, and she needs to restore her barrier while keeping distance. Unfortunately for her, Itsuki pinpoints the barrier generator immediately. He dives in full throttle like Okarun from Dandadan, landing directly on the generator. He quickly discovers the system has a self-repair function. Shallow damage is instantly fixed, and armored HP is treated separately from the main body. Even so, he pulls out both blades and relentlessly hacks at the generator until only scraps remain. The nun fires another beam at him, but he sidesteps and refuses to stop, driving in his last blow. The nun glares at him with terrifying eyes, but Itsuki smirks back, taunting her by asking if humanity's wisdom is out of stock. Just as he finishes his line, a sudden fire attack erupts toward him, catching him completely off guard and cutting off his cocky moment. A few minutes earlier, Suga lets her raging red dragon roar across the sky as it clashes with Ron. Yuka runs in trying to use her sword, but she freezes up because the other dragons were friendly, while this one is clearly different. Just as she is about to swing, Miss Goody Two Shoes decides to stop herself from attacking something that looks like her kids. That pathetic hesitation costs them the fight, and the red dragon bites Ron in the stomach with its bare teeth. The girls plummet from the sky, but Baffomet appears in time to carry them. Ron's wound oozes with dark energy that fogs his mind and twists his behavior. He suddenly recalls Yuka's dumb line about bad things crawling out of cracks when Itsuki entered the tank, and like an idiot prophecy, it comes true as he launches a fire blast at Itsuki. Itsuki barely dodges, more annoyed than surprised that his so-called ally just tried to roast him alive. Now, in the present, Ron's energy has shifted, and his dark eyes leave no doubt something is seriously wrong. Itsuki notices the change and he is being controlled. Still, the sudden development irritates him because it came out of nowhere. He doubts the nun is behind it since that arrogant maniac would have been bragging about it non-stop from the start. Ron then speaks clearly and asks Emma if she is all right. When she calls out his name, he actually looks glad, which only makes the situation feel even more messed up. Itsuki assumes there must be another mastermind besides the nun who is pulling the strings and controlling Ron. He calls Yuka over and dumps the responsibility of handling Ron onto her shoulders. She instantly panics, looking at him with wide eyes, but when she sees his serious stare, she still asks why. Itsuki tells her plainly that Ron is being manipulated by someone. He adds that once they beat Ron and clear the fight, he will be the one to make the official history. Deep down, he knows it is a terrible idea, and the whole setup feels like garbage writing, the kind of development only an idiot designer would think makes sense. Still, he convinces himself that Ron has to be part of his official history, no matter how pathetic the path looks. Yuka accepts the challenge, while Itsuki turns to Emma and tells her to hide somewhere safe. He warns her there is a chance things could get messy. For a moment, he considers confessing how he feels, then brushes it aside, thinking it might all turn wrong. Then, with resolve, accepts the weight of the situation. With her eyes lit up in determination, she calls out their names and admits this might be their last conversation. She confesses that she likes all of them, Who knows if she will survive or not, and that is why she will not ask him for anything more. Itsuki is caught off guard, but immediately masks it with his usual attitude. He says it is a stupid thing to say, and promises that if she shows him something lame, he will point and laugh. Itsuki hands her something, calling it a charm, and mounts Baffomet again to follow Ran. As he and Yuka charge forward on their paths, Emma secretly follows behind Itsuki. Despite being told to stay safe, she clearly refuses to sit out, reckless enough to sneak after the chaos instead of letting the others handle it. The nun swings her light blade for attack, but Yuka sprints around and dodges, looking like she is late for gym class. She knows she cannot waste time. The main cannon is still down, so it is her one chance to strike back. While running, she starts rambling her plan at machine gun speed, saying she needs to land 3 Iaido hits to weaken the armor and then finish by hitting the vital points. She pulls up her screen and notices she still has 1 lonely skill point left. It is the anime version of finding 1 Pringle in the bottom of the can. Just as she is about to spend it, she recalls her earlier talk with Itsuki. Back then, she admitted Iaido was strong, but she thought it was better to have lots of skills. Basically, she wanted to be a walking menu instead of a specialist. Itsuki shut her down instantly, telling her being a jack of all trades as a beginner makes her look like a pathetic rookie. He even explained it with his dumb juice metaphor. Pour orange juice into 1 glass and you barely notice it going down, but pour into a bunch of glasses and suddenly everyone is sipping watered-down sadness. He told her that making the right choice at the right time was everything. He admitted he cannot improvise while calculating 100 options, so someone has to carry the ad-lib energy. That someone, apparently, is her. Yuka back then nodded with a fake smile, saying she understood, but she absolutely did not. It was the classic, "Yeah, I got it," while the brain is buffering. She could not explain it, but after spamming the move enough times, she finally started to get it. Now, in the heat of battle, she has no choice but to actually prove she is not the same idiot who spread her skill points like pocket change. Yuka pulls back from using her last skill point and tries to make up for her weakness. Her skill list pops up on screen, and it is nothing but attack power boosts. She turns and nearly dodges the incoming strike, but it still clips her and drains her HP. She staggers and tries not to black out. She says she could defeat the robot with multiple strikes, but that is not her style. Instead, she pours all her strength into 1 shot because she does not want a fair fight, but just a cheap win. On the other side, Itsuki and Ran are tearing into each other. Itsuki lands a tiny scratch that barely lowers Ran's HP, like a mosquito nibbling on skin. Ran, however, writhes in pain as if a wasp stabbed him in the back. Itsuki realizes the one controlling Ran is suppressing his reflexes, but leaving the pain untouched to keep him locked down. Ran groans and begs Itsuki to end him before he hurts Emma. Itsuki makes the ugliest, sad face anyone has ever seen and refuses to do it. Emma shows up out of nowhere screaming their names like she is crashing a group project. Itsuki loses his temper instantly, sprinting at her furiously and demanding why this idiot followed them. At the same time, he notices Ran closing in, which is basically a walking disaster. If the dragons collide, they all get fried, and if he dodges, he cannot counter in time. Instead of acting, he just stands there like a clown debating strategies while death is charging right at him. Emma, the only one with actual awareness, notices the glow in Ran's throat and yells at him to dodge. Itsuki finally uses Vanishing Step, narrowly avoiding the fire. Emma bursts into tears mid-battlefield, crying that she knows everything about Ran, even how he would sacrifice himself for others. She wails that is why she will protect him. Itsuki listens like an awkward idiot and then hands her Baffomet as if giving away a borrowed bike. He jumps down dramatically, only for Suga to pop up and immediately throw an attack that he barely dodges. Suga starts bragging like a psycho gremlin, saying it is weird he is not surprised. She explains that if she made a game like this, players would hate it, but if someone went along with it, they would get hated instead. She then gloats about nerfing him into the ground. She cuts his physical buffs, separating him from his dragon, and drains his MP so low he cannot even use the Imperial Seal. She flexes like an Esdeath cosplayer from Wish, swearing she will not let him escape like last time. Itsuki, being the hot-headed shonen knockoff he is, demands what she means by last time. Suga casually reveals it was Alan's betrayal. The moment that name drops, Itsuki's brain shuts off and he takes the bait, charging in full rage mode. His veins are popping like Gon's transformation scene, and he swings straight at her smug face card. With his ugliest rage voice, he shouts that it is enough, and that she needs to shut her mouth. With that same blushing face, she asks if it was the right timing for the punch since he barely has anything left, and he does not even want to imagine what would happen if she countered. Itsuki notices she has only lost about 10 HP and can still use Deathline Resolve when unarmed, meaning he will need attack skills to defeat her. Meanwhile, he is left with just 20 HP. She pulls out a jeweled staff and calls him to fight while activating a series of buffs that even surprise the viewers. They realize her build is the same as Mofusan, yet she has far more buffs than he ever had. Itsuki knows wizard buffs have long gaps and usually cannot be interrupted. Still, seeing her completely unarmed makes him suspect she is trying to lure him into a trap. Even though he knows it is probably bait, he rushes in anyway, thinking that if she lands a strong spell, it will be over for him. Then she releases a lightning attack that is much stronger than the electric shock you feel when someone spoils your favorite character's death. One viewer with a PhD in math quickly calculates that increasing casting speed also increases weapon enchantment speed. Itsuki already knows her tricks. She is using cheats to generate invisible projectiles, something that is only theoretically possible, and the hacked gear she is wearing is driving him insane. Suga outright admits that he cannot defeat her because it would be impossible without MP, and dodging her attacks is not an option either. At this point, he is basically Sakura without MP. She goes on, saying he might be waiting for Yuka to defeat the nun and come to help him, but that only works if he is sure Yuka can actually win. Anger might drive Itsuki, yet it also clouds his mind, so he takes a deep breath, calms himself, and declares that Yuka will not lose either. As he releases his aura, she quietly hopes he does not prove the saying that barking dogs do not bite. She fires another electric bolt that explodes with enough force to be visible from far away. Yuka sees the blast and worries about Itsuki, but she cannot afford to lose focus. The sister mocks her, calling her a fool for swinging her arms without doing anything useful. In a flash, she closes the distance between them. Yuka wonders why her attacks are not working. She has a full set of skills to use and thinks about increasing her attack power, but she knows that raw strength will not be enough. Her opponent is fast, and her attacks are sharp, which makes Yuka question what weakness she could possibly exploit. The scene shifts to a memory of her talking with Itsuki in the real world. She once asked why the cameras in pro players' streams move so fast. Itsuki explained that they constantly scan their surroundings, and as the camera moves, their minds take in huge amounts of information, giving them more options in battle. Now she finally understands what he meant. She studies the terrain to see if there is anything she can use for footing, any obstacles for cover, or enemies approaching from beyond her view. She widens her vision through the stream cameras and spots more drone missiles flying toward her. The sister seems impressed that Yuka noticed and tells her their warriors have been remodeled into their true forms. Yuka swings her sword to cut them down, but they repair themselves instantly. She is cornered, with no firepower or usable skills left. She remembers what Itsuki once said about surviving a crisis, that he always thinks about how to exploit a tight situation. But right now, she cannot find anything helpful in those words. She still has a few charms left, including the one Itsuki gave her. She knows that if she uses them right, she can win. But one wrong move will ruin everything. Itsuki's voice echoes in her mind, reminding her that nothing in the world is absolute. She should not get arrogant with high chances, or lose hope with low ones. When she takes a bet, she has to do it without hesitation. With that thought in mind, she rushes forward and throws a poison charm at the camera, but it turns out to be useless. It only catches the sister's attention, and she decides to deliver the final blow. That is exactly what Yuka was waiting for. She secretly tosses a flash charm beneath the drones, and the burst of light blinds them completely. Yuka charges toward the sister and hurls a lightning strike charm that explodes on impact, propelling her upward with the recoil. The sister panics for a moment but regains confidence once the main gun is ready. She points it at Yuka with a twisted grin. Jumping across the robot's body like a nimble rabbit, Yuka declares that her gamble has paid off. There were many times when she could have taken lethal damage, but but she endured thanks to the motivation from the charm Itsuki gave her, the ring of fighting spirit. The skills a player can use depend on their class, yet some can be shared among multiple classes. Parry and Will of the Dying are perfect examples, available to several fighting classes including Gladiator. Yuka activates Will of the Dying, takes a Zoro-like stance, and slashes through the robotic sister from top to bottom in a single clean strike. Meanwhile, Itsuki blocks another lightning spell using the Imperial Seal-empowered Residual Shadow Trap. Suga praises him for dodging just in time, though she notes he must have burned through a lot of MP pulling that off. She offers him one last chance to surrender and avoid death, but he refuses without hesitation, knowing his teammates are still fighting hard. Then she asks what he plans to do, now that he has no MP left. With a serious look replacing his usual smirk, he says there is still one way. He activates his skill, Materialized Shadow Puppet, and several dark energy blades emerge from thin air, surrounding them both. The viewers go wild seeing him radiate that intense aura, looking cool enough to rival any aura farming prodigy. But Suga does not buy it. She believes he cannot do anything now since the Imperial Seal's enhancement is useless, and his physical boost has already run out. She charges her next spell and dares him to keep coming. He rushes forward with a movement straight out of Naruto, and through the cheat's object interference prevention system, she can see the setup of her own hack clearly exposed. Itsuki spots it too and leaps away just in time, leaving the viewers completely confused about what happened. She fires another lightning bolt, but he dodges in a new and unexpected way, jumping from one sword to another mid-air before closing the distance between them. Holding a dagger in one hand and a new sword in the other, he punches through the barrier right in front of her. The chat explodes with disbelief, since no one has ever seen a wizard use this kind of move before. They demand to know how the skill even works. A system warning flashes on her screen, but she ignores it and focuses on trapping him. The wall between them still gives her the upper hand. She activates another wave of skills powered by sorcerer gems. To her surprise, Itsuki starts throwing more swords to pierce and weaken the wall, though she stays calm. She begins charging a massive lightning attack alongside the glowing gems, creating an atmosphere like she is about to go Super Saiyan. For a moment, Itsuki turns into Asta from Black Clover, nullifying her magic just like Asta always does. That alone drives her insane, and she decides to trap him inside an enclosed space where even he cannot escape her spell. But before she can finish her setup, he closes the distance and stabs her arm, then her stomach. She grits her teeth, refusing to fall, and quickly summons an invisible wall, but he jumps away effortlessly. She pulls up another wall behind him, yet he dodges again, vanishing and reappearing behind her before landing a brutal combo. Her smug and yandere attitude fades instantly, replaced by panic. Realizing close combat is hopeless, she retreats with a warp technique, but Itsuki is faster. He catches up in an instant and lands a flurry of punches that leave everyone stunned. Even the viewers are speechless, wondering how he suddenly became faster than Flash. Most players believe having agility above 75 is unmanageable, but Itsuki clearly is not someone who follows the rules. In complete shock, she demands to know how he can move that fast. He smirks and tells her she would never understand. He keeps throwing rapid punches and slashes, his blades cutting through the air with deadly precision. She quickly creates a barrier to defend herself, but it is useless. Itsuki breaks through it and keeps hurling his swords, stabbing her over and over until she looks like Thor covered in arrows. She screams, asking how he can attack her when her stats are higher than his. He looks straight at her and says it is because she is weak inside. With that, he delivers the final strike and she collapses, finally biting the dust. Her avatar disappears from the screen, and she wakes up in the real world, completely devastated. The realization hits her that Itsuki is too strong, and even with cheats, she could not win. She begins to think of a way to defeat him while still following the restrictions placed by H. A message appears on the screen telling her that she went too far this time. H had allowed her to face Itsuki to stop him, yet she kept cheating until the end and ended up with nothing. As she sits in silence, a figure named Death appears beside her. She looks at him and asks what he thinks about her fight with Itsuki. Without hesitation, he tells her that she was a loser until the very end. He complains non-stop about her strategy, wondering why she used shadow art after the mana charge instead of before it. If she had timed it right, she could have ended the fight easily. Mana tracking and mana charge alone should have been enough, and the multiple chants were a complete waste. He keeps ranting like Yuka, listing every way she could have played better and won. Eventually, she loses patience and tells him she understands what mistake she made. She finally admits defeat against Itsuki and hands over the responsibility to him. From now on, she will handle security duties and data analysis, helping him collect the map fragments instead. He doubts whether he can beat Itsuki, but his confidence in meta-sense gaming keeps him going. Itsuki returns to his teammates and finds Ron finally calm, while Emma cries in relief. Taking a deep breath, he makes a major announcement to everyone watching. He reveals that other players have been targeting him because of a rare item called map fragments. Since the viewers cannot actually see the fragments, his explanation sounds unbelievable to them. He insists that the top players already know about it and challenges them to confirm it. Hearing him, Suga grows furious for exposing such sensitive information. Her anger quickly turns to fear as she starts sweating, realizing this situation is about to get worse. Yuka also feels uneasy and wonders if it is really okay for him to reveal something like that. Seeing her reaction, the viewers realize this is not an act. They start to believe there really is a rare item that has been kept top secret. Even Rei and Uma join the comment section and confirm that Itsuki is telling the truth. Itsuki thanks them for backing him up, while Yuka gets emotional knowing Rei is actually watching their stream. Rei comments again, saying she normally does not chat, but she always watches their streams. Yuka cannot handle the excitement and practically dies of happiness, while Itsuki just stands there with a blank poker face. He then gets back on track and explains that the woman was after him because of the map fragments. The viewers begin to understand that the enemies are not simply obsessed with Itsuki. Their real goal lies beyond the official storyline. They ask him why he decided to reveal this information now. Itsuki replies that similar events will likely happen again, so everyone should be prepared. Besides, he says it is more entertaining for the viewers when they know the reason behind the chaos, especially when his opponents are willing to use every dirty trick available. He makes an intense, almost comically ugly face as he says it. One viewer comments asking if there are any cheats involved. Itsuki tells the chat that the woman used cheats during the fight, and he admits he ran into the same cheater when raiding the Colosseum of the antagonist fighters. The viewers finally understand why the footage never showed Itsuki back then. He hopes the cheats get patched quickly, unless the managers are totally incompetent, but he refuses to believe the metasense management would be useless. Cheating is blocking his plan to collect the map fragments himself, so he proposes forming an alliance to stop cheaters from getting the maps. Suga goes pale and looks like she might break down, because this is happening as a direct result of her gameplay. Itsuki invites Mofu-san, Roland, and Hintada to join the alliance, and even though it hurts him, he is willing to split the rewards. He tells viewers to flag any cheater they find, promising his channel will expose them, and if they are dangerous, he will handle them personally and shred their reputations. Suga is left traumatized, but the plan does not change. The difficulty shoots up, and the alliance will make gathering map fragments harder. There is a risk that anyone using cheat-derived advantages will be reported to Itsuki and neutralized. If they try to force those advantages, H could take disciplinary measures. Worst of all, the company director calls Suga and screams at her, demanding to know what is going on. She gives a calm answer that it is exactly what it looks like. He rants about customer service being flooded with questions and the press demanding answers about the cheats. He warns that a public scandal will tank the stock and destroy the company, and he vows to pay reporters to control the story. He adds that if the same mistake happens again, the people responsible will pay damages that would be impossible to recover in 3 lifetimes. After ending the call, he hangs up in anger, and she immediately throws her phone across the room. Death suggests they should just run away, but she knows that the investigation department's Saitu will never let her off that easily. Besides, she refuses to let anyone else be the one to clear Shishido's challenge. With her pride on the line, she decides she will do whatever it takes to go against Itsuki. Meanwhile, Ron is back to normal and thanks everyone for their help. Seeing the injured dragons, Yuka apologizes, saying that if she were stronger, this would not have happened. Emma gently reassures her that everything will be fine, as long as they are all still alive. In that emotional moment, Itsuki stands there with a poker face and bluntly says that the sentimental stuff ends now because they need to have a productive conversation. He asks if they really want to accept this kind of ending, where repairing the island and healing the injured dragons is too much work for just the dragons alone. Yuka wonders if he intends to stay and help them, and even the viewers get excited, thinking that Itsuki's crafting arc is about to begin. Itsuki does not think the idea is bad, but he explains that the real excitement comes from using the resources one has gathered to progress at full speed. Yuka doubts that he has anything that could speed things up that much. Itsuki smiles and tells her that they already have labor ready for that purpose. They end up creating Onmyoji Shikigami and make them handle all the labor work. They even summon Takeyu so he can see the Far East, since he had been jealous after hearing about their adventures. Takeyu never imagined they would actually drag him there. Itsuki explains that he brought him for an official purpose, as he plans to form an alliance. Both Ron and Takeyu are surprised, since neither of them has heard anything about such a thing before. Itsuki says they managed to defeat the sister for now, but if she returns with reinforcements, the dragons will struggle to defend themselves. He also reminds Ron that he wanted Emma to meet humans. He assures them they have nothing to fear from Takeyu. Ron, still cautious, asks what benefit the Empire would get from this alliance. Itsuki explains that the Empire could use the dragons' air power, and in return, the dragons could grow stronger with human technology and skills. This way, both sides would profit, and the Empire would be willing to protect them. Deep inside, Itsuki laughs to himself, thinking it would be perfect if the Empire's success benefits him as well. Takeyu sympathizes with the dragons and agrees to form an alliance, declaring his wish to build a bright future together. The massive dragon, towering like a mountain, shakes hands with Takeyu's small human hand. Still, Takeyu raises a concern that they might face practical problems, since they cannot always rely on intercepting their enemies. Itsuki tells him to leave defense to the dragons while he focuses on attacking the enemy base. Before that, though, they need to get stronger. Yuka assumes that means they will all train together, but he clarifies that he alone will undergo a training session. Striking a dramatic pose even though he still looks worn out, he ends the stream by announcing that his next video will be titled, Tsukimaru Gets His Hands on Unlimited MP. Galia arranges a meeting with the other collaborators, so the group heads to the Empire. The town is packed with people, almost as if someone is giving away free meat, and the sight leaves Itsuki stunned. Galia explains that the Imperial National Boom has started, and everyone is streaming the reenactment of the Imperial Conspiracy Quest. In this route, Itsuki did not choose to cooperate with Takeshi, but instead tried to steal the entire country while attempting to defeat Yamato no Orochi using the special strengthening skill, Iai. Itsuki proudly claims that everyone loved his impossible challenge. Galia agrees, adding that his attempts are always insane. And that is exactly why they are so popular. A new route was even added featuring a powerful final boss of the thief type. Yuka interrupts to mention that Hina also took on that challenge and admitted she lost 3 times, though she said it was still weaker than the real one. At that moment, Mofu-san appears, radiating his usual adorable aura that immediately draws the attention of the crowd. People notice Yuka standing beside him and begin whispering that Mofu might have come to see her personally, which makes them wonder if a collaboration is about to happen. Itsuki silently thinks about how famous Mofu-san is in the game, and how appearing with him could make him the next trending topic. He smirks with the pride of Pinocchio's nose, but that confidence quickly disappears when one guy in the crowd spots him and recoils in fear instead of admiration. Furious, Itsuki shouts at him, demanding to know why he reacted like he just saw a wild bear. They arrive at the new guild building in the Imperial Nation, which is spacious and built in a traditional Japanese style. Leading the group, Itsuki proudly tells them that he has basically reached a broadcasting level and managed to get this mansion. Galia wonders how he bought it when he does not even get paid. Yuka explains that he earned the title Shadow Lord for clearing both Imperial Notion and Dragon Island. The title is given to players who influence events from behind the scenes, and the mansion came as a bonus reward. Once they sit across the table, Mofu asks if the fight was difficult. With a confident smile, Itsuki says it was an easy win. He explains that lightning storm attack cannot pass through objects, so he destroyed them in the shadow map using his weapons. Yuka shakes her head, saying Itsuki is crazy for stopping magic after it has already been cast. Mofu curiously asks how that is even possible. Itsuki answers that players usually need a bag to carry their weapons, but if they throw them at the right time, they can stop the spell right before it hits. The others start teasing him, asking how many brains he actually has. He fires back jokingly that he has 2, one on the left and one on the right, so technically twice the intelligence. Then he adds that the girl he fought had only 1 brain since she used a cheat to track his movements, which made her slower. Her timing was predictable, so he could use barriers as footholds. However, her habit of always prioritizing buffs never changed. Yuka comments that Suga's skill, Mana Chase, was a complete waste of time. As they keep chatting, Itsuki looks at Yuka like someone seeing his crush from afar. He realizes that her understanding of the game has improved a lot. She used to be a hardcore otaku who could barely play, but now she watches plenty of streams and practices regularly to get better. Itsuki drops the otaku talk and declares that he is still unbeatable, which brings him more problems than benefits. Mofu guesses he is talking about MP management, and Itsuki confirms it, explaining that a thief's MP pool is smaller than a garden pond. He picked efficient skills, but there is still a limit to how many times he can spam Imperial Seal. Normally, he plays in a relaxed mode, but this time he went all out. That is why he suggests they should act with certain assumptions in mind for future battles, and he mentions wanting to obtain a particular item. He calls out to Haru, but she does not respond at first. After he calls her name repeatedly, she snaps out of her daydream. Itsuki notices that she has been acting different lately. In her thoughts, she blames him for the chaos, since his habit of exposing everything has caused a flood of player inquiries. Now they have to create proper responses for each question, which has doubled her workload. Keeping her frustration to herself, she asks what he wants. He tells her he needs information about the quest, "I want my luggage back." Though her nerves are on edge, she agrees and opens the quest screen. This is the same quest where he and Uma once fought the zombie boss. It seems ordinary, the kind of basic quest seen in most games. Itsuki then starts a quick pop quiz, asking what players usually think when faced with an unbeatable boss. Galia says there must be some hidden way to clear it without fighting, which is exactly what Uma once said. Yuka answers that the designer must be annoying, so she would just beat the boss, which matches Itsuki's own attitude. However, Itsuki rejects both answers. Finally, Mofu says that if the quest has any repay value, then there is probably a route split. Tsukimaru immediately confirms that as the correct answer. Mofu continues, saying that such a feature should have been implemented since the beginning of the game's service, and if Tsukimaru wants an item from it, he can probably get it with a bit of luck. However, there is little information about the items, so Mofu admits he does not know much about that part. Tsukimaru stops him there, saying he has already figured out enough and does not want to spoil anything further. Acting like a real Kakashi-sensei, Tsukimaru realizes through this small quiz that Mofu is sharp and could be a great help. He decides not to tell them about the rewards in advance because he wants their genuine reactions and the best live shots for the stream. Their next target is clear now, to complete the hidden quest. Mofu begins his live stream, greeting his audience before introducing Tsukimaru and the others as guests for the collaboration. The viewers are excited and ask why he decided to appear this time. Tsukimaru opens the gate with confidence and says he wants everyone to witness the hidden quest. He confirms that certain skills can only be used in branching routes, and he plans to show them in action alongside Mofu-san. As they enter the quest room, the boss monster immediately fires an arrow at them, but Mofu blocks it with a magical ice wall. Taking the opportunity, Itsuki charges forward and uses his signature vanishing step, stealing the arrow midair with perfect timing. The clueless boss keeps firing arrows, and our Power Ranger girls along with Mofu-san keep destroying them using their ultimate skills. After a while, the boss runs out of arrows, which triggers his rage mode. A dark aura bursts out from his body, filling the room with horrifying energy. This is the moment Itsuki has been waiting for, and he tells Mofu to use his trump card. Mofu launches his attack, but it turns out to be a healing spell since he switched to the healer class in his last stream and can now use recovery skills. The healing light covers the zombie boss, turning him back into his human form. He is revealed to be the resurrected hero Gerard, a man with a striking face and calm presence. His beautiful eyes widen in shock as he realizes the people before him saved him from his curse. Filled with gratitude, he thanks them sincerely from the bottom of his heart. The girls immediately start swooning, sensing that an epic new story is about to begin because a legendary hero has just appeared out of nowhere. However, Itsuki goes straight into selfish mode, saying he does not want any card or reward from Gerard. Instead, he wants to make him stronger to strengthen himself in return. Gerard's eyes sparkle as he excitedly interrupts, saying he is honored that Itsuki is willing to help him and thanks him once more. Itsuki, staying focused, tells him to hurry and show his reward. Gerard happily agrees, and someone in the comments jokes that the two of them look like a perfect match. They make their way through the underground passage beneath the thief's base when, out of nowhere, NPC Gerard starts explaining his backstory. He tells them that his team originally planned to head toward the altar up ahead after receiving a letter claiming that evil thieves who worship demons had settled near the village. According to the letter, these thieves had been looting and kidnapping villagers and even sacrificing innocent people. The letter was a desperate plea for help. Gerard says he could not possibly ignore the cry of an innocent maiden, so his volunteer corps set out immediately. However, they fell into an ambush and ended up in a terrible state. The viewers quickly catch on that Gerard seems like a genuinely good man, but also an absolute fool for assuming the letter came from a maiden. It could have been from anyone, even the enemies who lured them into the trap. Itsuki silently agrees, thinking the audience got it right. Gerard is a kind person, just not the smartest one. Gerard then asks them to lend their strength and help rescue the maiden in danger. Itsuki plays along with his foolish enthusiasm, saying he is willing to help as long as there is a reward involved. Their growing bromance feels oddly strong, and the viewers are completely lost trying to follow their exchange. They cannot tell whether Tsukimaru is intentionally ignoring Gerard's nonsense or just refusing to put effort into keeping the conversation on track. Yuka does not mind taking on this quest if it means helping people, and even Mofu agrees to join. Galia, however, finds the whole thing suspicious and scolds them for being unreasonable. She questions who would even trust a random letter and points out that no one knows how long this NPC has been stuck in his zombie phase. Regardless, Gerard marches forward like an overconfident Luffy, stopping right in front of a massive gate. Galia dashes after him at high speed, but she fails to notice that the path ends at a cliff. Unable to stop in time due to inertia, she nearly falls off the edge. Tsukimaru appears at the perfect moment and grabs her hand, pulling her back to safety. Confused, she demands to know what just happened. Mofu checks the system message and realizes the cause. It says "reverse curse" on the screen, meaning all movement controls have been reversed. Gerard explains that the volunteer corps never saw this coming, and many of them died because of it. Galia becomes furious, yelling at him for not warning them earlier if he already knew. Surprisingly, Yuka stays calm and even laughs, saying Galia's near fall actually made for a great camera shot. Galia, still fired up, demands that Gerard tell them about any other traps before they move on. He admits that his group was immediately attacked by Baphomet's minions, and right as he says that, several winged goblins begin appearing. They are identified as imps. The viewers flood the chat, confident that monsters of this level will be taken down easily by Yuka's single Iai strike. Just as Yuka steps forward to use Iai, she suddenly feels something strange and says that everything has reversed. Itsuki rushes forward and swiftly takes down the imps himself. He praises her for noticing it in time, explaining that if she had used Iai, the reversed movement could have caused a serious accident. If anyone got attacked from above in this state, they would not be able to dodge and would die instantly. The viewers understand his point, and one of them asks why Tsukimaru is still able to move freely. They seem to forget that he is the protagonist with an IQ higher than Yagami Light. Since all controls were reversed, he simply moved in the opposite direction to compensate. He notices a comment asking what he ate to figure that out, and uses the moment to shamelessly promote the Mofu Bus from Shimusa confectionaries. The viewers instantly catch on and flood the chat, joking that they can all become Tsukimaru now. Turning around, Tsukimaru spots the clueless Gerard struggling to accept that all his attacks have missed. It is not surprising since he acts before thinking. Tsukimaru quickly warns him to stop firing arrows randomly before someone gets hurt, but Gerard is too fired up and insists on fighting. At that moment, Mofu activates a curse-lifting spell on Gerard, temporarily restoring his normal movements so he can shoot accurately again. Yuka gets excited that they can now use Dispel to counter the curse, but Tsukimaru warns her that it is a trap. If they keep using Dispel every time the effect wears off, their MP will drain too fast, and they will all die. Realizing this, Mofu cancels the spell on Gerard, and he immediately collapses, unable to move even an inch. Tsukimaru laughs and decides to adapt to the reversal effect instead of fighting it, since the enemies are not that strong. Everyone expected this from him and agrees to keep going, but Gerard, still paralyzed, pouts in frustration. Tsukimaru lifts him onto his shoulder and confidently says that they can overcome any challenge through the power of bonds, sounding like he just stepped into a fairy tale episode. Gerard eagerly agrees, saying they will push through together. Once they get used to walking with reversed controls, the group charges ahead under the curse. As they move forward, weak monsters begin appearing. Galia struggles to deal with them because close combat is difficult in this state, while Mofu relies on ranged magic attacks like spell tracking, which are easier to manage. During their run, Gerard spots a treasure chest lying nearby, with no monsters guarding it. He warns that it probably means a hard battle is coming, and suggests they stock up on supplies. Galia quickly suspects it is another trap, and the others agree, except for Tsukimaru, who has already opened the chest. Inside, he finds a rare-looking item called the Real Fool's Gold. It turns out to be worthless because it only looks like gold but has no real value. The description even says people once fought wars over it, proving how foolish they were. The screen flashes a message saying the item's effect makes equipment impossible to wear. Instantly, their armor disappears, and everyone ends up half-stripped, creating an awkward silence. The group feels embarrassed except for Tsukimaru, who remains calm since he has been a shameless pervert from the start. Ignoring the awkward moment, both men continue checking the loot and exploring the treasure room. Yuka finally admits that some people really do fall for traps like this, while Galia, clearly fed up, wishes someone would stop them before they trigger another one. After that, they continue their journey and reach a massive gate. When they open it, they find themselves face to face with the evil god Baphomet. He slowly turns around and comments in a chilling tone that more sacrifices have arrived. The scene feels just like the moment when Shinobu walked into the hall where Duma was calmly eating and turned to greet her like she was his next meal. Baphomet is an ancient god worshipped by dark cults who grants people's wishes in exchange for human sacrifices. He studies the group carefully and smirks, saying that they look like greedy fools. Tsukimaru immediately questions how they could possibly look greedy, especially when he already cleared out the treasure chest earlier. Baphomet slicks his tongue and mocks them, saying they pass in one regard because they are foolish and blinded by greed to the point that they abandoned their friend. He points toward Gerard, who is tied up in ropes. Gerard yells back, accusing Baphomet of underestimating them and claiming that their noble spirits never yield in the face of hardship. Baphomet recognizes him as the one who invited others to challenge him, but points out that his companions abandoned him, calling him a fool. Gerard, full of energy as always, refuses to accept this. He insists that his friends did not abandon him, but instead entrusted their future to him. Baphomet smirks and delivers a harsh reality check, saying that if his friends ever returned to see him, they would probably just drink together and joke about thanking that pawn for taking their place. Still, Gerard does not give up and says that it does not matter as long as they are safe. He proudly adds that he has new friends now. His so-called new friends, however, are busy chatting among themselves and discussing strategy instead of listening to his emotional speech, just like players who skip NPC dialogue in Genshin Impact. The viewers comment that it is frustrating to see them ignore such an interesting NPC story. Tsukimaru then turns toward the camera and delivers a cheesy line, saying that Gerard is acting this way because he trusts them, and they are calmly making plans because of that trust. His words instantly cheer Gerard up, making him once again believe in their strong bond. Baphomet continues to tempt him, letting dark energy fill the room, and says that his new friends are weak against temptation and trapped in cursed bodies. He offers to take their bodies instead, promising them freedom in return. Baphomet summons his minions, who crawl out from the ground in a dark swarm, and Mofu is the first to react. He casts a powerful lightning bolt that wipes out several of them, but Baphomet blocks the attack with a shield formed through repulsive force manipulation, a racial ability of evil gods that reduces interference and prevents weaker beings from touching him. Mofu realizes it is difficult to finish him off using only Lightning Storm. Tsukimaru asks if magic even works on him, and Mofu confirms that it does, but explains that the same spells used on weaker enemies and mid-level bosses are useless here. Someone in the chat asks if they can defeat him with Bahamut's Raging Roar, but Tsukimaru replies that it is impossible indoors, and Bahamut's sheer size makes it impossible to summon inside the dungeon. Baphomet cuts off their discussion by summoning another wave of his lesser minions. Tsukimaru quickly tells Mofu to attack Baphomet with maximum power while the girls execute their part of the plan. Both Yuka and Galia try to move under the reverse curse, but it feels as if they are drunk, their movements clumsy and slow. The small monsters almost hit them before they can react. Baphomet lets out a mocking laugh, taunting them for being helpless in such a state. The provocation actually helps Galia recover her focus. She activates her taunting skill, which stabilizes her movement and draws the enemy's attention. More minions rush forward, but Tsukimaru steps in, using a flash charm to blind them. At the same time, he activates his thorn-based ability, After Image Trap, which slows and damages the enemies. This gives Yuka the perfect window to strike. With the path clear, she unleashes her EI slashes without hesitation, cutting through enemies one after another. All of this is just a setup to buy enough time for Mofu to charge his ultimate attack, and the moment finally arrives. Mofu finishes charging every magical skill he has, including the magic gems that are the same ones Shuga used in her battle. Tsukimaru casually tells his viewers that he gave those gems to Mofu because they were useless to him. The viewers are surprised, wondering since when he became so generous with rare items, especially toward a teammate. Baphomet senses the immense energy building up around Mofu and tries to escape by sinking into a magic circle to teleport away. Before he can disappear, Tsukimaru appears behind him and swings his lightning blade, cutting through Baphomet's legs with precision. Mofu takes the opening and hurls his charged lightning spear, a blast of concentrated magical power. Baphomet forms a huge shield to block it, but the barrier shatters and the spear pierces through, striking him directly and obliterating him from existence. With his death, the reversal curse finally lifts, and everyone feels free again, except for Tsukimaru, who did not feel any restrictions to begin with. Gerard, still tied up and lying on the ground, thanks them and proudly calls it their victory, even though he did nothing. Baphomet's defeat triggers a new treasure chest to appear, but it is locked in chains. The system message says that if they let go of greed and remain humble, they can safely take home their victory. Tsukimaru's greedy grin makes it clear what he intends to do, and he looks ready to open it at any moment. The girls are still celebrating their freedom, unaware of what is happening. Mofu laughs, saying that Tsukimaru came here just for this, so the chest belongs to him. Tsukimaru opens it without hesitation, and suddenly, dark energy bursts out from inside. Baphomet is not dead after all. He reappears, stronger and more sinister than before, mocking them for their greed and foolish desire that broke his seal. His power radiates through the room, and he now stands as the liberated evil god Baphomet. Gerard frees himself from the ropes and declares that this is the perfect chance to destroy Baphomet completely instead of sealing him again. Baphomet bursts into laughter, mocking their foolishness for thinking they can defeat a god. His voice echoes through the chamber, full of arrogance and confidence. Tsukimaru, however, shifts into a serious mood. He agrees that this is a rare opportunity and decides to use it to test his newly acquired unlimited MP while also getting some great footage for the stream. He draws his weapon and prepares for battle, his focus sharper than ever. Around him, glowing chains made of spiritual energy begin to appear. These are soul-binding chains, powerful tools that can trap spirits and drain their energy. As they rattle in the air, Tsukimaru steps forward, ready to face the liberated evil god head-on. One of the viewers comments that Tsukimaru does not even seem to have an infinite MP item, yet he is still claiming to test it out. Tsukimaru agrees and pulls out the materials needed to craft one. He tosses them to Galia and tells her to forge the infinite MP item through the blacksmith minigame. Staying calm, He explains that this is a retriable quest, so they can keep attempting it until they succeed. The viewers are amazed, realizing that he is asking for something almost impossible, since it would mean going all the way back to where they started. Still, Galia seems confident and believes she can make it work. At that moment, Baphomet suddenly teleports behind her. He has no idea what they are planning, but mocks them, asking if they truly think they can handle his full power form. Yuka, acting like a true shonen character, shouts before attacking and declares that since the reversal curse is gone, they can finally win. Baphomet smirks and instantly reactivates the curse, reversing everyone's movements again. He realizes that maintaining it consumes a lot of power, and while he can still use strengthening magic, he cannot keep the curse active for long. Even so, he decides to use it as often as possible. Tsukimaru studies him carefully, thinking that this devil is both troublesome and incredibly strong. If there were a ranking of the hardest bosses in 10 years, Baphomet would easily be in the top 10. His eyes glow each time he casts, and dark energy swirls around him whenever he uses the curse. The constant switching between normal and reversed controls makes it hard for Tsukimaru to keep up. As Baphomet activates reverse mode and swings a heavy punch toward Galia, Mofu reacts quickly and uses a spell to lift the curse from her just in time. She manages to block the hit, but Baphomet keeps striking with more power each time, pushing her to her limit. When he is about to throw a devastating punch, Tsukimaru steps in to protect her. He leaves Galia in the care of Yuka and Mofu while he decides to take on Baphomet himself. Mofu cheers him on, telling him to do his best, but Tsukimaru jokes that they should switch places instead. Mofu immediately refuses, admitting he is not strong enough to face that kind of monster. The comment section erupts with panic because the viewers understand how difficult this quest really is if even Mofu cannot handle it. Tsukimaru steadies his stance and thinks to himself that this devil is still one of the strongest bosses in meta sense even after 10 years. He remembers defeating him in his previous life to reach a higher level. Back then, he relied on overpowering stats to cover his mistakes and ignored how irregular his controls were. Grinding his teeth, he realizes that was the wrong approach. He was focused only on winning and building his ego through levels, but now he understands that true strength is not about pride. The old him had power and arrogance, while the present him has both power and control. With determination burning in his eyes, Tsukimaru rushes forward and tells his viewers not to blink because he is about to show them something unforgettable. Baphomet stomps the ground with such force that huge boulders begin falling toward Tsukimaru from all sides. He flicks his fingers, repelling the rocks with precision. His health is barely at 1 HP, and he only needs to survive until Galia finishes forging the infinite MP item. Still, since this is being streamed live, it is a one-shot challenge. Using his repulsion operation skill, he sends the rocks flying back at Baphomet, who blocks them easily without flinching. Tsukimaru activates Vanishing Step to close the distance, but Baphomet reverses the skill's direction, throwing his timing off. At the same moment, an imp rushes toward him and nearly grazes his side. He turns around and sees that Baphomet has teleported behind him and is now hurling boulders in his direction. Tsukimaru stays calm, analyzing that he has to handle both the imps and the rocks being launched through repulsive force while managing the reverse operation. Drawing his lightning blade, he dodges every incoming strike with smooth precision, moving like flowing water, which oddly suits him. Baphomet teleports again, appearing right beside him and throwing heavy punches, but Tsukimaru effortlessly evades each one. He notices that every time he tries to close in, Baphomet slips away, keeping a safe distance. Tsukimaru then goes on the offensive, swinging his blade in a rapid motion. The blade barely grazes Baphomet, shaving off a minuscule amount of his HP. One of the viewers notices that Tsukimaru's blade actually pierced through Baphomet's repulsive force, and others start speculating that it might be because the blade is neither purely physical nor magical. Tsukimaru quietly agrees, since his build relies on sword combat, but the true power only appears when he channels effects through both hands. Baphomet suddenly teleports behind him again, and the viewers flood the chat with warnings. Someone even asks why Tsukimaru hasn't used his ankle flash yet. Of course, Tsukimaru hasn't forgotten about it, but he knows it would barely affect someone like Baphomet right now. Instead, he pulls out a charm and activates his afterimage trap, catching Baphomet in one spot exactly as planned. He then chains him down using Imperial Seal combined with Shadow Puppets, successfully restricting his movements. Baphomet is momentarily stunned by the sharp coordination of the attacks, but his immense power allows him to start breaking the chains. Tsukimaru continues striking with Afterimage Trap, but his hits have little effect. Baphomet spreads his massive black wings, transforming into his complete form, and shatters the remaining chains in one explosive motion. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Tsukimaru steps back and realizes he has nearly exhausted his MP. Just as Baphomet is about to strike with full force, Galia appears and announces that she has finished forging the item. Tsukimaru immediately steps toward her and grabs it. The weapon is called the God-Stripping Cursed Blade, a bloodthirsty sword that does not stop attacking until its enemy is defeated. Its attack power and critical rate rise as the user's HP decreases, and it absorbs MP based on the damage dealt. The viewers quickly understand how this weapon can grant him infinite MP since it allows him to drain his opponent's energy with every hit. Holding the blade firmly, Tsukimaru moves back for a moment before lunging forward and slashing Baphomet across the shoulder. A burst of blood sprays into the air as the impact forces the evil god to recoil. Tsukimaru's lips curl into a sharp grin, his eyes glowing with fierce confidence. His expression turns dark and determined, filled with the belief that he can now defeat Baphomet in a direct fight and surpass the limits of his former self. Baphomet remains unfazed by Tsukimaru's confidence and summons even more imps to destroy him. Yuka and Galia begin to worry since the number keeps increasing, but Mofu reassures them that Tsukimaru will be fine because he now has MP absorption. Tsukimaru cuts through every imp using all his skills with precise movements, like Sanji slicing vegetables with perfect rhythm. Mofu admits that it looks cool, but he also points out that Tsukimaru must manage his skill timing carefully and use his recovered MP wisely. Baphomet is far too cunning to let him take control. He stomps the ground and launches a shower of boulders toward him. While Tsukimaru dodges each one, Baphomet suddenly teleports behind him and corners him. Tsukimaru smirks and uses Vanishing Step to pull back, but the slight delay throws off his timing. He realizes why slower attacks are so disliked since they leave room for mistakes. Just because others can pull them off does not mean he can do the same, and that realization is what shaped him as a gamer. He remembers how, as a kid, he always saw games through a narrow lens. If a game was easy, it was fun, but if it was difficult, he called it bad. Whenever he got stuck, he would give up. One day, he happened to watch a strategy video, and it completely changed his view. He discovered that every attack he once thought was impossible to dodge actually had a pattern, and every enemy he thought was unbeatable had movement triggers. Even the messy data he used to ignore, like the text we skip while installing an app, had meaning. He learned that no part of a game is truly meaningless, and that everything is designed to be conquered. He lost because he was not skilled enough, and that became his motivation to learn. The more he explored and experimented, the more the game rewarded him. He has died countless times across both his lives, and now, death no longer affects him. His experience, built from childhood to this moment, has become his greatest strength. Just as Baphomet is about to strike, Tsukimaru quickly steps aside and appears behind him, driving his dagger straight into Baphomet's back with the backstab skill. Baphomet lets out a roar of pain and turns around, trying to crush him underfoot like a raging beast. Tsukimaru reacts fast, using repulsion operation to dodge the blow and cut down the imps surrounding him in a clean sweep. The comment section explodes with excitement, pointing out that he is not done yet and has only taken care of the minions. Mofu also remarks that those were just the ones restoring his MP. Yuka, watching closely, notices something strange. She points out that while Tsukimaru's MP looks infinite, it is actually not. The viewers understand what she means and comment that being able to recover MP constantly does not make it infinite. It just looks like endless recovery. The battle between Tsukimaru and Baphomet continues fiercely. Tsukimaru moves behind him again and activates his skill, Manifest Shadow Image. Several shadow swords appear and shoot toward Baphomet, but he teleports away just in time, avoiding them all. Tsukimaru charges forward, his aura blazing with power, and swings his sword with full force. Baphomet blocks with a punch that almost breaks Tsukimaru's Asta sword. Tsukimaru quickly retreats and changes his plan. Instead of striking again with the sword, he drives it into the ground as a hinge point and pulls out his dagger. With perfect timing, he slashes across Baphomet's body, refusing to back down even when the enemy's movements defy everything he knows. Takashi, also known as Mofu, is an impressive guy who excels in games, work, and studies, basically an all-rounder. He has reached the top in every field, so he understands that logic alone cannot make someone truly exceptional. According to him, even with good training, people still miss certain things, and real transformation only comes from obsessive and repeated effort. Building a reputation takes countless tries and a lot of time, just like falling in love. Watching Tsukimaru fight with such desperation, Mofu comments that he must really love the meta-sense game. With a final decisive strike, Tsukimaru defeats the boss. Baphomet admits his loss but warns that he can return as long as people continue to have desires. Suddenly, Gerard appears and declares that they will defeat him as many times as it takes. Baphomet disappears, and a treasure chest finally appears in his place. Mofu walks over to Tsukimaru to praise his efforts, but Tsukimaru apologizes for not giving him his turn. He admits that he invited Mofu for the collaboration, yet ended up fighting alone and dominating the entire battle. He asks if Mofu thinks he is someone who cannot read the room. The comment section goes silent for a moment because everyone knows the truth is the complete opposite. Even his teammates stand there with the same blank expression. Yuka hesitates before saying that he does seem a bit unaware and sometimes fails to read the room. The viewers immediately agree with her, saying she speaks for them all. Tsukimaru gets flustered and defends himself, explaining that he was fighting solo to showcase the god-stripping cursed blade. There was no way he could perform perfectly against the boss on his first try. He fought with pure excitement and unintentionally ended up ignoring everyone. And in that moment he realizes that Yuka is right. He can be a little unaware and unable to read the room. Anyways, if everyone is so eager to fight again, Tsukimaru says he can just resurrect Baphomet since the boss claimed he could be revived. On top of that, he wants to see if he can actually tame him because the Imperial Seal allows him to control boss-class enemies. Excited by the idea, he starts a new stream titled Endurance Stream Until I Tame Baphomet. Mofu, however, expresses concern that if the stream drags on longer than a tree's lifespan, the viewers will get bored. Tsukimaru quickly suggests that they can bring in Mofu Buse, and the chat immediately floods with comments calling him greedy for always keeping an eye out for sponsors. After that, Tsukimaru actually joins the advertisement shoot for a new caffeine-filled chocolate released by Mofu Confectionery. The product looks delicious, and the comments are full of people jokingly asking if there are any girls around. Once filming wraps up, he steps out into the waiting area to rest. Mofu appears soon after, and Tsukimaru complains that he feels even more drained than when he fought Baphomet. He admits he did not expect his casual plug about Mofu Confectionery during the stream to land him a commercial offer. Mofu is happy that he accepted and tells him that the managing director wants to meet him in person. The director seems calm, professional, and composed at first, but the moment he meets Tsukimaru, he bends down in an overly dramatic way to thank him, which instantly feels unsettling. He explains that he always believed in online advertising and hopes they can continue to work closely in the future. Tsukimaru, now visibly creeped out, starts feeling uneasy, as if he has met someone like this before. After that, Mofu stays behind for a while and later talks with him, explaining that the manager was originally against the project. He believed that traditional advertising methods were still the best and saw no reason to invest in what he called a kid's pastime. However, his opinion completely changed after Tsukimaru mentioned Mofu Confectionery during the stream. The server crashed afterward because people rushed to buy Mofu Busi online and in supermarkets all over the country. Its sales skyrocketed, which completely changed the manager's mind. Mofu gives full credit to Tsukimaru, saying he has incredible influence and the power to move people. For the first time, Tsukimaru blushes and humbly denies it, saying he is not doing anything special. Mofu laughs and tells him that people, himself included, simply cannot take their eyes off him. Mofu extends his hand, offering to work together on more collaborations, and Tsukimaru accepts, looking forward to it. Before they part ways, Mofu mentions that Tsukimaru might get quite busy soon. Tsukimaru looks confused and asks why that would happen. Mofu smiles and explains that several talented players have been asking to challenge him, and many of them have already completed major storylines, meaning a wave of new battles is about to begin. The scene shifts to a group of unpleasant-looking guys with fat noses who are reading the comments and complaining that at this rate, Tsukimaru will completely outshine them. The red-haired one scolds the viewers for hyping Tsukimaru out of nowhere, but the chat keeps pointing out how much stronger he is compared to them. The blue-haired one, who is somewhat better-looking, claims that Tsukimaru is overhyped and that his fights have too many unnecessary moments. To be fair, even he admits that the battle with Baphomet felt dragged out. The moss-haired man with the ugly face mocks Tsukimaru for wasting time talking to the NPC dragon, Ron. The blue-haired guy, sparking with frustration, declares war on Tsukimaru, saying they will defeat him. The comments, however, instantly flood in disagreement, insisting that Tsukimaru is in a league of his own. The moss-haired man loses his temper, calls the viewers trolls, and tells them to leave the chat. They decide that the only way to silence comments like these is to beat Tsukimaru themselves, so the three of them agree to challenge him head-on. Mofu later explains to Tsukimaru that these guys started streaming about a month ago, and their guild, called Overkill, has been catching up fast in the quest rankings. They are known as Chasers, and right now they are second in the race to reach the meta-sense ending before Tsukimaru. Tsukimaru smirks, saying he expected this day to come. He adds that dealing with haters is part of the job when you are famous, sounding just as arrogant as ever, but somehow that confidence fits him perfectly. In the Armored Empire, Laurent and his team are busy clearing the dungeon. Laurent demands a progress report, and one of his teammates informs him that item collection is going smoothly while the gimmick team is closing in and will soon join the healing squad. Suddenly, a bright beam shoots toward them, and Laurent quickly orders everyone to take cover behind the barricades. One of the players reports that his friend did not make it in time and is trapped under the rubble. Laurent turns to check and realizes that the injured man was supposed to be part of the gimmick team. Suspicious, he asks who he really is. The player pointing toward the rubble reveals his true form, showing he is none other than the moss-headed ugly guy. The one buried under the debris suddenly uses substitution jutsu, swapping places with Laurent, and removes his disguise. He turns out to be the blue-haired handsome man now called Blue Harry. Laurent immediately understands that they are members of Overkill, but before he can react, Blue Harry shoots him. As Laurent collapses, the Mosshead praises his teamwork and thanks him for cooperating with them. The incident spreads like wildfire on social media, creating a heated debate. Some players feel sympathy for Laurent, while others argue that player killing is part of the game, so it is not a big deal. Yuka feels disturbed that there are even people who hate Laurent for no reason. Tsukimaru calmly says that antis will always exist, even for people who do nothing wrong. He adds that Yuka is still a little naive, but will eventually get used to it and become tougher with time. As he looks at her, he silently hopes she stays the same, bright and kind, for his own peace of mind and sanity. Anyways, Tsukimaru admits that he does not like the way those players are handling things, which surprises Galia since she always thought he was fine with anything as long as it was allowed in the game. Yuka softly says that Tsukimaru is kind, which is actually true, but he cuts her off and says that he is also a free and ruthless machine when it comes to playing. Putting the player killing issue aside, he starts wondering if those guys will take credit for their team's achievements after betraying them. It might save effort in the short term, but it is still a loss to let someone else decide their fate. Most of the major boss strategies are made by the Purple Darkness division, and this situation could create serious problems. Yuka, unable to hold back her anger, suggests that they accept the challenge and fight those traitors head-on. Tsukimaru agrees instantly and says he already has the perfect plan to deal with them and with the pioneers who attacked Dragon Island earlier. Still, he knows this will not be an easy fight. Those players managed to take down Laurent through a sneaky attack, used chaos to break the front line, and even defeated the boss to complete the quest. They are scummy, but also skilled, which makes Tsukimaru think carefully about how to approach this. Suddenly, he receives a notification for a special story quest called the Clash with the Armored Empire, where he will represent the Imperial Nation. The terms are simple. If he wins, he earns the title Emperor of the Mecha Empire. But if he loses, he forfeits his current title of Shadow Ruler. He has 3 choices, which are confrontation, cooperation, or non-aggression, and this marks the beginning of player-controlled national battles. Yuka's fighting spirit flares up immediately, saying she wants to show those jerks how angry she is. Tsukimaru comments that such a response is too barbaric and serves no purpose. Galia agrees, suggesting they should try negotiating instead, but Tsukimaru interrupts her and says there is an option even better than being barbaric, a way to make their enemies truly understand. Our group arrives at the Empire, where Takeyu stands ready to welcome the representatives from the Armored Empire who have come to challenge Tsukimaru. Tsukimaru quickly observes that most of the people standing at the front are NPCs, with only one real player among them. That player makes himself known by kicking one of the NPC ladies to the ground. He arrogantly declares that he has not come to play house with NPCs, but to make Tsukimaru and his group his servants. Without warning, he triggers a bomb that causes his NPC allies to explode, setting the area ablaze. An NPC from Takeyu's side rushes forward and shields him from the blast, but even Takeyu is stunned that the enemy would sacrifice his own team. The player laughs and says that he has planted agents across the town who can self-destruct just like this. He smugly gives Tsukimaru 2 choices, to surrender or to let the people suffer. He clearly does not realize who he is dealing with. Tsukimaru raises a finger and tells him flatly that he is not afraid of cheap tricks like these, refusing to surrender to him. The ugly man freezes for a moment, realizing the rumors that Tsukimaru is soft on NPCs might not be true after all. Before he can react, an arrow flies through the air and pierces his arm. Tsukimaru uses that opening to rush in and snatch the detonator box from his hand. As he steps back, Tsukimaru tells him that he does not know where the idea came from that he cares too much about NPCs, but he does care about useful ones. At that moment, Gerard appears on the rooftop, bow drawn, and the NPC allies Tsukimaru befriended start moving through the city, neutralizing the hidden bomb agents one by one. The enemy had claimed he would destroy Tsukimaru, so naturally, Tsukimaru went the extra mile to reinforce his defenses before the battle even began, and points his blade toward the enemy, telling him to surrender the quest, hand over the items, and take the penalty. He adds that if the man cooperates, he can tell him who is pulling the strings behind all this. The ugly player pretends to give in and agrees to talk, but what he does not know is that a self-destruction bomb has also been implanted inside his own body. Before he can say another word, his body glows red and explodes violently. Tsukimaru quickly retreats using Vanishing Step and realizes what just happened. The enemy had a bomb installed to prevent him from revealing any information or handing over items. Yuka, still shaken, asks what he plans to do next. Tsukimaru replies that he wanted to get information, but the explosion proves that someone higher up is watching them closely. He smirks, saying that the real culprits are none other than the members of Overkill. He turns toward their direction and uses his skill to reflect their long-range attacks right back at them. With a calm but confident tone, he asks what they plan to do next. If they need time to intercept, they can tell him, and he will wait, since he considers himself a kind person. The moss-headed man clenches his fists, angered by Tsukimaru's mocking tone, and accepts the challenge on the spot. Tsukimaru heads to the Armored Empire to begin the challenge titled The Fall of the Armored Empire. Some viewers flood the stream with excitement, while others sound disappointed, questioning why he started another big event right after the commercial break and saying he owes Mofu an apology. Tsukimaru quickly defends himself, reminding them that he is the one who got targeted and is actually the victim here. The chat remains toxic, accusing him of simply brushing off the sparks that landed on him. Frustrated, Tsukimaru insists that he has not done anything wrong yet. One comment asks if he is going solo this time. He explains that he has brought Bahamut along, though he stands out too much in his mascot form, so Tsukimaru stuffed him inside his backpack. The rest of the team, he adds, is house-sitting for now. With a serious look, he declares that this time he will execute a flawless strategy that will make his enemies understand who they are dealing with and take everything from them. His plan begins with using the rebel faction that exists in every dictatorship to overthrow the empire from within. One viewer asks if such a rebel faction also exists in the Imperial Nation. Tsukimaru answers that the Imperial Nation is not a dictatorship. It runs on the power of bonds between people. He clarifies that he would not claim the existence of rebels without solid evidence. In the armored nation, all power lies in the hands of the emperor and the bureaucrats who serve him, creating a reign of fear and oppression. They preach about human potential and talent, claiming to value ability over social class, but their so-called expansion of human potential is nothing more than forced body modification through robotics and surgery. The poor are pushed into these dangerous and low-paying jobs, gambling with their lives in experimental procedures. Those who die are called failures, and those who survive become tools. Only the rich can afford safe modifications and climb higher in society. The sister Tsukimaru fought before was one of the subjects from these experiments, an accidental success who became living proof of the Empire's so-called remodeling brilliance. Her existence fooled people into believing in the Empire's power. However, some citizens saw through the lies and started rebelling against the regime. Tsukimaru plans to ally with these rebels to overthrow the Empire and restore their freedom. This is the same path Laurent once chose in his storyline, but overkill interfered, hijacked the quest, and forced the NPCs into tragic ends, including suicide. Despite all that, they failed to bring true peace to the Empire, and now Tsukimaru intends to set things right. That is why Tsukimaru says he needs to contact the remaining rebel survivors and attempt another subversion, with their first goal being to gather public support. The idea sounds exciting, though some viewers question why he is not charging in head-on like he usually does. Tsukimaru smirks and says that they will lose to him anyway, but it will be far more humiliating for them to be defeated by the very people they once oppressed. He walks up to a rundown shop, lifts the rusty gate, and finds a group of rough-looking men and wounded people lying around. One of the men immediately points a gun at him, demanding to know who he is and what he wants. Tsukimaru responds with a smug smile and delivers a cringeworthy line, calling himself their savior. Naturally, no one believes a word of it coming from a stranger who just appeared out of nowhere. Another man steps forward, however, and tells his comrade to lower his weapon. He looks Tsukimaru in the eye and asks what this so-called savior wants from them. Tsukimaru calmly answers that he wants to save the country because there is still hope left. The man studies him for a moment, then asks if he truly has the power to do that. Tsukimaru simply replies that he does. After a pause, the man decides to trust him and leads him toward the suburban industrial zone of the armored nation. He points to a duct and tells Tsukimaru that if he goes through it, he can infiltrate the control room. The security there is weak, and the plan is to take over the factory in one strike and seize all the weapons inside. Without hesitation, he entrusts this critical mission to Tsukimaru, a complete stranger. As they crawl through the tunnel, the man begins to share his story. This factory used to be his sister's workshop where weapons were made. After their parents died, she raised him alone despite their poverty. They were poor but happy until one day, his sister was chosen for what they called an innovation operation for new business development. She went through the procedure and never came back. Overcome with grief, he joined the rebels, swearing to destroy the empire and take revenge. He kneels before Tsukimaru, tears in his eyes, and pleads with him to help if he truly means to save them. Tsukimaru rests a hand on his shoulder and assures him that he will take responsibility. The viewers watching the stream grow quiet, touched by the man's story and impressed by Tsukimaru's resolve to accept the mission. Tsukimaru steps into the control room, but before he can take another step, alarms start ringing throughout the area. A mechanical voice echoes across the room, announcing that intruders have been detected and activating the electromagnetic dome. The doors behind him shut tight, locking him inside. The man who led him there smirks and drops his disguise, revealing himself to be the moss-headed member of Overkill. The mosshead bursts into laughter, mocking Tsukimaru for falling for his trap so easily. He calls him a fool for trusting someone he just met and admits he was dying to laugh during their so-called emotional conversation. The parts where he pretended to think and even knelt down to beg were all an act. The electromagnetic barrier begins to close in around Tsukimaru, crackling with energy. The viewers start panicking and flood the chat, telling him to use Vanishing Step to escape. The mosshead laughs even louder and says it will not work because he designed this trap specifically to stop Tsukimaru from using Vanishing Step. One viewer asks if he has any backup plan, and Tsukimaru calmly replies that he does not. The mosshead shouts at him for pretending to be calm and acting tough all the time, but Tsukimaru simply says that insurance is something you prepare in advance. He grins slightly, making it clear that he already has something up his sleeve. The barrier keeps shrinking until it almost covers him completely, and the moss head laughs harder, convinced he has won. He boasts that he is the strongest player in meta sense and proudly introduces himself as Ghost, though everyone knows him as the annoying Mosshead. He even invites Tsukimaru's viewers to join his stream, promising to show them what real gameplay looks like. Suddenly his communicator buzzes, and one of his underlings reports that they are under attack by several Tsukimarus. He turns around in shock and looks back into the control room, only to realize that the one trapped inside the barrier is not Tsukimaru at all. It is a Shikigami clone that has just been electrocuted inside the dome. The scene shifts to multiple Tsukimaras jumping through the town, looking like he just mastered the shadow clone jutsu. His viewers explode in confusion, asking how he is still alive and why there are so many of him. Tsukimaru smirks and turns the question around, asking them when their vision narrowed. He answers his own question, saying it happened when they thought he fell into the trap. The viewers finally understand that he used his Onmyoji Shikigami as a substitute and is now using them again to create his army of clones. He mocks the Mosshead for acting dramatic and telling that fake sob story while using his name, even though he never introduced himself. He says it was exhausting to play along with such an obvious act. Still, he thanks him for the opportunity because it allowed him to divide his enemies perfectly and attack the capital without resistance. As he looks toward the camera with his bright, confident smile, he says that if he had to grade the Mosshead's plan, he would give it 0 points. The control room erupts in panic as the moss-headed man yells at the red-haired baddie, asking what he means by a bunch of Tsukimaru appearing. The blue-haired leader joins the call and demands a timeline, insisting they still have time to salvage the plan. The red-haired man explains what he saw on the security feeds. Tsukimaru appeared out of nowhere, then more copies sprang up as if chicks had been let out of a cage. The blue-haired man thinks fast. He deduces that Tsukimaru used the same Shikigami trick Ghost tames. Those Onmyoji servants vanish when hit, so the copies would look like cheap clones on camera. He reasons the dragon in Tsukimaru's backpack can carry 2 people, so instead of bringing companions, Tsukimaru snuck in Onmyoji that could be used as decoys. The red-haired bomber decides to torch the town, detonating several charges aimed at wiping out the Shikigami. The blasts do their job. Most of the fake Tsukimaras collapse in sparks and smoke, and only one figure remains on the street. Bomb rushes out of the security room to crush that last target. Back in command, the moss-headed man asks the pretty boy to come up with a new tactic. Bomb might not kill the real Tsukimaru, but he can still be useful as bait or to buy time. Pretty boy, full of misplaced confidence, insists the probability of success is not 0 because he is a genius and good odds matter. On stream, viewers blow up with questions. Were all those Tsukimaru copies real? Will it be a problem now that the Shikigami are dying? Tsukimaru answers the chat calmly and then bluntly. Losing so many NPC servants reduces his leverage. The value he can extract from a country depends on development and the number of functioning NPCs. He had expected them to be clumsy, but not this efficient at causing long-term damage. Tsukimaru switches tone and lays out the new stakes. They can no longer rely on disposable decoys alone. Bomb suddenly appears behind Tsukimaru, towering over him with a massive gorilla-like body. The sight disappoints Tsukimaru, who expected the entire Overkill squad to show up, not just one muscle-brained idiot. Bomb grins, cracks his knuckles, and charges forward to throw a punch, shouting that he alone is enough to make Tsukimaru regret ever picking a fight with him. Tsukimaru dodges the strike using Vanishing Step at the very last moment, moving so fast it looks like he's teleporting. Bomb laughs and calls out that Tsukimaru dodged right at the end, saying people who suck at sports also suck at games. The viewers are baffled because his trash talk doesn't even make sense. Tsukimaru analyzes his opponent's stats mid-fight and concludes that Bomb's agility must be around 120. Bomb smirks and says that's just for ordinary people, but he's built differently. He continues to throw heavy punches, warning Tsukimaru that if he slows down even a little, he's dead. Tsukimaru fires back that they're both playing the same game, but Bomb refuses to be grouped with him, shouting that he only plays for money. Tsukimaru dodges each strike with Vanishing Step and finally pulls out his lightning blade, swinging it in a wide arc. Bomb manages to evade the attacks and yells that defeating a guy who can't even move properly will boost his view count. Tsukimaru throws a flash charm to blind him and sets an afterimage trap to bind him, but Bomb dodges it effortlessly, bragging that it's nothing compared to baseball, where missing a 150-kilometer pitch means failure. Tsukimaru realizes this guy must have been an athlete in real life. He reminds himself not to underestimate him because in gaming, reflexes and physical endurance matter as much as strategy. A former athlete with perfect body control can make indoor gamers look like they're just mashing buttons for fun. Bomb unleashes a flurry of punches like Goku testing his limits in an arm fight, and Tsukimaru counters each strike with precise slashes. Their movements blur as they dodge and attack in perfect rhythm, neither gaining the upper hand. After several exchanges, Tsukimaru suddenly stops and takes a long sigh, confusing Bomb. The musclehead grins, thinking Tsukimaru is about to surrender and hand over his items and money, but Tsukimaru straightens up and smirks, saying he's about to shock both him and his viewers. He promises to show this muscle-brained gamer what real meta-sense gameplay looks like. Bomb growls in anger, and their battle intensifies like Tengen versus Gyutaro, sparks flying with every hit. Watching closely, Bomb notices Tsukimaru is repeating fixed patterns and relying on just 2 skills. Seeing an opening, he uses his cross-counter technique, a move that channels his opponent's momentum into a devastating punch. But the moment his fist swings forward, he realizes Tsukimaru is no longer there. Tsukimaru lowers his stance and uses ankle slash to slice Bomb's ankle cleanly, crippling his movement. With a smug grin, he mocks Bomb for falling into his trap, saying he purposely kept a predictable rhythm to make him overconfident. He teases him further, saying that as a striker, he should have had self-healing skills or at least boosted his defense to buy time. Maybe he never expected to be pushed this far. Furious, Bomb lifts his arm again to strike, but Tsukimaru steps back and activates his afterimage trap, wrapping the musclehead in thorny chains. Bomb starts sweating as Tsukimaru speaks coldly, wondering aloud if he joined Meta Sense just for easy money. Then he adds, maybe it's because he could never win in sports, and now he has nowhere to belong. Bomb freezes for a moment. Ha! Bomb shouts for Tsukimaru to release him, but his voice cracks, making him sound weaker, like someone who barks but never bites. Tsukimaru calmly activates his skill called Steal, and a glowing interface appears, showing Bomb's entire inventory. The viewers flood the chat with shock as the list reveals his weapons, gear, and accessories. Tsukimaru explains that Steal does exactly what it says, taking items from the target based on agility and the rarity of the equipment. As he scrolls through the list, his eyes narrow when he finds something strange, a self-destruction device implanted inside Bomb that explodes when certain conditions are met. He notices Bomb's success rate for survival is only 10%, far too low to beat him. Even Bomb looks stunned when he realizes what's hidden in his own body. Tsukimaru smirks and says that his teammates never really trusted him. The device is set to trigger on death, added out of fake kindness for players unlucky enough to survive. Tsukimaru steps closer with a dark smile and tells him that once this bomb goes off, he will not be able to say anything, and his so-called friends will keep tricking him even after he is gone. Bomb shakes his head in disbelief, refusing to accept it. Tsukimaru does not stop. He asks if Bomb remembers the quest that ended when one person died, and wonders if they tricked him then by saying the enemy stole something from him. Bomb falls silent and starts muttering that Ghost invited him to Metasense, and even bought this account for him. He insists Ghost would never betray him, but his voice shakes as doubt sinks in. Tsukimaru coldly tells him that he was the only one who thought they were friends. He deactivates his thorn trap and steps back, watching Bomb crumble. The man kneels, completely devastated, while Tsukimaru turns away and says that overkill will take his pride first, and then destroy whatever shallow bonds he has left. Tsukimaru gives Bomb 2 choices, both recorded live on his stream. The first is to be miserably defeated by him, and the second is to betray his team and join him instead. Bomb's viewers flood the chat, telling him not to trust Tsukimaru, reminding him who he is dealing with. They encourage Bomb to fight until the very end rather than surrender. Bomb hesitates for a moment and says Ghost would never betray him, though he suspects that the real manipulator might be Pretty Boy Ab. Deciding to take his chance, he agrees to collaborate with Tsukimaru until they can take Ab down. The viewers immediately warn him not to trust anyone, especially Tsukimaru, but the two start planning anyway. With a sly smile, Tsukimaru asks if Bomb knows Ab's location. Bomb nods and starts to speak, but before he can reveal anything, something suddenly strikes his head. He jerks backward and throws a wild punch at Tsukimaru, who narrowly dodges it. Bomb's movements turn erratic and distorted, almost like a titan flailing uncontrollably. Then, without warning, he triggers the self-destruction device hidden inside him, blowing himself apart in an instant. The explosion fades, leaving only silence on the stream. The viewers realized Tsukimaru was betrayed, yet they also notice Bomb's strange behavior, moving as if someone else was controlling him. Tsukimaru narrows his eyes and says that it all makes sense now. They must have realized Bomb turned against them and took over his body. The chat wonders if there really is a skill to control another player, and Tsukimaru explains the harsh truth. If someone knows your account and password, they can take control of your character. Bomb mentioned that Ghost gave him his account, so it means Ghost likely hijacked it and forced him into suicide. Tsukimaru clenches his fist, calling it one of the lowest, most disgusting tactics he has ever seen. Just then, the mosshead with his ugly nose appears and smugly says that smart people always choose efficient methods. Tsukimaru mocks him, saying that he must be really smart since he fell for his tricks earlier. The insult hits hard, and the ugly man growls that Tsukimaru only won because he used dirty tactics, promising that this time he will not let him get away. Tsukimaru tilts his head and calmly asks what he plans to do next. Ghost smirks and claims that while Tsukimaru was busy fighting the musclehead, they had already completed preparations to crush the Imperial nation. He opens the screen to show off his so-called progress, but freezes in shock. His expression twists like a sewer rat's face when he realizes Tsukimaru's team has already taken down every enemy who tried to attack their guild. Tsukimaru folds his arms proudly and says that of course they would be ready to defend their base. Trying to regain his composure, Ghost insists that his weapons are still on the way, boasting that Tsukimaru's team will never withstand the 10 newest amphibious tanks from the armored nation. But what he doesn't know is that Tsukimaru has allies spread across the map. At that very moment, Mofu-san stands at the port and hurls massive magical bombs, blasting apart the so-called strongest tanks with ease. Yuka and Galia watch beside him, amazed by the destruction. Ghost's face twists even more, his usual arrogance replaced with frustration. Tsukimaru admits he actually prefers seeing him like that, rather than with that smug grin. As Ghost loses his temper and scolds his weak minions, Tsukimaru smiles brightly and says that at least he has morals, while Ghost's entire strategy is garbage. Enraged, Ghost challenges him to a duel. Tsukimaru agrees without hesitation, turning to Ghost's viewers and telling them to bet on whoever they like, though they might as well switch streams now, since his victory is guaranteed. Tsukimaru starts the match with a grin and launches a new subscription campaign, saying that anyone who subscribes now will earn the right to pretend they have been supporting him since the start. The chat goes wild, and even some of Ghost's viewers switch over to his stream, thrilled to see what happens next. Ghost notices the sudden drop in his active viewers and clenches his fists in frustration. He has seen this before since people always follow trends instead of staying loyal, but he convinces himself that fools are easy to manipulate, and all he needs to do is create a new wave. That wave will begin with defeating Tsukimaru. While Tsukimaru keeps joking with his chat, Ghost slides forward and throws a flame wave talisman, surrounding the area with weak fire that barely has any effect. Tsukimaru uses his vanishing step to appear behind him. Ghost quickly throws several shikigami papers, which Tsukimaru slices apart with his knife before moving in for a direct attack. That's when Ghost reveals his trump card, the 9 Rings of Spirits, also known as the pseudo-halo. It's an A-rank accessory that imitates divine power and can create a godlike effect when combined with other equipment. Ghost pulls out a mud-type magical jewel and drops it into the ground, turning the area into a swamp that traps Tsukimaru's legs. Ghost smirks, claiming that he studied Tsukimaru's past streams and found his weakness. Since he cannot use Vanishing Step or other leg-based skills, he believes Tsukimaru is now a perfect target. He throws another flame charm, setting the swamp ablaze. but Tsukimaru looks unimpressed and says it's foolish to mix mud with fire since fire dries mud instead of softening it. As the ground hardens, Tsukimaru uses Vanishing Step again and dashes toward him. Watching Ghost fight, he realizes the man has rare items but doesn't know how to use them. From his awkward timing, Tsukimaru concludes that Ghost must have stolen the gear, which explains his lack of control. Ghost, still confident, keeps attacking, convinced that Tsukimaru could never figure out his secret. Tsukimaru lays it out plain for everyone watching. Account selling scams work like this. First, someone buys a high-level account. Then they resell it to someone else while still keeping access. Most players never change passwords, so the original seller can log back in and quietly siphon rare items. If management cares, they could trace it, but buying and selling accounts is illegal in the rules, and victims have no easy complaint path. To avoid tracing, scammers hop between accounts from different regions and different payment methods, so they look like different users even when they are not. The viewers flood the chat with disgust and questions. What happens if they report it? Someone asks. Tsukimaru answers that the companies pretend they cannot help because they do not want the bad press. He says the real remedy is exposure, proof, and making it impossible for thieves to hide behind anonymous markets. He asks the chat if anyone has seen the mud jewel before, and a user posts a time-stamped clip from an obscure streamer who found it in a predator-infested swamp by shooting flames into a hidden puddle. Tsukimaru nods and explains the gimmick. The mud jewel is not a spawnable drop on every run. It appears only after you unlock the terrain gimmick, which requires a precise fire pattern. You cannot steal that knowledge and still claim honest mastery. Ghost's confident smile finally slips. He tries to bluster that these are only accusations and that Tsukimaru has no proof. Tsukimaru grins and pulls up the live steal log he recorded earlier when he scanned Ghost's inventory. The log shows account IDs, last login IP ranges, and timestamps that match the markets where those accounts were sold. Unsure of what to do next, and decides to lose his temper as a way out. He shouts that Tsukimaru ruined everything and finally admits he has been doing illegal stuff. The viewers explode with excitement, celebrating his loss. One of them comments that Tsukimaru knows way too much about meta-sense and it's kind of creepy. Tsukimaru makes a deadpan face and asks whose side they are even on. The viewers take action and start reporting Ghost for cheating, wondering if the management will finally respond. Meanwhile, Ghost completely loses it. He laughs like a maniac, his thoughts scrambled and his ego shattered as everyone turns against him. In desperation, he convinces himself that if he just shows results now, people will shut up again. Studying was always inefficient for him, so he relied on shortcuts, cheats, and even theft to get what he wanted. He believes that as long as he delivers quick victories, the audience will come crawling back. He tries one final dirty trick. Mosshead claims that Tsukimaru will lose if any NPC dies, revealing that he planted self-destruct devices inside most of them, ready to explode the moment Ghost dies. He taunts Tsukimaru to see if he will risk everything to protect the NPCs or abandon them to fight freely. The viewers are on the edge, debating whether Tsukimaru can really handle this. Tsukimaru calmly calls it pathetic, saying that if this is Ghost's last resort, then he truly sucks at gaming. Without hesitation, he summons his pet, who charges up and fires a massive chaotic energy blast. Ghost cannot dodge in time and gets obliterated in a single hit. The entire comment section erupts with excitement and admiration for Tsukimaru's victory. The chat explodes with celebrations while Tsukimaru smugly checks his subscriber count, noticing a wave of Ghost's followers switching over to him. 2 opponents are already down, and now it's the pretty boy's turn. Watching from afar, the blue-haired handsome one sighs in disappointment, calling Ghost's defeat truly pathetic. Just as one fight ends, another one begins. The blue-haired beauty with brains starts sniping from completely unpredictable angles, and Tsukimaru keeps dodging each shot while taking cover behind the wall. He admits that sniping looks cool in games, but it's actually difficult because good snipers can predict exactly when their shots will miss. He knows this guy is one of Ghost's underlings, but even so, he can't help being impressed by his skill. For the first time, Tsukimaru actually praises an enemy, thinking this one is way more fun than Ghost ever was. He switches on the mic and says the opposite of what he feels. He calls him a clumsy sniper and tells him to aim properly because at this rate, he will never land a hit. Pretty Boy replies in a calm tone that it's an unexpected comment since he is not a sniper. The next instant, a massive cannon shell blasts toward Tsukimaru. He barely dodges in time, realizing that if he had been a second slower, it would have been over for him. He quickly moves again using vanishing steps and shouts in frustration that the guy is destroying the city all over again. The viewers comment that the gunner is using indirect fire to push Tsukimaru out from behind obstacles and then hitting him with precise artillery strikes. One viewer asks why everyone does not use the same strategy. Tsukimaru explains that not everyone can, because sniping and artillery use different skill systems. Pretty Boy interrupts, saying there's no reason they can't, since both depend on trajectory calculations. He acknowledges that the characteristics of a gunner depend entirely on their weapon type. Calculating real trajectories inside a game is pure skill, and Pretty Boy does it like he was born for it. While dodging the continuous shots and sweating under pressure, Tsukimaru hides behind another wall and predicts where the next shell will land. He already knows where Ab is hiding based on the bullet paths, but the real question is how he can close the distance without getting blown up first. Just as Tsukimaru finally exhales in relief, another bullet suddenly ricochets off the wall and almost grazes his face. It's a rebound shot using the skill ricochet, and the unexpected angle makes him freeze for a second. Ab's voice echoes through the comms, saying it's difficult to set the rebound perfectly, but Tsukimaru got lucky and survived by a single step. Tsukimaru admits this is getting interesting. He summons his pet to assist him since dodging continuous shelling alone is impossible. Baffomet can at least absorb rifle shots even if he cannot withstand the heavy cannon fire. Tsukimaru hops on his back as they charge forward toward Ab's location. The battlefield erupts as Baffomet tanks incoming bullets and dodges the massive cannon blasts, though the firepower still leaves burns across his scales. Tsukimaru synchronizes his vanishing step with Baphomet's movements, pushing through the barrage, but the attack radius is too wide. He barely keeps up while Ab stays just one step out of reach, leaving him unsure how to approach. Suddenly, Baphomet flings Tsukimaru off his back with a powerful kick, surprising him completely. The dragon locks eyes with him, and Tsukimaru instantly understands the message behind the look. He apologizes softly, promising to win this battle no matter what. He lands directly on top of the cannon and starts the real fight. He knows gunners are usually weak in close combat, but Ab is different. Tsukimaru pushes his mind into overdrive, forcing his brain to predict every movement. Each bullet whizzes past as he twists and dodges with lightning-fast reactions. He pulls out his lightning blade and slashes at Ab while setting up an after-image trap. However, Ab throws a flash charm that bursts into light, canceling the trap instantly. Tsukimaru grins, admitting this guy is smart for countering it with such a simple move. Now surrounded by platforms and debris, he starts leaping between them, using the afterimages as footholds. Every stray bullet that misses becomes another afterimage, creating a flickering web of illusions. But even this won't be enough to trap Ab, because he's guiding the fight beyond the reach of the afterimages, forcing Tsukimaru to adapt again. Just then, Tsukimaru hears the faint buzz of a drone behind him, the same sound that annoyed him back in the fight with the sister. Without hesitation, he uses misdirection and diverts the drone's attack toward Ab. The shots land perfectly, but Ab stays calm as if nothing happened because he is wearing a bulletproof vest. Seeing that, Tsukimaru charges forward, fired up, and demands to know what he plans to do next. Strangely, Ab simply raises his hands in surrender. The sudden move throws Tsukimaru off guard, making him stumble in disbelief. He quickly regains his balance and yells in frustration, asking what kind of act this is. Things were just getting interesting, and he could have broken Ab's defense soon. With his blank face, Ab says he surrendered for the same reason Tsukimaru is mad, because there was no point in continuing. He insists he has not done anything wrong. The viewers fill the chat with confusion, wondering if he surrendered because he was checkmated. Tsukimaru asks if he has no intention of avenging his fallen teammates, and Ab calmly says they failed to meet expectations and do not deserve revenge. He turned off his physical enhancements on purpose, explaining that to beat someone like Tsukimaru, one needs not just power, but also tactics and status. Tsukimaru asks again if he really abandoned his team just because they were not good enough, and Ab confirms it without hesitation. Tsukimaru says he understands his logic, but there are things in life that are more than logic. Ab tilts his head and asks if such things even exist. Tsukimaru realizes this conversation is going nowhere and gets a headache just listening to him. Then Ab casually suggests that Tsukimaru should add him to his team. Tsukimaru's face twists in pure disgust, and the chat explodes with laughter. His viewers tease him, saying they have never seen him make such an expression so fast, and some even joke that he looks like he just saw a jump scare in real life. Ab assumes that Tsukimaru's main goal is to move forward in the story quest, believing he is trying to reach the ending as quickly as possible. Tsukimaru immediately denies it, saying there is nothing to gain from rushing through. He questions whether Ab really thinks this negotiation will work. Ab continues to push, claiming he has inside information about parts of the story Tsukimaru does not know yet. Tsukimaru shrugs it off, saying he can figure it out on his own. Ab argues that it would be a waste of time and far more efficient to get the information from him directly. Tsukimaru replies that he is not chasing efficiency and has no interest in cooperating with him at all. Pretty Boy realizes Tsukimaru is hinting at the account trading situation and clarifies that Ghost and Bomb were involved in that, not him. Tsukimaru asks if he knew about their rule breaking, and Ab coldly answers that forming a party with rule breakers is not against the rules. The viewers comment that technically he is not wrong, but he is not right either. Tsukimaru looks slightly troubled, realizing this guy is dead serious about everything he says. Ab abandoned Ghost and Bomb just to cut off their physical enhancements, defeated Laurent with a cowardly tactic, and turned a blind eye when his teammates broke the rules. Tsukimaru concludes that Ab is not evil, but he is completely obsessed with efficiency, ignoring ethics and common sense. For him, as long as he personally does not break the rules, everything else is fair play. Tsukimaru then asks why he wants to reach the ending so badly. Ab answers that it is natural to aim for the ending in any game. Tsukimaru tilts his head, asking if he even enjoys playing MetaSense. For the first time, Ab's expression shifts slightly as he admits he does not really understand what fun means. For him, reaching the ending is simply a challenge, and he does not care how it is achieved. He guesses that what Tsukimaru calls fun might be the sense of accomplishment that comes from clearing obstacles. Tsukimaru concludes that as long as Ab gets results, he does not care about the process. Ab nods and says if he can overcome this challenge, then he will finally acknowledge him. But Ab admits he still lacks the strength and has never faced a trial before. Hearing the word trial, Tsukimaru immediately asks if he is referring to something like Haru's trial. Pretty Boy panics the moment he hears Haru's name and quickly asks if she is there. His sudden reaction makes Tsukimaru suspicious, wondering if Haru is hiding something about the ending and if this guy knows more than he lets on. Ab tries again to persuade him, saying that if they work together they could gain a massive advantage. Tsukimaru admits that even though he does not like him, it seems Ab has information he does not. Still, he refuses with an exaggerated long face, like a JoJo character. He says he plays this game for fun, and being around someone who only cares about efficiency and reaching the ending feels dull and lifeless. The thought that Haru might be hiding something sends a thrill through him, and he can't help but smirk while looking at Ab's serious expression. Realizing their negotiations have completely fallen apart, Ab pulls out his gun and resumes the fight. Tsukimaru mocks him, saying he can't win even with his physical enhancement. Ab coolly replies that Tsukimaru cannot beat him in terms of status or character control. Bullets fly through the air as Ab keeps firing, while Tsukimaru dodges each one with flawless timing. He closes in quickly, almost getting behind Ab to snap his neck when he suddenly realizes something feels off. Ab is not retreating even in close combat, which is unusual. Tsukimaru pauses, puzzled by why he is fighting at such close range when he could easily pull back. Then it hits him. This guy is planning to use a Death Ruler tactic, the same suicidal strategy as Dazai. In MetaSense, dying sends you back to the guild house you are registered in, but you lose experience points and all your carried items. Some players, however, use it strategically to cover long distances instantly, sacrificing levels and loot in exchange for travel. Tsukimaru clenches his teeth, realizing this plans to drag him into a self-destruct trap, using death as a shortcut to escape or relocate. Tsukimaru asks if dragging out the negotiations and then dying was part of his plan all along. Ab, with his robotic calm, says he was actually hoping to build some kind of partnership with him, though he was also calculating the best way to defeat him if things went wrong. Tsukimaru feels a chill down his spine as he realizes this guy is not just smart, but dangerously strategic. What makes it worse is that even if he beats him, he will not gain anything from it. The quest's condition requires him to locate and occupy the Overkill Guild House in the Armored Nation. In other words, defeating the enemy alone is not enough to clear the mission. Ab explains that losing experience points will still hurt because it took him hours to level up high enough to surpass Tsukimaru's stats, even after accounting for the penalty from using the Death Ruler. He offers again to join forces, saying that by cooperating they could minimize losses and maximize gains. His guild house, he claims, is fortified like an infinity castle, and once he returns, he will have access to all the ammunition produced by the Empire. Tsukimaru might be able to dodge some attacks using physical enhancement, but Ab's machine guns can continue the barrage long after those effects wear off. With his cold precision, Ab calculates that it would take Tsukimaru 240 seconds to crush them using enhancement, while he could produce around 2 million rounds of ammunition in that same time. Tsukimaru stays perfectly calm, smirking as if he is already done with the conversation. Without wasting another second, he turns around and runs away. Ab opens fire, launching flames that Tsukimaru easily dodges. Activating both physical enhancement and Imperial Seal, he dashes off at lightning speed, successfully escaping the battlefield. Ab pulls out a drone, tracking Tsukimaru's movement as he flies it into the air. He mutters that Tsukimaru's escape only postpones the inevitable. It will make the next encounter even worse for him. Determined not to reveal the location of the guild house, Ab decides to use the drone to follow Tsukimaru from above while heading back to prepare an all-out counterattack. Ab returns to his base and finds Bomb yelling at him furiously, asking if he was the one who caused his respawn to glitch. When Bomb came back to life, his body was stuck in a bed of spiky rods. To explain himself, Ab calmly asks if Bomb even knows about the tactic of setting traps at the respawn point to immediately eliminate enemies as they revive. It is a common meta-sense strategy. If a player dies 3 times without moving from the respawn site, the respawn location automatically changes. So, by setting traps to kill Bomb right after he respawns, Ab planned to get rid of him before he could interfere in his battle with Tsukimaru. Still impressed that Bomb survived this long, Ab raises his gun and fires a few shots at him to finish the job. After that, he turns his attention back to his drone feed, where he spots Tsukimaru crouching quietly, looking calm, as if he is waiting for the right moment to strike. Ab gears up with his newest weapon, which resembles a spaceship floating over him and launching waves of fire across the base. At first, he looks worried, even shocked, but his expression quickly shifts to a confident smirk. That confidence disappears just as fast when he senses someone behind him. The real Tsukimaru stands there, having already infiltrated the base without being detected. He points his weapon at Ab and attacks, but Ab narrowly dodges. Tsukimaru mocks him, saying his strategy was clever but too predictable. The drone Ab had been tracking all this time was nothing but a Shikigami decoy. Ab fires several shots while Tsukimaru dodges each one with sharp precision. He wonders why Ab isn't even surprised to see him inside the base, and his viewers seem just as calm, backing him up with teasing comments. Ab explains matter-of-factly that Tsukimaru must have swapped places with one of his Shikigami during the earlier barrage, escaping while the decoy distracted him. Since Tsukimaru predicted that Ab would return to his base, he followed right behind. Still, Ab insists there was a flaw in that plan. If he had used the Death Ruler ability, Tsukimaru's physical enhancement would have been pointless. Tsukimaru smirks and says his instincts told him Ab wouldn't use that move. He knew Ab would blow his trump card early and let him slip away, because losing all those experience points just to rush back would be too irrational for someone as calculated as him. Ab admits he failed to predict that gamble, acknowledging that Tsukimaru's plan was a risky but brilliant one. Tsukimaru tells him that in games like shogi, even an AI can become unbeatable, but there's still a human element machines can't replicate. He asks what kind of strategy could possibly defeat an AI that always chooses the best move. Then he answers himself. It's not about picking the perfect move, but about leading your opponent down an unexpected path. Everyone follows the optimal play. So even if you're temporarily at a disadvantage, unpredictability creates victory. Humans aren't machines, he says, and trying to read the opponent's mind is what makes the fight enjoyable. Ab pauses, processing his words. Then the battle intensifies again. Both unleash their ultimate attacks, reading and countering each other's moves with incredible timing. Even so, Tsukimaru remains one step ahead, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Ab to land a clean stab. As Ab falls, he recalls Tsukimaru's words about unexpected moves. With a faint smile, he admits that losing might indeed be part of the fun. Tsukimaru replies that learning to enjoy defeat is the true mark of a human fighter. Ab's avatar fades into light, leaving behind a pile of rare loot for Tsukimaru to collect. Ridiculously, Ab respawns right back at his guild, standing beside Tsukimaru, and both of them appear stripped down like they are about to audition for some free anime episode. Tsukimaru smiles creepily and challenges him for another round, which annoys his viewers who yell in the chat that he should just focus on clearing the quest. Even Galia joins in the comments, nagging him to stop fooling around and fight seriously. Yuka adds that he only seems happy when he is fighting strong opponents. Pretty Boy realizes that Tsukimaru is trying to use experience points to extract more information through his reskill ability. Although Tsukimaru claims he still dislikes him, he admits it has been a while since he had this much fun playing like this. If Ab manages to defeat him, he will reach his goal, though Tsukimaru knows he must still have a few tricks hidden. Without wasting time, Ab picks up his guns and unleashes a wave of bullets, firing non-stop without missing a single shot. After several seconds of intense shooting, he stops, thinking Tsukimaru should be down by now. To his shock, Tsukimaru suddenly appears behind him and slashes him across the back with his knife, defeating him for the second time. Ab respawns again at his point, and Tsukimaru laughs that his parade of guns is just for show. He figures they have never had a proper rematch at this level before. Pretty Boy starts backing away, thinking fast. He admits Tsukimaru is not wrong since he got distracted trying to surprise him and ended up getting carried away. Now he plans to turn the situation around by analyzing Tsukimaru's movement patterns and shooting with precision. Tsukimaru pulls out the flash charm to create a shadow and activates the afterimage trap, saying Ab could not avoid it last time and wondering how he plans to handle it now. Pretty Boy raises his machine gun and fires rapidly, letting the bullets ricochet off the walls and afterimages. Even he cannot fully control how they bounce, but the chaos itself works in his favor. To counter, Tsukimaru uses Shadow Puppet to form a shield from darkness, blocking the barrage. He praises Ab for showing such a daring performance and admits it gave him goosebumps to see such a crazy gamble. Ab says it does not matter if it did not work, but Tsukimaru notes that he looks happy anyway and asks if he enjoys outsmarting him. Ab only then realizes he truly feels excitement for the first time and understands what Tsukimaru meant by fun. When he lowers his guard, Tsukimaru points his dagger at him and invites him for another round. Ab says he would love to fight again, but dying a third time would change his respawn point. Ab then smiles and reveals an important truth. He says the story quest, the map, and even Haru are all parts of a single process, and Tsukimaru's real destination is the same as theirs. Tsukimaru questions if he should really be telling him something so secret, but Ab replies that even if he stays silent, someone else will reveal it eventually. He explains that the AI inside the game needs a teacher to grow, that the text programs upload data into the world, and that countless image files shape its form. If they are creating humans, they must enjoy the process, since it is the fastest path to completion. Before he can finish, Tsukimaru cuts him clean in half, saying he will do it his own way and completes the quest. For the first time, the real person behind Ab's avatar is shown. He looks calm, confident, and dangerously charismatic, with an aura like Aizen himself. He admits Tsukimaru is a good teacher and says he wants to meet him in person. Turning around with a knowing smirk, he mutters softly, "Right, Haru."